Welcome back to Derry Public Radio. Reporting from the basement of the Derry Civic Center, this is Joshua Kahn with the news. Before we get to tonight's headlines, it's time to reveal the answers to last week's trivia contest. Question 1 asked for the missing word in the famous Alexander Hamilton quote, "Those who blank for nothing will fall for anything." The answer was stand. Question 2 was our multiple choice. If you picked B, congratulations, you got it right. And question 3 was true or false. The correct answer was true. So one more time for everyone checking their scorecards. Stand. Be true. You're listening to Derry Public Radio.
This is Derry Public Radio. I just want to acknowledge that this is our most requested book.
By far.
And
it makes sense.
Specifically for that reason, I am terrified. I want to do a good job on this episode, and we're going to try our best. I want to give everyone a brief plot summary of the book. I'm sure anyone listening to this is familiar with The Stand. If they haven't read it, they've probably watched the miniseries.
Everyone except for me.
Except for Josh. So because of that, I know that some people may be listening to this and have no idea what we're talking about. So here we go. When a man escapes from a biological testing facility, he sets in motion a deadly domino effect, spreading a mutated strain of the flu that will wipe out 99% of humanity within a few weeks. The survivors who remain are scared, bewildered, and in need of a leader. Two emerge: Mother Abigail, the benevolent 108-year-old woman who urges them to build a community in Boulder, Colorado, and Randall Flagg, the dark man who delights in chaos and violence.
And is the greatest villain in the history of literature.
Oh, yeah.
Just going to throw that out there. And I stand by it.
You stand by it?
Suck it, Moriarty.
The chapters jump back and forth between characters, so rather than us jumping back and forth in our discussion, instead we're going to talk about the part 1 of this book for us, character by character. So if you're following along, just know that we're not going to take it beat by beat like it happens in the book.
Perfect.
So we kick things off with Charles Campion, a soldier who has the best worst luck ever. He's on an army base and something goes wrong. There's a breach. Then something goes even more wrong, and the safeguards that are supposed to keep that breach in check all fail. Campion manages to escape the army base with his wife and toddler, but what he does not escape is a weaponized strain of influenza known as Project Blue, which we'll get more info on later. So this section of the book, which isn't even chapter 1, is titled The Circle Opens. So Campion's actions have set something into motion. Let's talk about what happens to this family.
Right off the bat, this book is going 100 miles an hour. It's immediately puts you on edge reading this book.
I was so excited, like immediately.
There's this part where he's waking up and his family, and it's told from the point of view of his wife. Mm-hmm. She's not fully awake and she doesn't understand what's going on.
And this is out of character for him.
And there's a point where she finally wakes up and she's like, "What, do I have time to pack a suitcase at least?" And he stops and she says, he looks like she short-circuited his brain because he's going so fast that he hasn't had time to think these things through. And his response is, "I don't know. I have to check the wind." That is such a cool, because we as readers also are completely in the dark. We don't know what's going on. And that is such an ominous thing to say.
Yeah. Did she, at one point, she thinks that it might be a fire?
Yeah.
Because she, why else would he be so panicked? But she follows along because she is scared seeing him so scared. So she does what he says, grabs the stuff. They get the baby, they get in the car, and they beat bricks.
And it is the worst thing that they possibly could have done.
Oh my God, it's the worst thing. It's so hard to believe that this starts with just one dude.
Yeah, what did you guys think about him reflecting on how he managed to get out? Because he's sort of confused about how that was possible for him.
It's the worst because he thinks he's the luckiest person in the world. And we know that is not the case. He
Yeah.
is the least lucky person to ever have existed.
Yeah, he was in this lab of some sort, and this light, this clock is green, and suddenly it turns red. And we find out that as soon as this clock goes red, every door in this lab is supposed to slam shut forever. But it doesn't. He looks up, and the doors are open just long enough for him to get out. And as tragic as it is, in a one-person story, if this story were about this guy, we would want to say, yeah, he got out. But that's not the book we're reading. And it's like, shit, this guy should have died. It would have been better for the world
Yeah.
if this guy had died.
Arguably one of the most important characters to this story, to the story even being able to happen, and we are not with him for more than a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Because the next time we see him, we are viewing him through the eyes of our first main character, Stu Redman, and what he sees is the sun reflecting off of the metal on the Campion's car as it is driving towards them.
Stu Redman, when we meet him, we get, very King style, we get his like whole life story that's led him up to this point. And the entire time I was reading it, I thought that this was just another King character that we were going to spend a chapter on and never see again. I was so positive.
That is such a cool part of, especially the early parts of this book, and especially this chapter. Stu Redman is just one of, 6 or so characters we meet in this small Texas town of Arnett. It's this run-down, dirt-poor town in Texas, and there are a bunch of these good old boys hanging out in front of a gas station, just drinking beer and shooting the shit. You're exactly right. We are given no indication which of these characters we're supposed to care about.
Right.
Or, like, not that we're supposed to care about, because they're all really interesting characters.
Yeah.
Any one of them could have easily branched off to be our main character.
And yeah, they're sitting at Bill Hapscom's gas station. And we meet Bill Hapscom, Norm, Ralph, Hank, and Tommy.
And Vic.
Vic.
Was Vic
Oh,
there?
yeah.
Vic Palfrey?
Not according to me.
Anyway.
Yeah, so it's a group of men complaining about the state of the world. And Stu sees this car coming very slowly down the road, and that has started to occupy his attention. And he notices that the car is not driving normally. It's not going the right speed, and it's not staying in its lane. And he sees the car. It's like it suddenly recognizes the gas station as some sort of outpost, and it starts to speed up. And he just so casually, he's like, "Hap, might want to turn off your pumps."
You should turn those off right now. And he turns them off just in time, and they all see this car just crash and tear through all of the gas pumps outside the gas station. And then they all run out to try to help. And then that's when we see what's become of the Campion family. And it is tragic. The guy's delirious. They are pretty sure really quickly that the wife and child are dead. And they do what they think what's best, and that's to get them out of the car and call for an ambulance.
Oh, they're not just dead, Josh.
Yeah, let's talk about how they are described.
It is horrible. What we come to know as the super flu, or Captain Trips, is they find them and they are covered in phlegm and mucus. The glands in their neck are swollen to such a size that they've blackened, and it's described as though they have an inner tube inflated in their neck.
So gross.
These guys are trying to help this family, the remaining survivor of this family. They work together to bring him into the gas station, get him comfortable, call an ambulance. And the whole time, because I'm familiar with the book, I've read it, I've watched the miniseries, every time they touch him, every time he phlegms or sneezes or coughs or does anything, my guts just went a little bit crazy. Kind of like in real life, every time I sneezed or somebody around me sneezed while reading this book, it's going to happen for the rest of the book too. I'm like,
Yup.
oh God, we're all going to die.
Well, that's the crazy thing, because I had the same thought of like, I know how contagious he is. But the crazy thing is, it doesn't matter. You know, they're touching him. It doesn't matter. This super flu is so contagious. It is, what do they say, 99% transmittable.
Yeah.
So even if they had just like looked in the car for a brief second, they're all infected. Almost all of them.
All right. So it's the next morning, and for some reason, we're with Norm. Racist Norm is racist. He's coming down with a cold. Probably going to die. Big loss there. Moving on. Everyone else who was at the gas station is also coming down with something, and they're all kind of justifying it in their minds, like, oh, you know, summer cold, whatever. Maybe it's allergies. The only person who's really more concerned about it is Hap. And his cousin Joe, who is a patrolman, had stopped by the gas station to give him a bit of a warning. He also seems to have a cold. And later he pulls over a speeder on Highway 40, gives him a little bit more than a warning. The town gets quarantined, and a caravan leaves Arnett with a bunch of the townspeople in it, Stu included.
That was so awesome. Like when it goes to like, he is taking like an inventory of everybody who is being taken out of town with him. And Stu pieces it together himself that these are the people I was with, and most likely anybody they talked to or were around in the same day.
And it's crazy that in this caravan, and the people that weren't even at the station that didn't come into contact with Campion are already sick. They're already sneezing and coughing. That's how quickly this disease spreads.
And so yeah, they're traveling, and some are hysterical and being drugged by the soldiers to calm down.
The soldiers that, mind you, are all over 50 and don't have wedding rings, as it's pointed out.
So then we join Vic again, and he's dying. This has been a couple days because we've been jumping around in the book.
Yeah,
he is delirious. He is in containment, and he's coming in and out of delirium. And at one point, he realizes that the hospital door that he's looking at, the door to his room, is made of steel.
When he comes to and he realizes just how many things are plugged into, run into, and just connected to him, like that is waking up on an alien ship like level of insanity. And the automatic lights in his room change when it gets dark, and that's when he sees that there are people behind glass.
I laughed because in my head I pictured it as this like comedy scene where he screams because he sees all these faces, and it's not funny at all. I don't.
It'd be funny if it weren't so terrifying.
Right.
Kingism.
But he is just like, he touches his hand to his head and he says like that he feels like he burned his hand on his head. He's like running so hot. And a doctor comes in and is basically like, oh yeah, he's dead. And like, it's like just leaves him.
Yeah, they give him one more injection, and the doctor makes a comment to another staff person that if this one doesn't work, we're going to lose him. So Stu is also in containment, but unlike Vic, he is not sick at all. Not a sneeze, not a throat tickle, nothing. But what he is really scared and starting to get really pissed off.
Yeah. This is where we start to get a sense of the real Stu Redman, I think.
The awesome real Stu Redman.
Because up till now, he's just been kind of a laid back, like, quiet dude.
We mentioned his history. Let's just talk a little bit about what he's experienced in his life, what he's gone through.
If I remember correctly, at a very young age, his dad passed away. And so he started working, and his younger brother, what was wrong with his younger brother? He got sick.
I believe his mom got sick.
His mother got sick.
Yeah, his younger brother was the one who made it out, but he only made it out of Arnett because Stu was kind of sacrificed his own life to work.
Right. And so his brother has gotten out and moved on. He stayed to take care of his mother, and he just kind of resigned himself to living in this town. He got married. His wife tragically passed, and it's left him in a state of just living day to day. I think the importance of anything but day to day has dropped out of Stu for a long time. The fight has been out of him.
Until now.
Until now.
And now that he's in this, we get the sense that he's very quick. He's very perceptive. He is able to read the situation very easily. Because when someone comes in to draw blood or get his blood pressure, he's like, nah.
Yeah.
Nah, you need to send someone. And they're like, well, we can't tell you. And he's like, I know you can't, but I'm not gonna do what you want. And so you obviously want something from me. To get it, you're gonna have to send me someone. Maybe it'll take a few days. Who knows? But you're gonna send someone that can tell me what's up.
Right. And he knows that the first person they send to him isn't going to be the guy. And sure enough, the first guy they send to him, he's like, what can you tell me? And the guy's like, nothing. And he's like, not good enough, buddy. Look, let's just move past this. I'm going to hold out. You can either take these tests and everything by force, which I assume is going to mess up the validity of the stuff that you're taking from me.
If they drug him.
Right. So I'm done until you pass this up the food chain from you, because you are clearly not somebody who's worth talking to about this. And the guy's like stunned.
And to kind of illustrate the power that Stu realizes very smartly that he has in this situation is that he comments, you can bring in guys to do this to me, but those suits don't look very thick. And I'm going to do everything I can to puncture a hole in them when you come to do that.
Yes, he's kind of a badass.
So eventually, after presumably a couple of days, again, we're jumping around, so it's kind of hard to tell how much time has passed for each character, although this all occurs within a couple of weeks from Campion getting out. Stu gets to talk to Dietz, and he finally gets some answers, although not a lot of answers, mainly what he already knew.
Yeah, that this is bad, and that he seems to not be catching, and that they don't think he's going to.
And they don't know why, which is the scary part. And everyone that he came in with is dead. The most interesting part that happened in this exchange is when Stu does something to make Dietz feel how Stu feels, to make him feel that fear, to make him feel scared. And he does it, and the way he does it is kind of cool because Dietz isn't mad about it. He's like, oh, okay, yeah, you put me in your place for a moment, so now I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about what happens between them.
Dietz has come in to talk to him, and at this point, he's not wearing the big hazmat suit. He has a filter in his nose, but that's it.
Not enough, man.
Not enough. I agree. He comes in and he's like, we don't think you're contagious, so I'm here to be real with you. And he does all this, but he still doesn't really give Stu much information because it's all classified. And when he goes to leave, Stu sneezes. And Dietz flips the fuck out.
He does it on purpose.
Yes, he leaps across the room and he's like clawing at the door. And Stu's like, hey man, hey, calm down. I faked it. It wasn't real. Just wanted to fuck with you. And Dietz is just like, you motherfucker. Yeah, he has this moment of like almost like grudging respect where he's like, hey man, that sucked. That scared the shit out of me. But hey, I get it. And
later we get Dietz's notes on Stu, on his personality and character. What do you guys think of that?
Like that. So it's Stu and then Eva, the 4-year-old, who are the only people at this point that have come in that have not died or gotten sick. And they call them Prince and Princess. Spoiler alert, Princess doesn't last much longer. But as he's talking about Stu, he basically says that that Stu is somebody that as long as they like take care of, that he will cooperate, he'll be good, and we can only hope that we have enough time that we can do this before it gets worse. Because their goal is to try to figure out what in Stu is killing this virus, what will not let the virus take hold. But they know they need way more time than they have. And so their best bet is to cooperate with this person and just try to make it as easy as possible.
Oh, we forgot the most important part of this exchange. There's a hamster.
Oh yeah.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah, there's this one very brief where they show that there was it a hamster or a guinea pig?
Guinea pig.
Oh, how on the nose.
Yeah, that's very true. There's a guinea pig named Geraldo that has been in sharing Stu's air and hasn't died. And they're just like, oh yeah, the virus passes back and forth very easily between humans and guinea pigs. This is never brought up again. It is not an important part of the story. It is just a very weird fact.
And then this is the first dream where each character as we go starts to have the same kind of dream. Stu falls asleep that night and he dreams about the open country and these cornfields and then these deep red eyes of something in the corn.
Yeah.
You guys know what it means. I
Yes,
have
I
no
do.
idea what it
Oh
means.
my gosh.
The dreams become a very important part, I believe, in the next part of our story. But so far, in what we've read, they're just these strange connections between a few of our survivors.
I believe it's also after this interaction that we get a jump to not one of our main characters, but one of the nurses that's in this complex. And she says that she has to go take some blood, and she sneezes as she walks down the hall, which means that this secure facility that we're in no longer secure.
The nurse has infected this facility, and there are probably other people who have infected it too, or have been infected and come in and had no idea. So he's getting worried because things are changing around the hospital. The orderlies now wear guns, and he's thinking to himself, do I need to plan an escape? Like, what's going to happen here?
That made me so jazzed that he's just like start that thoughts of escape. Because they took him from Texas to this facility in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Then when that failed, now he's in Vermont. So they're just shipping him around, and he's slowly just starting to feel like a piece of meat.
He's even said, when he was talking to Dietz, I believe, Dietz says, I hope you understand, we can't tell you too much because right now you've disappeared. No one in the world but us know where you are. And if you knew too much and you stop being of use, then maybe you stay disappeared. He is completely expendable. He could disappear at any point.
While all of this has been going on with Stu, we are also learning about another main character, Franny Goldsmith. She is from Maine, and we start off with her on her way to the pier to meet up with her boyfriend Jesse and give him some unexpected news. And the news is that she's pregnant.
Franny sees Jess out on this pier, and she sneaks up on him. She scares him. He bites his tongue.
No, she bites her.
She bites her tongue. And like she's sitting there bleeding and laughing, and then she's like, "I'm pregnant."
She goes about things in such a way that
Okay,
She really like just drops it on him.
I want to talk about Franny as a character, like what her characteristics, what she's like.
she's very privileged.
She is.
Okay, this might be a leftover from when I read this as a teenager. I hated her. I can't tell
Really?
you why.
Yeah.
As a female reading about her, I didn't like her. I didn't like anything about her. I'm not feeling the same way this time around, but she does have a very nice, privileged, easy,
Yes.
good life, which is not her fault. Like, good for her.
And it is partly how King writes women, where all leading up before this, all we've met is Stu and Campion, and they're not really described at all physically. We don't know what they look like, but of course, Franny, we immediately, literally one of the first things we learn is how hot she is.
See,
Which
we've talked about this before. I wanted to get like a Stu walked up in his tight jeans and it looked like he had a sock stuffed down the front of his pants.
Yeah. And so yeah, like that part, not great. But as a character, as we read about her, I love Franny.
Mhm.
She's funny. she's kind of tough. She's like, doesn't give a shit. She's fighting back. She was raised in this good upper middle class family. Her mom is a lunatic, but she's very old fashioned. But she's constantly kind of fighting back against what's expected of her, and only cares about what is good for her, but in a good way.
Yeah.
I think she's really interesting.
And she puts a humorous spin on every encounter that we find her in so far.
I like her. She's so much more of a fully fleshed out character than, say, what's her face from Salem's Lot, who I can't even remember her name now.
We're all just
Sue?
Sue.
Sue Storm. Like, I can't even remember her deal, but Franny she feels like a real person.
Yeah.
I think that's awesome.
She tells Jesse she's pregnant. His reaction is not what she hoped for. And I'm not even sure she knew what she hoped for. But she's had time to think about this. He has had seconds. And I feel like she a little bit unfairly expects him to react a way that he hasn't even had time to process this. Having said that, though, okay, guys, this is just for the guys. Here's my pregnancy soapbox. From a woman's perspective here, if your girlfriend, wife, friend, whatever she is to you, tells you that she's pregnant, don't react the way Jesse did.
Jesse sucks.
Unless you're actively trying or you've had that discussion about how you're both like, yeah, we're on board to have kids together whenever that happens. This person who's giving you this news is probably just as unhappy and scared about it as you are, and your shitty reaction is not helping things. All you need to do is say it's going to be okay. I support you. What would you like to do? Obviously, you're part of this. You can be part of the decision, but that doesn't matter right now. Fuck your ego and pride. It is all about her. Deal with it. You can have your moment later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesse sucks. He's kind of a wiener. We already get her description of him is so great. I love, you touched on it, Josh, that he has this feeling. She looks at him and she thinks he knows the image that he is projecting. He knows what he looks like, and he is trying very hard to look like the very deep poet student. And he's just such a weenie. And nothing against people that ride a bike, but like
Oh yeah, don't bash on bicyclists.
he rode his bike, he doesn't have a car, and she's like, this guy's gonna be the father of my kid. Like, walking up, she's already thinks like, I think maybe I've fallen out of love with this guy, if I was ever in love to begin with. And
that's rough.
Good call.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
What's interesting too about Franny is that at this point, like as you're reading the book, and we haven't talked about all of them, but we have met a number of characters so far, and they all have this shadow of death hanging over them. But Franny is different. She's pregnant. She has this shadow of pregnancy, of life hanging over her. And just while everyone else is experiencing this hardship, these trials of the super flu and what's happening to them and what's happening to the people around them, she is so like caught up and absorbed in her immediate world of, I am pregnant. What am I going to do? And I just thought that was, it's kind of interesting to go back and forth between those two very important but very different life events.
That's something I love about this book, especially in this beginning stages. As we go back and forth between all of our main characters, every character, that could be their own book. I very easily could see an entire book of The Stand that is just about Stu's journey through this super flu. I can see a completely different book that is just about Franny and what it's like to experience the end of the world while bringing a child into the world. And it would be a fascinating book. And then we just get all of them.
Yeah.
And that's such a cool thing.
My note to remember that point was her super flu is the baby. I've obviously never had kids. Okay, so next for Franny, we meet her dad. He's pretty cool.
Her dad
He's
is awesome.
her only good parent, I would argue very fiercely.
Mm-hmm. There's a really cool, with a few of our characters, we get a few parental relationships, and every one of them is fascinating. They're written so well, and except maybe Fran's mom, they are so believable. They are so human. The relationship between Fran and her dad is so precious and like loving and wonderful.
And she tells him that she's pregnant, and what she's worried about at this moment isn't even, okay, what am I going to do? Where am I going to stay? How am I going to take care of this? It's if he still likes her as a person, if he's disappointed in her.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a very natural reaction. Like this is, they later in their conversation talk about how her parents each had a kid. She was her father's, and her younger brother who passed away was his mother's. Like each parent had them. They were their favorites.
Mm-hmm.
And so her connection with her dad is so much more important to her. And so that is where she pretty much knows what her mom's going to do, because her mom is all about maintaining an image and trying to project perfection.
Very conservative old world views.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they talk a lot about what her mom used to be like, which was a lot like Franny, as she is now, and that losing her son destroyed her. And this part, oh man, this kind of blew my mind a little bit, because they talk about abortion. They talk about pro-life, pro-choice. And I'm big surprise pro-choice.
Mm-hmm.
But the point that her dad makes, I just want to share, because it's the most compelling pro-life argument
Agreed.
that
I
Yeah.
thought
I've
this
ever
too.
heard. And it didn't change my stance,
Mhm.
but it like opened up this larger world for me to understand how someone could be so passionate
Mhm.
about the opposite position.
Completely agree.
Her brother was killed by a drunk driver in an accident, and he hung on for like 7 days. So their family had to watch him die and suffer, and it was terrible. And so her dad tells her that Franny's mother would argue against abortion from a moral stance, and that the right to life biddies hold up their pictures of babies drowned in salt, arms and legs scraped out onto a steel table. And he's like, so what? The end of life is never pretty. He just sees his son lying there, destroyed inside, ruined, pasted over with bandages. And he says, life is cheap and abortion makes it cheaper.
Yeah, it's such a fascinating bit of writing, because I also, being very pro-choice, going into this conversation in this book, I was like, ugh, this is gonna be this is gonna be gross. This is gonna be just a weird argument, but it's so passionate and heartfelt and real. And the way King writes it is fascinating, because King, as we know, at least in nowadays, is a fairly liberal person,
Mm-hmm.
I would say. And that he was able to think of this argument and write it so eloquently
Mm-hmm.
is really
beautiful.
fascinating. Really
It's
beautiful
a
piece of writing.
It's a very respectful
Yes.
conversation, because he's also saying, I'm not going to tell you what to do.
Mhm.
I can only tell you I'm an old man who feels how he feels, and nothing's going to change that. This is how I feel, but you're going to need to do what it makes the best thing for your life, because you have to live with the choice you made.
Yeah, he's not trying to control her or convince her. He's just explaining, I see this now in terms of my dead son,
Yeah.
and it has changed me. It's like, well, yeah, of course, all of our life experiences lead us to feel strongly one way or the other about something.
Yeah.
And to have that presented with such grace was like, it was just this beautiful moment. I
Really
loved it.
amazing piece of writing.
So Franny goes to tell her mom.
Her mom, who is a psychopath.
Holy shit.
Yes. And before she does this, we are given insight into Franny's parents, her family, how it functions in terms of their house. in their respective rooms. We don't have to talk a lot about it, but I just thought it was kind of neat.
Yeah, the important thing is that her mom's got the parlor, and it's like pretty much roped off, and it's like pristine,
like
all the way
a
through.
museum.
Yes.
You're not allowed to touch anything, and she views it through her past of looking back as a little kid in her father's workshop, and it was a place of happiness and imagination, and then the parlor was a place of punishment.
Yeah, Franny got hurt herself and she was little. She walked in with a bloody nose, and the first thing her mom said was, "Get out!" And her mom's and her mom's friend was there, and Franny even remembers, like, even my mom's friend was like, "Jeez." So that very accurately describes her relationship with her mother, who has like the worst reaction. She is very much that Stephen King character that we talk about so often that drives us crazy. We hate to spend time with, especially following this beautiful exchange, the supporting, loving thing between her and her father. So her mom gets slapped.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
Everyone gets slapped.
Everyone.
There are 3, just in the Franny chapters, 3 instances of women slapping. So
it was funny because Jesse, we didn't talk about this, but Jesse slaps Franny.
Yeah.
And that,
because he sucks.
Yeah, that pissed me off. But when Fred slapped Carla, those are her parents, I was like, yeah, punch the bitch. I was so happy.
Yeah. So
the reason that I think that reaction is so different is also because her dad basically says, "I'm staying out of this. The conversation you have with your mother is between you and your mother, and you're going to have to deal with that on your own." But when we get to this conversation, her mom calls her a bad girl, like she's talking to a dog.
It's so horrible.
Tears into her, and it's brutal. And then her dad stands in the doorway, just kind of observing for a minute. And then finally it's just too much. And like, he just like hitting the reset button, except the reset button's her face.
So the last we hear from Franny in this part 1, she's in a hotel. She's writing a friend about everything that's happening, not about the flu. Again, this is all about what's going on with her and her family. She gets a call from her dad. Something's wrong with her mom. What a tragedy that her mom is sick.
Well, it is actually, because like,
I know you're going to get all...
Well, her mother is a lunatic, but she's pushed past her limit. The death of her son, which was years ago, but it really broke her, and she's tried to fill her life with all of this like social work, and like she's member of the historical society and the genealogical club and like a million clubs, and she's constantly going. She's just stressed herself so much that this was the thing that pushed her over the edge. And her dad says she'll come around. Like this was horrible. It was inexcusable of her. One day she will come around. But right now there's this horrible pain between the two of them, between Franny and her mother. And she gets the news that her mom is, what we know, deathly sick. Mm-hmm. And she has this feeling. She says, bitterness or pain is like a pie you have to eat. Sure, maybe her breakdown was part her brother dying, part all of the stress, but a good portion of it was hers. And it's tragic.
I just think that kid was spared having a shitty grandma.
Yeah, no, she sucks.
Oh,
and
for sure.
We will be better off without her. But
right.
Like, she's still
right.
It's a testament to how human King makes all of these characters.
Well,
that even this horrible person, I'm still like, there's reasoning for it.
The thing that I felt like the most, like the lowest part about this, because as we're jumping from character to character, we're jumping across the country, and each area is its own rate at which this is happening. Like, it's slower for some other places, it's faster. As far as Franny's story, we haven't felt too much of that. Mm-hmm. But when they finally call an ambulance to come get her mom, she's loaded into an ambulance with 6 other people, which just shows you how, even though she's in this small kind of isolated place, it's coming for her just like everybody else.
let's meet another cool mom. An actual cool mom. This would be Larry Underwood's mom. So first we're going to meet Larry. He's returning home with his tail between his legs. He was trying to make it as a musician. Kind of was making it.
Arguably made it.
Yeah, got sucked into that world of like sex, drugs, rock and roll, sort of stereotypical thing we all hear about. And has a sort of friend, just a guy kind enough to open his eyes and say, these people are using you. You are on a spiral. It's out of control. Get out now. Save yourself, essentially. So he does that by returning home to mom.
Larry is so cool. I love Larry. What do you guys think about Larry?
I was not sure about Larry. So we go through a while of his partying and everything, and that's fine. But he's when we meet him, before he's reflecting on this, he's parked in his truck or in his car outside his mom's apartment building because it's like super early in the morning, and he wakes up to his mom like knocking on the glass, and she's just like, "Coming in, I'll make you breakfast." Alice Underwood doesn't give a fuck.
No. I like Alice. I hate Larry.
Really?
He is so horrible and annoying and whiny, and he's such a user. He is a bad person.
He is. Okay, this is my feelings about Larry are influenced by the 4 or 5 times I've read this book.
Right.
I know his whole journey, and looking forward, he has my favorite character arc in the book.
Well, that's exciting.
But yes, when we meet him now, he is a shithead.
Right. And there's even something that I assumed was a bit of foreshadowing, is that his mother basically says that the only thing that could ever change Larry is some god-awful catastrophe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because he has steel in him. And he calls upon that steel, and sometimes to the detriment of everyone around him. So she's kind of saying, like, I know he's basically going to be okay no matter what, as long as he can call upon that thing inside of him, that kind of cruel, thoughtless thing.
He's like biting on tinfoil, someone says of him.
So we find out shortly after meeting Larry that he ain't no nice guy.
Yeah, this is another. He wakes up in a strange woman with a thick Brooklyn accent.
A dental hygienist.
Yeah. And
she's trying to make him breakfast, guys.
Right, yeah, she seems like a real sweetheart. But he's like, I should have called my mom.
Well, he should have. He was staying with his mother and didn't call.
He essentially just skips out on this woman. And she throws a spatula at his head and cuts him with a spatula.
I loved that.
And then she's throwing things out the window as he's fleeing down the sidewalk, screaming, "You ain't no nice guy." It was lovely.
Very cartoonish, and just another part I love about Larry's story.
Larry seems to just have no self-referential point to himself. Like I don't know, he just doesn't seem to understand his own life.
He's selfish. He doesn't mind. He doesn't care about his actions' effect on everyone else. He only cares, I should have called my mom. Now she's going to be mad at me. So now I have to run out on this girl because I
need to go visit my mom at work and apologize.
He's just a selfish dick.
Yeah, and he shows up to his mom's work and kind of sees her in her job, and the sense that I got was that he was maybe it's a combination of being embarrassed and pitying her because she's kind of got this hard life. But she does not need anything from him, and she knows exactly what she's doing and is all about.
Yeah, I saw it a different way because he keeps saying that, like, when he came home, he expected his mom to have shrunk. He expected her size in his head to be smaller and him to have grown. But as soon as he's come back, he says, no, it's the exact opposite. He feels like a child around her.
He's small and she's large.
And she has retained this strength and just is everything. And his relationship is so well written as well, because he talks about how her love is expressed. Mm-hmm. She left him a note the day after he came home that it didn't say, "Dear Larry." It didn't say, "Love, Mom." It just said, "I got food.
It was all
Yeah.
his favorite food.
And it
though.
was all of his favorite food. And that was so touching.
Mhm.
Alice Underwood is just such an exceptional character. I love her.
Unfortunately, Alice gets sick, and we leave Larry as he is frantically trying to call the hospital, trying to get help for his mom. And at this point in the story, everything is falling into chaos. So he's finding that the hospital lines are busy, the ambulances are busy.
And he's just stuck, he picking his mom up off the floor and with no idea what to do. He's never been able to handle a crisis by himself before.
Next, we meet Nick Andros, who is one of my favorite characters. He is described as a deaf mute, and he's mugged by some good old boys. He's nearly killed. Like, this
Oh, yeah.
escalated so quickly.
And they almost kill him because he fights back too hard. And just can't
Yeah.
have that.
And I don't know if they, at this point, if they knew that he couldn't speak and couldn't hear, because they're trying to talk to him and stuff. And we're kind of getting snippets as he's either, his head's
Reading
rocked
their
back
lip.
from a punch and he's, lost track of their mouth and what they were saying. And I thought that was really interesting. But so he wakes up in a jail cell and he's got bruises all over his body, probably broken ribs.
His front teeth are
not,
broken in.
Yeah, they're like
God.
his front teeth were shattered. He's in a lot of pain. And he meets Sheriff John Baker, who's a pretty cool dude, and he's willing to go after these guys, even though one of them is his brother-in-law.
That revelation was really exciting to find out that was his brother-in-law.
I think this Nick Andros's story is, if the book focused on one character for the whole book, I think Nick would be the one I would want.
Yeah.
Because this storyline of going after these guys that beat the shit out of him is just really exciting. It would be a really interesting crime book of him becoming buddies and eventually deputy in this small town that he was just wandering through.
Yeah.
And so he writes out his life story very briefly for Sheriff Baker. And, that's when we find out Nick is this thoughtful, intelligent person who's had a really rough life and has risen above so many challenges with the help of a few key important people in his life. We also meet Baker's wife, Jane, who is also very warm and welcoming to Nick, even though she knows that her brother is going to be in some hot water. I want to say because of Nick, but it's actually because of his own actions.
Right, yeah.
But, in a small town like that, you would expect her to place that blame on Nick, and she does not at all. So our time with Nick is spent initially with him and Baker working together. They start bringing these guys in. The main perpetrator gets wind of it. He takes off, so we don't get him. But we have a couple guys in the jail cell with them. And unfortunately, Sheriff Baker starts to get sick. And he does sort of deputize Nick. And so Nick is now caring for the people who nearly took his life.
Can we talk about there's a scene where the local doctor, Ambrose Soames, comes in to check on Nick because he's beaten to hell. And this is also why I want this to be its own book, is I love every character in the Nick chapters.
Yeah.
Sheriff Baker is he's just so good-hearted and immediately trusts Nick and puts so much faith in him. Dr. Soames and Baker have this one short scene, but it's hysterical. It's just...
I did laugh out loud. During that.
Where they're just like bantering like they're two old friends.
Yeah.
And Dr. Soames is giving Baker a hard time about his man tits. And he's like, hey, I'll lock you up. It's just I love all of these characters. The relationship, you get such a good feeling about the relationship between Sheriff Baker and his wife. Is you can just feel how loving they are and how they start to take Nick in as one of their own.
And that's how I knew something bad was going to happen to all of them.
Yeah, it's definitely a town I wish we could have spent more time with these townspeople. Unfortunately, so many people there die very quickly while we're with Nick, including, Sheriff Baker dies, and then Jane gets sick.
And it happens fast.
Very fast. And Nick does his best to make her comfortable and to care for her and basically be her companion while she dies, which is so great for her and just so tragic for Nick. So she dies. He finally lets out his last living remaining prisoner, one of the guys who beat him up. And he makes the rounds and he's going house to house trying to figure out, is anybody alive? And that is where we leave Nick.
What did you guys think about that segment? This is the first point in the book where we get the sense of the scope and the speed of the disease.
The speed is what really blew my mind.
Yeah. And that how quickly, not only the speed that this virus is attacking people, but the speed with which the government is blocking off towns. They mentioned that there was people disguised as road crew, but had rifles in their car that were blocking up the exits to the town. And in the morning, he notices that there are people who probably were sneaking out during the night. And the town is just, he has to break into 2 different places because the businesses aren't open, but he knows no one's around. So he breaks into, he almost has to shoot a dog too, because nobody's fed the dogs in the town and they almost attack him. So this town, once it started, it just crumbles.
Over the course of 2 days.
2 days.
Right. So we just have a few more characters to meet. Poke and Lloyd, who are horrible. They're on this killing spree, robbing, killing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Poke dies. They get
Thank
into
God.
a gunfight
Yeah.
at a gas station, and Lloyd ends up in jail. He gets this attorney, this young lawyer who is not taking any of his shit. And I was like, refreshing.
Yeah. That lawyer is awesome, despite the fact that he's a giant scumbag, but he's awesome.
And he seems to have a cold. So who knows how that's going to work out for Lloyd.
Yeah, honestly, these 2 chapters are really interesting. Lloyd is such an annoying piece of shit.
Yeah.
He's a dumbass. They're blazed out of their mind going on this killing spree. And it doesn't even register.
And it's across 4 states, so it's federal.
Yeah.
All of these stakes,
They
and
don't
they've just
even know
not
when they
cared.
pass from state to state.
Nope.
They're just 2 horrible, dumb guys.
And I was very happy when Poke died because he kept yelling whoop whoop.
That is the
Yeah.
part
Way
of the
too
audiobook
much.
that nearly drove me insane.
It is the kingest.
Yeah, very
Trying to have a
king.
catchphrase. I was so glad when he got shot in the head. I was like, God, if I had to listen to this idiot for 2 more chapters. And the whole thing with the lawyer is really cool and saying you're going to be on death row in 2 weeks.
Yep.
But we know.
Let's talk about the walking man.
The way they just describe him is so badass. He only travels at night, and if he sees cars coming, he'll go down in the little ditch. But as the cars pass him, they'll all everybody in the car would feel they just went through something terrible. He exudes this aura of awfulness and violence, and he talks about being parts of riots. And
He's known all over the country with different aliases, and his jacket is full of pamphlets for every fringe group imaginable, and he just spreads malevolence.
And what happens when these groups get busted by the police?
He talks about how he was part of the Patty Hearst kidnapping, and that the day that they got busted, an hour before the cops came, he just left, walked out, and when the cops asked, all they could say is maybe there was one other person, possibly someone important.
They couldn't describe. It was very vague memories. Not that people were trying to protect him, but he leaves, and the impression of him kind of goes with him.
He becomes dim.
Yeah.
damn it.
It's so cool.
And
so fucking cool.
And it's all of this buildup, all these insane, terrible things. And then he's like, the world must be ending because I can do fucking magic now.
Yeah.
And then he levitates.
And that's all we get. It's wait, no, more.
Yeah. I'm so excited about Randall Flagg.
We're going to get to talk about him a lot more.
Oh, thank God.
That's all the characters that we meet. But I want to talk about what actually might be my favorite part of the entire book. There are these chapters interspersed throughout that are reminiscent of back when we read Salem's Lot. There were these chapters that were the town. It was the vampires spreading. And there are these chapters throughout where it's just the first one is Joe Bob, the cop from
Hap's
Arnett,
cousin.
pulling a family over and spreading it to them, and then the family heading a state over and stopping at a diner and it infecting everyone there, and then one person from the diner, and it just following the network of this disease.
It made me nauseous every time. I don't know why, but that pit in my stomach as like the guy asked him for directions and he gave him back a death warrant. Fuck. And that's why every time somebody like sneezed or coughed, I was just like, fuck, just another person. It's one more down. Even though I know so many people are going to die, I keep hoping. But the webs are so cool.
And scary because there's nothing they can do about it. There's the army is trying to contain this, but it's so obvious from so early on. Damage been done.
Yeah, in the very early on in the book, we get a little excerpt from the army base, and let's talk a little bit about that because we kind of come back to that a few times.
Starkey and Creighton.
Basically the guy that's in charge of Project Blue.
Yeah, he the first time we meet him, he's staring at monitors of all the dead people in the lab in the base. Specifically, the guy whose face is in his soup because that's where he died, and it's just like fucking with him. And he's who we find out that Stu is not affected. He's the one who tells us that the head of the project killed himself as soon as it went out, and they address that everything that they're doing is just not good enough. Every time they think they've got it, it's just not happening for them. And he finds out about press release, like the press is getting wind of stuff, and he is the one who's issuing the press were there, make sure they don't leave that town alive, because he's making these hard calls.
While doing a bunch of downers.
Yes, so many downers. And then we also find out that not only is Stu not getting infected with it, he's the one who tells us that they injected him directly with the virus and his body killed it. And they don't know why.
As soon as I read that, I was like, I'm so naive. Like, of course they did.
We find out that after he's done, he's made all these hard decisions because in his heart of heart, he knows that he's just going to keep making these hard calls because they're going to take him out anyway. So he does all this and he finally finds out that he's being relieved of his command. And instead of just leaving, he goes down into the lab and exposes himself intentionally. He reads all the flyers on the bulletin board and he cleans up the guy who was in the soup.
Yeah, takes his face out of the soup.
Yeah. And the sign, like there's a dead body with a sign around its neck. And he goes over and he lifts up the body's head and he hears the eyes roll back in its skull, which also made my stomach drop. But the sign says something to the effect of, "Now you know it works. Any questions?" Oh. And he takes that guy's gun and blows his brains out in the lab.
All of this is not before maybe the scariest thing that happens in the book. If you guys caught on to this, when he gets replaced, the guy, his underling that's been coming in to check on him throughout the book is saying, "You've been fired. I'm your replacement." And this general says, "Okay, that's fine. I knew it was coming. But this is on you now. Contact this guy." He gives him a name. And all you have to do is say, "Rome has fallen." And what that is he has operatives, CIA or whatever operatives, in Russia, in China, and throughout Europe that he has mailed vials of the superflu to. So far, the virus is only spread throughout America, and I think they say it's spread to 1 or 2 European countries.
And that's part of why they're trying to keep the media under wraps too, because they don't want to admit that it's America. Yeah,
exactly. But to keep it under wraps, instead of just saying, hey, we're a lost cause, this fucking guy says, give as good as he get or something.
Yeah.
That's so horrible.
It is the most fucked up thing in the entire book, because if it weren't for that, but it is possible, not likely, but possible it could have been quarantined. Maybe the other side of the world could have gotten under control if not for this guy.
They would
who
at least
fucked
would have
up in
had
the first
time,
place.
You know, because it's in the air, so like it's we all share the same air, whether it's me now and them like months later. But it eventually probably would have happened, but maybe they could have prepared for it or continued research. They could have shipped Stu somewhere overseas to continue the research, and yeah, he makes an interesting decision. I want to mention too, while all of this is going on with Starkey ending his post, we have snippets of different media outlets like TV reporters and broadcasters, people on the radio, realizing what has happened, and they're trying to get this information out, and they are just straight up being slaughtered. And it's so sad.
This chapter that is one of these countrywide chapters where it is not the spread of the flu, but the spread of the knowledge of the flu.
There are so many amazing things. Like in LA, there are workers secretly sending out flyers. There are news outlets that are trying to broadcast the truth. There are a couple times our characters will see newscasts and they notice something funny about them, but they can't quite put their finger on it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because in these news stations, there are people, they're monitoring them. There's a radio show host that locks his doors and goes live. He cuts the delay and he tells people to talk about everything you've heard, what you've seen, and get all that out there. The government comes in and slaughters him. The guy who shoots the radio host, his soldiers turn on him. So now you have more infighting because people are making decisions and people are also standing up for what they believe in. The most crazy thing to me, well, I guess second most crazy thing, was the live executions. That was like
Yes.
a game show, like just pulling out people's names and shooting them.
Made me think of The Running Man.
Yeah, it totally did.
This whole chapter takes place over the course of a few days, and it's just the entire society falling apart.
Totally.
Going from just a coup in a radio station to literally an entire TV network has been taken over by militants who are doing live executions on the air.
The most crazy thing, though, was the president's speech telling everybody you're overreacting. And as he's giving his speech, sneezing and coughing throughout his speech.
So we kick off part 2 back with our nice guy, Larry Underwood, and he's sitting on a bench in Central Park. His mom is dead, most of New York is dead, and he's reflecting on some choices that he's made in his life. You mentioned you liked Larry, and I was like, oh, I hate Larry. I'm starting to come around. I think I was confusing him with Harold. It's been a long time.
Meet later. That's interesting you should say that. I had the exact opposite reaction. It's been a while since I've read this book. This is the 4th time I think I mentioned I've read this book. And okay, I know his arc brings him around, makes him a really good guy. That doesn't happen yet. But this chapter isn't really about that. This chapter is just about the world being over.
The chaos that has been left. Like New York, there's so many people, so there's more than just like one survivor in this town. There's the guy they call the Monster Shouter, who just is exactly as his name implies, shouting about monsters. There's the guy he met that decided he's going to break into Yankee Stadium, run the bases naked, and jerk off on home plate because dreams come true.
Living his best life.
And then there's an old woman on a bench.
All right, so did you call her an old lady?
Yeah.
Okay, so this
Is she not?
She's this is interesting.
What, in her 50s or 60s?
I think so. She's older.
Yes.
But it's interesting that you say that because her name is Rita Blakemore. Larry meets her. I had 2 thoughts about this whole relationship, and I'm curious what you guys thought. So my first was that Larry is drawn to Rita because he perceives a kind of like take charge, maternal, motherly strength in her, essentially someone that he can use. And the second is that she is there on that park bench to die.
I did have that feeling because he meets her. She's just in the middle of the city, which is literally post-apocalyptic. It's empty. Fifth Avenue burned down. It's just a mess. And she's sitting on a bench, and he talks with her. And when she opens up her purse, it's full of pills and a gun. Mm-hmm. And I was like, oh, she's gonna kill herself.
And she said, when I heard you approaching, I almost hid. But then she didn't, sort of like, well, if it's crazy person, maybe that's it.
And on your first point, yes, their relationship is crazy Oedipal.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of weird.
Yeah.
And he sees her first as this, going back to what you said, Josh, as this strong character, this kind of beautiful, well put together woman. And then a few chapters later, which we'll get to, it's like, oh, I realized Rita's old and annoying.
I forgot she was old.
Yeah.
Well, he specifically says, like, it's not like he is confused that she's old. It says that she's trying to look younger and not so wealthy.
But there's like this strength in her that he initially sees and I think maybe it was just her trying desperately to hold on to that, and then
well, she's got a sassy
can't maintain
spirit.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. Rita's a really fascinating character.
Yeah.
She has so many layers that just really, really tragically get whittled down throughout this part of the book.
So moving on. I'm kidding. Actually, we will come back to Rita to talk about her more. But for now, we are checking in on Franny. Both of her parents are dead. Her mom in the hospital.
It's a terrible point to laugh, but I did just look down at my notes and see that I called her Frankie. So
I like that name much better. So her dad is dead as well, and he is upstairs in his bed. She's eating strawberry pie, she's making French fries, and she almost burns down her house.
She's got pregnancy brain and grief brain at the same time.
Yeah, she talks about that she's been in such a fog that she sat down and watched a bunch of guys executing people on live TV and was like, huh, that's weird.
She thought it was a Running Man.
Yeah.
She comes to this realization that, okay, I'm burning down my house, and I cannot leave my rotting father upstairs. It's summer. I'm going to have to bury him. I think she picks a really awesome spot to do it in the garden where we first meet him. And she is outside working her butt off, digging the grave. And here comes Harold Lauder.
Harold, who is the only person left alive in this town besides her.
Her old best friend's little brother.
And he is 16? Yes.
Something like that.
Yeah. And gross.
This irritated me because he's eye raping her, and she's uncomfortable, and she considers changing because she's just in her backyard shoveling, wearing whatever.
Right.
But then she thinks, oh no, I can't change because he'll know why, and that'll make him feel bad. No, it's okay for him to feel shame in that moment. Maybe that would make him grow as a person a little bit.
Okay, I have a confession. First and foremost, Harold sucks, obviously. But when I first read this book, I got Harold Lauder. Mm-hmm. And reading it now, oof, it's not a good feeling. Because even now, I'm like, oh God, yeah, he's this super unpopular guy. He's, like Josh said, gross. He just has no hygiene. She says he's like oily and just really unpleasant.
And he's smart in a way that does not help him.
Oh yeah,
he talks like an asshole.
Yeah,
he is just he's the prototypical neckbeard.
Is Harold your Annie?
Shit! Oh no! Oh no, guys! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Yes, it is. Because he's a fucking pile of garbage. But as a character, I kind of love him because he's so easy to hate. And as we get to know him throughout the book, he changes in several ways, but doesn't change in a lot of other ways. I'm not happy about this, but in the interest of full disclosure, I had to tell you.
I'm so happy you did. But that also is a credit to King writing real characters. It's the immaturity. The immaturity is the one thing that informs all of the things that we hate about Harold, all stem from the fact that he is a 16-year-old who is no guidance, and it all springs from that.
See, now I can't read the note that I wrote about Harold.
Oh, please do.
Please do
Please
it.
do.
It's poor dumb penis can't help it. Boo.
That is the most succinct summing up of that entire personality type. And I love it. That's hysterical.
I just want to touch on one more thing in this chapter. And we might not hit on all of these, but throughout, the characters are all having nightmares. And I think we talked a little bit about that. But Franny's nightmare was rough.
Yeah, it's all of the nightmares with the dark man, the walking dude, are all pretty fucking scary. But hers is so
much more personal somehow
Yes.
than the others, I feel like, so far at least. Her nightmare is her dad is laying under a sheet on the kitchen table, and she's approaching the sheet, and then she knows that it's not her dad, but she can't help but pull it back, and it's the dark man. And she just feels this wave of like dread and cold come over her, and he has something for her, and it's a twisted coat hanger. Well, something for her baby, I guess.
Yeah. So disturbing.
We check in on Stu for a lighter note, and he's
Yep. This is where the book really lightens up, is when
Yeah.
we get to Stu's chapter.
he's waiting for a man named Elder, a man he's sure has been given his final order. He's coming to kill him.
I loved this moment so much because Stu knows this man's going to come in, he's going to kill me. This is what's going to happen. Stu, Elder walks in, and he's visibly sick, and he's very casually being like, you know what, well, I finally got my orders on what to do with you, and he's like talking around it, and Stu's plan is to go, look at that goddamn rat behind you. And when Elder turns, there's a moment where he's like, oh, fuck, that actually worked, and grabs a chair and bashes him with a chair, and it's glorious.
And this guy has that bad guy, like horror movie, Jason, Michael Myers moment where he comes back. Like
The
you
shard
think
of
he's
plastic
dead.
through his eye.
Oh, yeah, and
So cool.
Stu like hears something behind him, and you think that it's going to be sort of a hallucination, or just he's so stressed out that he thinks it's him, and he turns around and nothing's there. No, it's him. Elder got back up. He's coming after him.
And Stu grabs the gun that had fallen out of Elder's baggie, his gun baggie, and grabs a gun and shoots him in the goddamn chest, which I thought was interesting that our ultimate good guy, our arguably main character, is the first person in the book about good versus evil with a body count.
Ooh, that is interesting.
Yeah. Granted, it was completely self-defense.
Very true.
And yeah. But I just thought that was interesting.
Well, and there's that moment right afterwards where he's like, I sure hope he was gonna kill me and not let me out. And then he walks outside and he sees all of Stu's files and clothes and everything, and he's like, these were about to get burned with my body. We're good. They weren't gonna let me out.
Or returned to him after he signed some paperwork.
Uh-oh.
Do you guys want to talk about him just getting out of that facility? Because there's some creepy moments in there before he finally gets out the doors.
And it returns later on in these
in the dream.
recurring nightmares that he has. The sequence of him just trying not to sprint through this empty hospital and seeing doors open with just bodies piled in them is so stressful. It's almost like a nightmare in and of itself.
Oh, yeah.
And the worst part is when he finally finds the door. He finally finds an exit after like being on the edge of a panic attack. He finds this exit door and stands there. And just as he's about to open it, the stairwell that he's standing next to, a hand reaches out and grabs his ankle. It basically says like, hey, come on down here.
Yeah.
And it's such a Pennywise moment
Yeah.
that I was like, is this supernatural or not? No, it's just a guy because he stomps on his hand and he falls down some stairs. But it really freaked me out.
We get a brief visit, a return to Arnett, which kind of took me back to Salem's Lot a little bit.
Yes.
Oh, this town is also a character. And it's just like a paragraph telling us, yeah, Arnett, where we started off, it is now a ghost town.
It's empty and gone.
Half burned down.
Then we meet a new character, although he's not going to be around for very long. Christopher Bradenton.
Kit.
Kit dies a rough death.
This chapter is weird.
It is weird. I wish that I could just read the whole chapter on her podcast. That would be ridiculous, but it's like I was trying to figure out, how do you sum up? It's so bizarre. Like I don't even know how to describe how he's acting.
What it is Christopher Bradenton is dying. He is just like all of these characters we've seen from the outside, dying of Captain Trips. And he's in bed and he's delirious with fever. And the way King writes it is, we've seen these characters ranting and kind of losing their mind and their space and time of where they are and when they are.
But we've never felt like we were losing ours
But
with them.
Exactly. We've never felt, we've never seen it from inside that. And that's what he writes. And it's awesome. It's such a fascinating bit of writing because it doesn't flow together.
Oh,
it's
not at
just a freewheeling madness that is really hard to follow.
Well, especially when his brain is trying to focus on, I hear someone in my house. And he like talks about hearing footsteps downstairs. And then his brain goes off about when he was in Chicago for another couple lines. And then he hears a sound and it brings him back to where he is now. And it's like he's trying to hold on to where he is, but his brain is so far gone. There's no hope.
Basically, Flag was using him to get a car and papers and everything. So we have this exchange where he is trying to pull this information out of this guy who is dying and doing it in a very cruel way. Like, he holds his nose shut so he can't breathe. He sits on his chest. But the whole time he's doing these things, it reminds me of Sam Raimi, that sort of Three Stooges horror. The way that he acts in this chapter.
So like this was an Evil Dead scene from Evil Dead to you?
A little bit.
Yeah. I can see that.
It was so much more menacing. I mean, he has that. He's always described as like very jovial, and he has the big grin. He's the grinning man or whatever. But it was still fucking terrifying.
And see, this whole thing felt very Joker-ish to me. Like that's the attitude. Like, because he throws like a bucket of cold water on him and watches him convulse, which is like making him even more sick. And he's just like.
Then he goes to pick up his car. He walks to the gas station. Okay, maybe you guys can help me out with this. He's walking around and he turns and this guy has died, Kit. Yes. And Kit is standing there and he steps on something and it punctures his foot, but there's no blood. So it's like telling us, yeah, he is dead, but he's there because he is a minion. I don't know. I don't like the word minion, but part of Flag. And he snaps his fingers and he disappears. So where did he go? Is he really dead now? Did he put him somewhere for later use? Like,
that was my question too, because he also says that if he finds there's jewels on the ground and he snaps and they disappear.
He doesn't find jewels. He kicks over a tire and there are jewels under them, like he's in a beat 'em up video game. Like, he could have kicked over a box and found a whole turkey that he could use to regain his health. It's just, I think it's just a manifestation of his weird chaos magic.
Yeah. Like, he's getting his magic and just things are happening and he's like,
he's like, I don't need to worry about this.
We're back with Lloyd, who is trapped in his prison cell and was somehow smart enough to save some food, but not enough food. And he's starving and he's kind of looking at his cellmate's leg. His cellmate's dead. Like, that's going to happen later.
Oh, we skipped over Lloyd so much because he's a dink.
I like to think that he like we kind of pan out and we realize, he's to this point. He's like, I might have to eat my cellmate. And it's been like a day and a half.
I love these chapters. These are some of the like most unnerving chapters to me.
For sure.
Because it never says in this chapter, he looks at his cellmate's leg.
Right.
It never comes out and says he starts to think about cannibalism.
It also never says that he takes a bite.
Exactly. That's such a cool, where it's such a terrible thing. It is such an unbelievably monstrous thing that even he can't think about what he's done.
And that comes up later, but let's just talk about it now because we're just with Randall Flagg and we're with Larry. Let's just hit it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Throughout these 2 chapters, he's first stuck in his cell, and it's been
day and a half.
A day, yeah, a few days, and he has his food supply is waning, and he has been trying to get the cot leg off of his bed so much that his fingers are bloody.
Yeah, it's gross.
Which is funny because he gets it off, and then he's like, "What? Why'd I do this?" Because he's still kind of a dink. But he kills a rat and then puts it under his bunk, and he's like, I'm not gonna. He separates it from his food stash. It's not in his food stash.
Well, and just real briefly, what was interesting about him taking the thing off and his fingers are bleeding, he was sort of reliving this experience he had as a kid where he had a pet rabbit and forgot that he had a pet rabbit, and then he remembered like a week later, and that rabbit had like gnawed its own paws.
The parallels between him and the rabbit are really upsetting.
Lloyd is an asshole who refuses to take responsibility for his actions.
Yes,
plain and simple. Like
it's Poke's fault I'm in here.
Yeah.
He killed those people, except for the ones that I killed.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have killed those people if Poke hadn't been with me. It's his influence.
But in his second chapter, since we're lumping them both together, it's a week later. He's almost out of food, and it just says that his cell, the guy in the cell across from him, is dragged up against the cell, and there are bite marks, and he's like, huh.
Yeah, he never, well, because I think he was relieved that he never had to take a bite.
Yeah.
But then it tells us, the reader, the book tells us that there are bite marks.
Yeah. But he's on the edge of insanity, and he's ranting about the key, the people that make the keys, the keepers of the keys. They're the good people, the people that follow the law, and it's their fault. And just as he's about to lose his mind, he hears a voice. The
note that I made, because I'm a dummy, was like, there's a voice in the jail. There's someone there. And then my next note is, it's Flagg. Fucking of course it's Flagg. Who else would it be?
I thought it was cool, though, that his instinct was right, which was to not respond to that voice. But he had no choice, because it's respond to that voice or starve to death.
But yeah, that is like, even as far gone and close to starving he is, that he is so terrified of Flagg. But he does call out, and Flagg comes to him and hands him a stone that is also a key.
That I thought was super cool. Just this black stone with a red flaw, and he's just twirling it in his fingers. And as he's twirling it, it becomes a key. Then it goes back to the stone, then back to the key.
A flaw that looks like a red or possibly crimson eye.
I wonder what that could be related to.
But he essentially says, I will let you out, Lloyd. We'll go get a big lunch. But first, you have to kneel to me, and you will be the first. And so Lloyd becomes the first, and Flagg's right-hand man.
His number one.
I know this book gears up towards a battle between good and evil. Like, that's pretty much from the get-go, that's where we're going. And I just kind of assumed Lloyd was going to be another cog in the machine. He's a piece on the board for the bad guys, and that was it. And then here, when he's like, he's making him his right-hand man, and he has chosen him, my first thought was, well, that is an interesting choice.
And I think it's because he is so easily corrupted.
Yeah, he's just easily manipulated. He has no fear of controlling him.
All right, so we catch up with Nick just as the power in the jailhouse finally goes out. And this scene is great, and by great I mean terrible and terrifying, because it reminds you of not only how hard it would be to just be yourself and be in this situation where it's just you and you're alone, but to not be able to hear and not be able to speak. That would be horrible. So it's horrible for him because little does he know, Ray Booth has been keeping his eye on things, and he sees his moment and he comes in to attack Nick. And I definitely wanted to scream, "Look behind you!" at the book.
Yeah, he couldn't have heard. He couldn't have heard you.
No,
for two reasons.
What's the other one?
He's deaf and fictional.
Oh yeah.
Anyway.
I love this moment because he attacks him from behind, and Nick's first thought is it's a monster because of just how unrealistic everything has been.
He's not wrong.
No, that's very true.
Also true.
And the fight is like really intense because like Ray he's got the tube neck and he's on death's door as it is. Nick accidentally shoots a bullet not into his leg, but he grazes down his whole thigh because he's trying to pull his gun out. Ray does something that made me sick to my stomach and I did not think was going to happen. He tries to gouge out Nick's eyes.
Smartest move anyone in a book has ever made. Always go for the eyes. Someone's attacking you, just stick your thumbs in their eyeballs. They'll stop.
Oh yeah,
I assume I've never done that.
I was so afraid that scene was going to end with his eyes popping.
Oh,
like I genuinely thought that he was going to be deaf, mute, and blind.
And later he thinks,
but
if that was the case, I would not.
No,
I would not choose to live through that. No, I know.
No way.
In an empty world where you know that there could be someone to attack you at any time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, fuck no.
But luckily he's only half blind because now he's got one dead eye.
God, poor Nick. Nick does not deserve
Seriously.
any of this shit. Okay. So now we're back with Lloyd again. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. It's the trash can man.
So
get these confused.
I love the Trash Can Man. He is one of my favorite King villains of all time. He's almost not a villain. He's...
You don't get two. You can't have Harold and Trash Can.
He's a homeless man.
A homeless pyromaniac?
Yes, who is extremely mentally disturbed, has had this horrible, tragic background, but he also loves to burn things. He's called the Trash Can Man because as a kid, he would set trash cans on fire and burn up Miss Semple's pension check. And he hears voices, and he's wandering around his hometown, which is empty, and he keeps looking out into the distance and seeing the local oil refinery and having this itch in the back of his head saying, I bet that would look really cool if it were on fire. So he makes it on fire.
Yeah, he does.
I think that was the perfect summary.
It's so good. And the way it's written where it's like bouncing back and forth and he loses time and he's like, oh, nope, I'm going to be a good guy. I'm not going to burn that down. And then there's a paragraph break and he's like, so he's halfway there. Like, oh, shit. And then after he blows up this entire oil refinery and it's this hellstorm and he looks off into the distance and goes, Chicago's that way. I bet there's a lot of places that would look pretty cool if they were on fire right now. And he wanders off. It's all we get in this part of the book. The Trash Can Man is fascinating to me. I'm very excited to get more.
After finishing this chapter, I was sad that we didn't have another chapter about the Trash Can Man in our reading yet. I'm so excited because it's such a chaotic character because there's no like malicious intention.
No,
really.
He's a wild card.
Yeah, he's just going for it.
This song is about good versus evil, and also the Trash Can Man there. I love it. And
The
Siam, you
three
look
sides to the spine.
baffled.
I can barely tolerate this section.
Really?
I don't know what it is about him. I don't like him. I don't want to read about him.
That's
Maybe it's
great.
because I don't like chaos.
No,
Maybe,
oh, that's fair.
I love chaos, so this is right up my alley.
All right, let's go back to Rita and Larry because Larry is struggling to be a nice guy. And I imagine that his failing is pretty obvious even to Rita, which I think we find is taking quite a toll on her physically, mentally, and just their relationship as a whole. Because they're in her apartment and he's like barely tolerating her moment to moment, but trying so hard to tolerate her. And you know when people are like that, like you can still tell, when someone hates you.
Oh, yeah. No, this is the part where I was like, oh, was I wrong about Larry? Because
This part's rough.
Such an asshole. Because Rita's losing it. The whole city smells like death. All of the people in there, the millions of people rotting in these hot New York tenements, and it sounds not great. And they found the monster shouter murdered, stabbed to death hundreds of times, and she's just her grasp is slipping, and Larry's not fucking having it.
No, and
I feel really bad about the note I made now. Because I guess I didn't.
Penis sad, can't help it.
Kind of. The note that I made is, wow, Rita's super attached to him now that they're lovers in the nighttime.
Jeez, man.
You really have a way with words sometimes, Josh. Now that they're lovers in the night
Now that
times.
they're lovers in the nighttime. Because they spent
Larry and Rita, they're lovers. Lovers in the night times. You fucking creep. What the hell?
My brain pieces this together as last time we met them, they were just going to have lunch.
Mm-hmm.
And then now he's at her apartment. So my brain just was like, oh, now they had lunch, went back and had sex, and now he is her husband. Because some of the reactions, I wasn't reading them, because also as she's these first few reactions we get of her attachment to him and her kind of being all up in his business is before we find out it smells like super death out, and they saw a dead body stabbed to death the other day, and she reacts. The way she reacts to him translated to me she is treating him like she would have treated her husband on every day-to-day. In her brain, he is just that place now.
She seems like a woman who has never been treated respectfully by a man.
Yes.
And every move she makes is in reference to how he is going to respond. Am I going to upset him? Is he going to yell at me?
Right.
And it's really sad. And we're seeing her do this through his eyes, which makes it even sadder because he can't stand her now. When we first met her, also through Larry's eyes, she was this older but vibrant, strong woman, this mother figure. And now she is weak and useless to him. And you can tell he's not consciously, but like his mom said, you use people.
Mm-hmm. He decides to use this as an excuse to treat her the way as though he were an abusive boyfriend, because they decide to leave town. They decide to get out of the city, and they pack up a bunch of stuff and they start going. They decide to take the Lincoln Tunnel for some stupid fucking reason.
Nightmare City,
of
man.
all the ways to get out of the city, let's go through a long ass pitch black
They did it
tunnel.
for me because I loved this scene.
It's a great bit. But they get packed and they start walking, and they've walked several blocks.
Mm-hmm.
And he turns and looks, and he notices she's wearing sandals and her feet are bleeding and she's in pain. And he fucking screams at her. How could you be so fucking stupid? How could you not come prepared?
She's a rich lady. She
And
never walked 4 blocks in her life.
And it's such a shitty thing, and he's such an asshole, and he he realizes in the moment, oh, I'm being a huge asshole. That's not an excuse. But the worst part is she is like, fine, go on. Fuck off. I'm not going with you anymore. And he storms off and he gets to the tunnel and it's pitch black and all the lights are off. And he goes, oh, I didn't bring a flashlight. You fucking hypocrite.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, it made me so mad.
That's almost word for word the note that I had down when he mentions his flashlight.
Yeah.
Like, you want to harp on her for not wearing the right shoes. You're an idiot too.
Yeah, this part was rough.
Yeah, so he is in the tunnel and there are cars and people and everyone's dead and he can't see and he's making his way through and he's comes to a point where he has to walk on top of dead bodies and he gets really spooked and he hears something and he starts firing. It's Rita.
Spoiler alert. Holy shit. It's the person you were with.
She changes her mind and because he's like, she's clinging to life, which is him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they end up getting back together and they leave New York. And we're going to come back to them, sadly. But for right now, check in on Franny. She's taking care of Gus, who is the guy who operates the pier. He dies, and I guess now she decides that Harold is probably the last man on Earth, so she can talk to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been several days at this point,
Yeah.
right? And she says that like he was respectful at least, because when he came over while she was burying her dad, she was like, hey, leave me the hell alone. And he did.
Yeah. But he's been driving around kind of like, just checking on her, but not bothering her, which is fine. So yeah, they decide to leave. They're going to make their way to the research lab, not knowing what Stu knows, obviously. But not before he paints Harold Loves Franny on the side of a barn so people can find them.
That's only half true.
Yeah.
He gets the idea to paint their directions up on the roof of this barn. Hey, we're alive, and we're going to this plague center.
His dream has just come true.
Yeah.
Okay, this next one coming up, it's chapter 37. My favorite so far of the book. We're back with Stu, and he meets a dog, Kojak. And then he meets the man with the dog, who is not the dog's owner, Glenn Bateman. And they have beers and sandwiches, and they become friends right away. And it's like they are in a different book for this chapter, and it's amazing. And I just we need to talk about Glenn's hypothesis on now what is going to likely happen, as society rebuilds itself and you get these pockets of communities with different people who have different skills and different resources. Because I was just eating this chapter up.
Yes. First of all, I could not agree more that this feels like a different book. I love the idea of a post-apocalyptic book that is this idyllic and relaxing.
Yes.
It is. So that's one thing throughout this book. Everyone, almost the first thing they do when they decide to travel is we got to get guns. But then no one cares about them or uses them. Because when Stu, who has a gun on him, hears and sees Glenn, he's just like, oh, hey. And Glenn's like, oh, hope you're not going to use that gun. He's like, nah, that's it. It's so much more optimistic than any other, like all the grim, dark Walking Dead bullshit where everyone's holding guns on They're just like, oh, another person. I haven't seen one of them in a while.
Let's talk about Glenn's theory.
His Society A versus Society B.
Glenn's sociology lecture. I love Glenn, and I can tell exactly why. We've already met him in another book with a different name.
Okay.
In the dark half.
He's the professor.
He is, I can't remember anyone's names ever.
Professor
Lord
Trelawney.
help me. Yes, Professor Trelawney from the dark half.
Yeah.
His professor friend who's just like kooky and really smart, but in a really laid back way. Just the kind of community college professor you just want to hang out in their office. Is that just me? Am I the only one that had that experience?
No, I had that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
But that's funny because there's also this is kind of the third time that this book has reminded me of the dark half.
What were the other 2 times?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's kind of a loose one, but it's the first one is the eye gouging, like the eye imagery. Anytime I think
yes.
eye imagery, I always think the dark half.
True.
And the other time is, I believe it's Stu. It's somebody's dream about the Dark Man, and he never sees the Dark Man, but he feels the Dark Man behind him, and he knows that if he were to turn, the Dark Man would be there, but he doesn't want to turn. And that was Thad's dream with George Stark.
I can feel that.
So there's this part I loved. I don't know why this stuck out to me. It's the most memorable line in the book that I won't be able to remember. But they're having this conversation about how, you'll have this community here and this nearby community, and one is in a better location, and they have a guy who knows how to work things and he can get the power back on. So this other community's like, hey, send us your guy. And he's like, well, what do you do? And Stu's like, you send him. And he's like, no, you don't send him. What if they kidnap him? What if they keep him? He's useful. He's valuable. So then just sort of pointing out, like, how are these communities going to relate to one another? And then the people that don't have those resources, somebody who rolls in, who can take charge, may not be a good leader, may not even be a good person. They're going to flock to that person because, okay, he's got it. I don't have to worry about it. Out of my hands. But as they're having this conversation, Glenn is painting, and Stu just kind of notices, and the way he notices it is hilarious because he's like, he made the unfortunate decision to incorporate the dog into the painting because he cannot paint to save his life.
Yes.
But he paints with the knowledge that he is painting the best landscapes in the country right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that is such a great little character bit for all 3 of them. Like, they're having this very weighty discussion that is basically King being like, here's my thesis paper for this book, which is still fascinating and really cool. And like, I could honestly, if I were there, probably listen to Glenn talk all
Forever.
day. But yeah, just that little character moment. I did laugh out loud at that as well. Where it's just like, oh, he shouldn't have done that. That dog's not going to hold still.
And then before we move on to arguably the next best, most awesome chapter, Glenn also makes a point about who's surviving, animals and people alike. And they have a conversation that and I'm sure anyone reading this could not help but think about Franny and her baby the whole time.
Yeah.
Because they're talking, is mothers who are immune, are their babies immune? Do they die in utero? Are they stillborn? Like, in some cases a mother can pass on that immunity. And I just thought, I know it happens because I've read this before, and when I read it the first time as a kid, so I probably didn't think this deeply, but if I didn't know any better, I'd be like, oh my God, is Franny going to go through all of this? And then she gives birth to a dead baby. So moving on to chapter 38.
On that lighthearted note.
Okay, I know you guys are really into this chapter. Go wild.
This chapter is about the second epidemic to strike the world because the superflu has killed off everyone that it could. So now this is a chapter about I refer to it as the Darwin Awards for the rest of the world because it is people who are in a position that maybe can't take care of themselves or do not take care of themselves the right way, and there's no one there to save them.
The book calls it the second epidemic and points out that it is what Glenn Bateman would call the good old hospital or the good old emergency room blues, which is a just super King phrase that I love.
What's your favorite one?
Oh, there are so many.
Is it the refrigerator mother?
Judy Horton. That is my favorite one.
Really?
Yes. Because what a bitch.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't pick. I just love the style. This is the sequel to one of my favorite chapters from last episode where it was just the vignettes of the flu progressing. This is vignettes of all across the country, the unfortunate few. It might be the little kid because of how goddamn tragic
and it's the very first one they talk about.
First one. Got it. It's a little kid somewhere in the country. He's 5 years old and he's alone. He watched his family die one by one and then dies when he falls down a well and just That's it.
He falls down a well, breaks both of his legs, and dies 20 hours later.
It's horrible.
Horrifying.
That's what this... It's a really weird way to say how much I love this chapter. But it's so dark and it's so, like, scary. Because you don't... I hadn't thought of this up to this point, where it illustrates all these people have survived, but they are not safe.
No, yeah.
Anything could happen at any time. Something, even a minor thing that they say, a guy could have tonsillitis and be dying and just die because there are no doctors. It's fascinating.
So I'll touch more on mine that Sam
Yes.
talked about. Judy Horton, she got knocked up by a guy she slept with who was in college. Her parents made them get married, so she resents him. She resents her baby, and she hates her life, and she's real bitter about it. Then when her child dies, she's like, huh, good. And when her husband dies, she's like, ha, great. But she doesn't know what to do with him, so she takes him to this, like, freezer in the basement of their apartment complex and then proceeds to visit them every day and just look at them. And one day she forgets to put the stopper in and the freezer door closes, and that's the moment she realizes there is no handle on the inside. So she will die with her husband and baby.
Very fitting ending for her.
It's like a
An episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark?
yeah, I was trying to think of what it was, but that's what it is. It's more like Tales from the Crypt.
Yeah, Tales from the
because
Crypt,
it's way darker.
So there are two more chapters that I think we should just talk about together. It's with Nick. He's fighting this infection. He's dreaming of Mother Abigail, and he decides that he needs to leave this town. He gets on his bike. He heads out, and he meets this guy, Tom Cullen. And I love this chapter because I love Tom. Tom is a cool, awesome dude. Let's talk about our friend Tom Cullen.
I don't know how to feel about Tom Cullen. I love him. He is a great character. He's one of the most memorable characters in the entire book. If you talk about The Stand with someone is bound to say M-O-O-N.
Spells I love Tom Cullen.
Spells I love Tom Cullen. But that's also kind of the problem, is he's a cartoon character.
Yeah, so Tom Cullen is what we call differently abled.
Yes.
His brain does not work.
That's not what the book calls
No,
him.
the book calls him retarded. It's not a word we
A
continue
lot.
to use. But it's 2019, he's differently abled. And he can, like, it's so interesting because he has these moments where he's making these connections, but outwardly he just, like, shuts down, and people don't realize, like, he's working to make these connections and piece things together and get it. And Nick has, his first meeting with him, he's like, I'm just passing through here, and he thinks that he's going to leave this guy behind until he realizes how kind of helpless and childlike Tom is, and that they need to stick together.
Well, the first thing they point out is when Nick writes him a message, he finds out that Tom can't read. And I laughed out loud. Like, that is perfect.
That is a great, like, setup for this, just story-wise. The fascination of someone who can't, the two people alone in a world, and they cannot communicate in pretty much any way.
But those two people are going to be the strongest two people because of all the little barriers that they have to overcome. It's going to be awesome.
And their relationship is just so sweet.
It's
and
so
it's
endearing.
so instantly, Nick instantly cares for him. And it is just fantastic.
I love my favorite moment. The moment I knew I was going to love Tom was when we get that first glimpse of how he shuts down and he's making the connections in his head when he finally pieces together that Nick is deaf. And you see that internal, like, this long road that it goes, and he is so excited that he knows. And I was like, I love this.
Well, and Nick
I'm
is
so excited.
The line Nick says, Nick, like, smiles to himself and he's like, man, I don't remember the last time my disability brought someone so much joy. And that's such a great little moment of, like, Nick's just like, good for him.
And Nick falls asleep outside while Tom is talking and just telling him about his life. He's catching snippets of it. And he wakes up and he's really hot. Tom had covered him, put a blanket on him.
I love it so
3
much.
blankets.
2 blankets and a quilt.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it, despite
there
it being the middle of the day in the summer.
Yeah. I have some, it hasn't aged super well, but yeah, Tom Cullen is such an endearing character, and his relationship with Nick is so sweet and caring that it's ultimately like, it's really nice. And you really just want both of them to pull through.
And they go on a bit of an adventure, just sort of to mention, a tornado almost wipes him out. Would have wiped Nick out if Tom hadn't been there, because Nick, can't hear it or see it. It was behind them, so they take shelter in a barn. And Man in Black, in some form, is in that barn with them. And it's just a spooky, cool moment.
It's Nick saying, like, he could feel the presence. And then when the storm passes, Tom Cullen says there was someone in there. He came out of the tornado.
Yep. And then, just real briefly, because I don't think we need to talk about her very much.
They meet another tornado in the form of a young girl named Julie Lowry.
Yes, who is crazy. Of course, Nick bangs her. And then he's like, oh, that was a bad idea. See ya. And, well, she has it coming, though. I shouldn't.
Yeah, she's very mean.
She's mean to Tom. And, and so he drives her away, but not before she shoots at them and, like, scatters all their stuff, slashes their tires. So they take off and they hook up with Ralph Bretner, and we're going to get more of this group together later. This is a really short piece, but I'll just mention it because it brings together some of our main characters.
This is the first meeting, if you don't count RF and Lloyd.
Stu, Harold, and Franny connect. And of course, Harold is very intimidated or insecure about Stu immediately, and Stu has this very frank conversation with him, like, you love her, obviously, are you sleeping with her? I'm not here to put my hand in your cookie jar,
which is not great.
We're better together than separate. And he gives in, and so they take off together. And of course, at the end of that chapter, which is also the end of book 1, Stu realizes, yeah, I do want her. Harold does not stand a chance.
No, not in the least.
So we're going to finish things out with Larry and Rita and 2 more characters. And this is when my feelings about Larry started to change.
Yes.
Larry and Rita are now in the country. They're in Vermont, I believe, at this point. And Larry gets up, and it's the 4th of July. He's standing outside naked, singing "Oh Say Can You See." Refers to his penis as Old Sparky, but we don't have to dwell on that.
Let's move on.
But he's like, I feel great. This is what the world is now. I'm going to go inside and have sex with my lady. And he goes in, and the tent smells weird. And he, like, touches her, and she doesn't move. And he rolls her over, and she has green vomit. And she is holding her bottle of pills. And she has taken her own life in the night.
Interesting. Did she?
Because it doesn't say specifically whether she accidentally overdosed or she intentionally overdosed.
I 100% think she intentionally overdosed.
Really?
Yeah.
I assumed it was an accident because as it's gone on, she's been kind of on the edge, and he's kind of mentioned that she has all these pills, and he's kind of worried about it, but that's her deal. It's not his place to say anything about it. I definitely got the feeling that it was more of an accidental thing.
I think I'm kind of in between. Like, I think that it was an accident that she was very careless about not making. I think she was okay if something like that happened.
Yeah.
She more of I'm going to take all these. Maybe I'll feel better. Maybe I won't wake up. Either way, fine.
That's fair.
My thought was that she was still clutching the bottle. And that was like my thought of, like, she downed everything in it and held onto it as she went out.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
Yeah.
Well, either way, it's pretty tragic, and it fucks up Larry something terrible.
Yeah, he leaves her, does not give her a burial or anything. He just gets the F out.
I fucking hated that so much.
Yeah,
Yes.
she deserved better than that
Yeah.
for sure. So he's on his motorcycle and he has a brush with death. He crashes and almost really hurts himself. And that's when he realizes Rita's no longer here. If I had hurt myself, who knows what could have happened? Like I wouldn't have anybody here to help me or help me take care of it. And he comes to this sort of like, I think his first growing moment. Like this is the very first one. His mom dying didn't do it. The thing he went through with Rita before didn't do it. I think this is where he's kind of like, oh.
There's no one to take from now. He's alone.
This part with the motorcycle is made better by that chapter earlier of all the accidental deaths. Because we see, oh, he comes a hair's breadth from being in that chapter instead.
Yeah.
In fact, that chapter has a story about a little girl riding her bike and fractures her skull on her bicycle. And there's no one to help her.
So he ditches his bike in a pretty personal
Yeah.
way.
Yeah, he rams it off a cliff and then stares at it until it dies so it doesn't get up and chase him Christine style.
So Larry is now walking and he's been walking a while. He's thin, he's dehydrated, he's sunburned, and he comes up on this very scenic looking house and there's like a pond in front of it. And he gets a drink and he takes a nap, resting against a tree in the shade. And there is a little boy and a woman in the bushes. Let's talk about them.
In the middle of the day, as he's passed out, exhausted because he's has heat stroke, he's delirious, and as he's passed out, a little boy in his underwear, holding a big serrated butcher's knife, comes out and just stands over him. And a woman says, nah, not now. Come on. It's so creepy.
I had a question. Did they say how old the kid is?
Isn't he like around 10?
I
9
think
or 10?
Oh, I think
My
they said
note
he
said
could be
He
he could be 10 or 13.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because he's sort of feral, kind of. Like we
Yes.
find out he doesn't talk, and it's a little bit hard to tell how old he is. And he is with a woman. So she calls him Joe because she's not his mom. She just found him. Her name is Nadine, and she looks like Sindel from Mortal Kombat.
Yes. Oh, that's perfect.
She's wearing a purple onesie.
This might be my favorite moment in this entire section we've read. That when Larry wakes up, all this stuff happened, he had no idea. But when he wakes up, he's like stretching and he's like, I feel better. And that's the moment he's like, I could have been riding a bicycle this whole time. And I set my book down to laugh out loud because I loved it so much.
So then he does ride a bicycle. And following a safe yet close enough to keep tabs on him distance is this woman, Nadine, and this little boy, Joe. Because Joe is very attached to Nadine
And
the knife. But she realizes that they need to find someone else. They need to find people. Although we're starting to get the hints that maybe her path might be different. There is something calling to her. Something that's been calling to her whole life. We find out that she's been saving herself for this thing that's calling to her.
That
They refer to her
so
as being
weird.
pure.
Yes.
Yeah. And I do love this. So they're following, but they're not like secret agents. They're not super stealthy. Larry, at a point, realizes somebody's following me. And I found it interesting that he is very at ease about being followed. And at first, he's like, well, if they wanted to hurt me, they would have hurt me by now, whatever. And that's why he's saying he's at ease. But I kind of disagree with that. I think maybe he's at ease because now he's not alone anymore. And his whole thing is about not being alone.
And I think he realizes, too, that they might be afraid of him, and he could easily be that person afraid of someone but not wanting to be alone. You know, there are a few nights where they're following him. One of the nights, Nadine wakes up, Joe is gone, and he has walked to the screened-in porch where Larry is sleeping, holding the knife, like making stabbing motions, just watching it. Very, very creepy.
There's an episode of Aqua Teen Hunger Force with these dolls.
Yeah!
Kill!
Yes!
But then they never do anything. Yeah. That's the feeling I got for this. Kill?
Well, until the next day.
Yes.
When Larry's looking at the ocean, he's like, I made it. And then he turns around and Joe is charging him and swings at him. But Larry, because he's bigger and faster, gives him the old "This is Sparta" kick to the torso and sends him flying across the ground.
But he's not trying to hurt him. He's just like, I can't let this kid stab me.
That is such a funny bit because, like, when it first, he says he turns around and he hears this screaming that at first he's like, oh, it must be a gull or something. But then it's this almost naked little kid with a knife. And for a split second, it's really creepy. But then he's like, but he's a fucking little kid, so I kicked him and he fell down. It's like, oh yeah, I forgot. Kids are small and stupid.
Larry starts to get to know Nadine and Joe and soothes the wild beast with the guitar. And we find that Joe might be a genius or autistic. I don't know.
He's a mimic.
Yeah, he picks up the guitar.
Yours is better.
He's a mimic. And he can just play everything he just heard. And he'd never played before, so he can't play it well, but he picks it up very quickly. He hits all the notes. And he starts to warm up to Larry a little bit.
And he ditches the knife. Larry throws the knife into the ocean.
Good move, Larry.
And Joe kind of takes the guitar as his new safety blanket.
Although Larry does know he could still bludgeon me with a guitar.
Yeah.
They agree that they are going to travel together. And Larry kind of starts to like Nadine, because of course. And then they meet a woman who we don't get very much of, but Lucy Swan. And this is when they realize that they are all having the same dreams.
That's later. We skipped over where Nadine, Joe, and Larry come to Ogonquit and find a barn with a sign painted on it. They find Franny and Harold's barn and see the sign. Their first sign that there are other people with clear directions.
My favorite thing about this is that as they piece together everything Harold did, the mental image of Harold that Larry concocts is hilariously wrong.
I feel so bad about that.
But they do the same thing. They get motorcycles. They meet Lucy, and they reach the plague center that now has a new set of directions, and those directions are to Nebraska.
A little place that Nick and Tom are already heading to. Yeah. A place that they've all been dreaming in, a field of corn with a little old woman.
I wanted to ask both of you a question. If you were in this book, who would you be making your way to?
Oof.
Who
boy. Okay, I thought about this too. I did think about this, especially in the later chapters that we're going to get to today, because, you know, you want to think that you're a good person.
Sure.
Right? But there is some stuff that Team Abigail, Team Boulder does and like says in preparation for the coming conflict that made me go, holy shit, these are the good guys? Also, I really like air conditioning. So
sure,
who knows?
No, yeah, air conditioning really had me too. I think I would want to go with the Mother Abigail team, but at my heart, I'm a coward and would give in to the Dark Man's terrorizing dreams. And it also affects whether I'm alone or with people. Like, who you're with as you travel also kind of helps define who you're with, where you end up, I guess.
Yeah, and do we have a choice anyway?
True.
Because that's something that kind of comes up over and over again. Are these people choosing one team or another? There are some people that are on the edge that we kind of get the feeling that, like, oh, they could go either, but they don't. And they can't. Is it fate or is it choice? I think it's fate.
CM, where do you end up?
I'm gonna put a pin in that for now.
A pin in the question you asked.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
We're gonna have to relocate the podcast to Vegas, guys. Sorry.
No, I think it's a combination of fate and choice, because characters in some cases are on the verge of making choices, and we're going to talk about this eventually. And just something happens and it interferes with that choice, but it's still their choice. And then, of course, we get other instances similar to what's happening with like the wolves and stuff, which we'll also get to, where Flag is clearly exerting some sort of control over people and animals. So I think it depends maybe on how open you are to giving up your choice and just letting something else take over.
That's a good point.
And I feel like I have to say Mother Abigail just to be contrary to Okay, so chapter 45 kicks off with Mother Abigail, who's sitting on her front porch on one of the most beautiful summer days since 1955. And she is expositioning, which isn't a word, but we're going with it.
We better, because it happens a lot in this this stretch.
Yeah, this chapter is very long, so we're not going to have time to discuss everything, which is where you listeners can post on our Facebook or Instagram or Twitter or whatever, or email us and we can have a mini chat about the things we didn't cover.
Let's talk about how weird it is that she's Republican.
Oh, boy. So there are two things that I think are important to touch on. And the first is her family's history, how she came to be sitting on the front porch of a house that is totally suited to the apocalypse. The second, of course, the arrival of some of our guests. But before we talk about that, I just want you guys to think about one thing you each thought was really cool from this chapter that we can make sure to touch. So who is Mother Abigail?
Mother Abigail is the oldest person in the world. She's 108 years old. She's got the certificate and the birth certificate and the award from the president to prove it.
Well, let's go back even further than that, Josh, because her family has a unique history in this town they live in.
Yes, they were. It's their family was they were the first black family to own property in this entire area. The thing that I found most interesting in her expositing, is that the word? Is her competing in she competed in an all-white talent show and like blew the roof off the place. And that's like one of the biggest moments in her like growing up.
She talks about it for a very long time.
Very long time.
In this, in her telling her life story, we get the sense of who she is, and she is brave and she is strong. She is very sure of herself. She knows who she is, and she's very comfortable and sure in that. And all of that comes from her love of God. She's a very devout woman, which is the reason I think that everyone has been dreaming of her, because she's a scion. Is that a word? Is that word meant?
Yeah,
she's
a beacon of goodness. She's the beacon that tears
robot.
through.
She's like a sleeper.
Not a
who's
Cylon.
Going to
a scion, not a Cylon.
Okay.
No, she is God's messenger
right
on Earth, and it's super weird to me. I forgot how religious this book gets.
It's so easy to forget how religious this book is, because even some of his other books that kind of dive into religion, like The Mist, for example, the character in that is religious is more of, I think, what we typically think of when we think of overly religious people. Mother Abigail, on the other hand, is like, this doesn't bother me at all. I could listen to her talk about her faith and God and all that all day. It would not give me any icky vomit feelings that I usually get.
Well, I think the important difference is Mother Abigail doesn't want this. Like at a certain point, she says like almost every day that she thinks, does it have to be me? Can't I just not be anymore and it can be someone else's problem? I wake up, I'm still here, so it must still be on me.
Yeah, her unwavering faith is so unrelatable to me that it's fascinating. And she is a great character.
And how does her lifelong stubbornness come to pay off for her and our characters?
Well, she doesn't have to worry about indoor plumbing. She refused to get a toilet inside her house, and she's got a hand pump for a well outside, so she still has fresh water.
Yeah, and it goes into showing stubborn is a really good word, because she's like, nah, I'm these are my ways. But it also shows, like, that's why she was chosen. Like, she could survive because she had all of this old-timey experience. Once our first group, Nick's group, shows up with Tom Cullen and Ralph Bretner and all these people, and she's showing them how to do all this stuff that they never would have known. She helps them slaughter a pig so they can eat.
That was boss.
And it's awesome because she's this 108-year-old woman, and she's like, nah, get out of the way. And I'm going to cut this pig open.
She is self-sufficient. And instead of like finding that crazy guy who's always talking about, the government and conspiracies, and
Yep.
he's got a basement full of guns and canned food, you have Mother Abigail, who's just self-sufficient.
Yeah.
And
something
kind and loving.
that's something that's interesting is that we talk about how strong she is, but when that morning she wakes up and she knows she's going to get company. So she's like, well, I have to prepare. So she's like, I'm going to go down to this farm and see if the chickens are still alive, and I'm going to go grab some chickens. Those chickens, that farm is 4 miles away. It takes her literally all day to get there. For her strength of spirit, physically, they make it very apparent how, like, not imposing this woman is. She is so fragile physically that they need this, like, army of goodness to surround her.
I love that scene also because of what happens as she's coming back to Hemingford home, her house. She is walking with these chickens in a bag, getting ready to take them home and slaughter them so she can make food, when she is beset by hundreds of weasels. And she has this flashback to being a kid and being attacked by a weasel, and she's mortally terrified of them. But in that minute, all she does is she's like, hey, get out of here. These are for my guests. And they scatter. And that is the first, other than the supernatural dreams aspect of the dreams, that's the first vision we get of, there's no questioning it. God's real in this world.
Yeah.
God's real, and she's protecting this woman and the people that'll be joining her.
Yeah.
I thought it was also cool because she has a nightmare that night, and it is, Flag likes to take anything good in your life and flip that and make it a nightmare, because when she's talking about this talent show and the white folks and how they're going to react, and her mom's terrified, and her dad's like, nope, we got to do this, and she's an adult woman when this happens, and like you said, Josh, they just get blown away by her talent and skill. She sings and plays guitar. Well, in her dream, you escape that moment thinking, thank God, no stupid bullshit racist crap happened like
Right.
it most likely would have then, and still now, unfortunately. We got past it, and then here comes Flag. Nope, we're going to get the flip side of that. And she has this horrible nightmare about people reacting poorly to her and calling her names and tearing her off the stage and tearing her clothes off and raping her and
beating her father
family
to death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is every single thing we see of Flag in this section, which isn't a lot. He is a background character. He's always in the back of people's minds.
That's
but
what makes
when
him terrifying.
He does show up in these like little moments. It's so fucking scary.
Let's spend a couple minutes on her guests arriving, because we have a couple days later, Nick, Ralph, Tom, Olivia, June, Dick, and Gina all come.
Yeah, this is our first pilgrims arriving. The second that Nick and Mother Abigail meet, it's such a cool moment because they already know each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I got very confused when all these people pulled up. I was like, wait, when did this happen?
Yeah, I thought I missed a chapter
Right.
where
I was like, wait a
they all
minute.
met up.
Yeah. But like it's very cool that like once they got wheels, they started gathering more followers, and you get that sense of this community growing, and we get more of that as it goes later. Like other groups of people have like gained all these people, and like everybody has made Nick like the de facto leader, despite the fact that he's a deaf mute. Everyone just in that party looks to Nick, even like they're having a conversation around the dinner table, and as they're talking about things, they look to him as if for confirmation of everything they're saying. I do love that Mother Abigail had to put her teeth in so that Nick could understand her.
Yeah, because she couldn't read
so
her
much.
lips. Not only does like everyone automatically has made Nick the leader, but Abigail even pulls him aside and says, Nick, you know, I've been dreaming of you too. You're the one. You are chosen. God has specifically sent you here for a reason. And Nick's like, nah, man. I get that I've seen you in prophetic dreams, but that's a little much. Which is a recurring theme. Like, no, it's so obviously God. But no one will acknowledge it.
You know, hearing you talk about that exchange makes me so sad and angry about what happens that we're not even going to get to in this episode.
Oh, God.
Oh, dude.
Spoilers.
I know,
Oh, my God.
I know. Just a little
Guys, you freak me out sometimes when you talk like
delicious
this.
foreshadowing for Josh. Anything else that you guys want to note about this chapter before we move on?
Really, two quick things. The one that I loved her response when he's like, he doesn't believe in God, and she says, it doesn't matter whether you believe in him, he believes in you. I thought that was a really cool moment to like lock that
Bumper
that feeling
sticker.
in. Yeah, right. But I also, when Abigail talks that she dreamt about the plague 2 years before it happened, and she referred to her premonitions as the shining lamp of God.
I wrote that down too.
I was like, that's awesome.
Okay, so chapter 46, I'm just going to give the chapters at the start of this in case our listeners want to go to that chapter and dig a little deeper maybe than we might.
You have to with a book this thick.
Yeah, chapter 46 is like 50 pages. Okay, so it's interesting because the first two parts of this book moved. And I wouldn't call that slow, but it was now it's taking its time to give us a lot of great character stuff. And so we're back with Franny and the gang. And they've picked up a few more people along the way, and Franny has started to journal to her baby. And she's talking about her trip and what the world used to be like, and for some reason just totally trashing Harold. And the journal
Seriously.
that she wants her kid to someday read.
Yeah.
We're going to talk at length about the issue of the journal. But for now, the important part of this chapter is that Mark, a party member we haven't met yet, seems to be a remnant of chapter 38. Chapter 38, if you remember, is the one where a bunch of survivors around the country died meaningless deaths, except for the refrigerator mom who totally had that.
Yeah, when this starts up, she's talking about there's been a time skip, right? And she's talking about the group and casually mentions it's Stu, Fran, Harold, Glenn, and then this Mark Braddock and Perrion McCarthy who has joined them. And I'm like, oh, new characters. That's really cool. We're going to get to know these. No, not so much. Because almost immediately, this Mark, his appendix explodes. And it's so tense. This Mark and Perry, I think they call her, met and are in love. And it's just them sitting around watching this guy die and arguing about what can we do? Nothing.
No, yeah. Well, and that's what a lot of the infighting becomes is it better to try to save his life and him likely die because there are no doctors. None of us are doctors. And I think at one point they discussed the philosophy of the bullshit they went through and learned in college. Like, none of us learned anything valuable. Like, we all studied this boring shit. Not one of us learned how to grow crops or be a doctor or like anything that's valuable in this new world. And at a certain point, it just pushes Stu to be like, well, it's better than doing nothing. So Stu and Glenn go in to get like medical equipment and textbooks. And they do their best. Like, he goes in there and tries to take his appendix out. He finds his appendix.
Yeah, the part of the chapter where the chapter jumps around back and forth between what's happening in the present with Mark and his appendicitis and Fran's journal since the last time we had been with this group. And when it cuts back to in media res, the surgery is really cool and really tense and really sad.
Yeah. The way that this was written, because we come back and Stu's, I'm being dramatic, but elbow deep in this guy.
That's not that's dramatic, but also like just what's happening.
And Franny's holding the medical book for him, and everybody's just sort of waiting. And in any other book, in any show, in any fantasy or nightmare you have, it'd work. He would be successful. He would do the surgery. He'd stitch him back up. The guy would pull through. And as Stu is trying his very, very best to save his life, Perry's just like, Stu. And he's like, okay, give me this. I need to do this. Stu. And you know why she's saying his name.
Mm-hmm. And he's trying so hard, and he's so determined. It's part of what makes Stu Redman such a cool character is he just wants to try to do the best he can. And eventually Perry's like, Stu, he died 2 minutes ago. And literally probably before we came back to this scene, he was already dead.
Yeah.
Really shows the futility of the whole situation they're in.
But it does another important thing, and it drives Fran to comfort Stu. So she hugs him, and then Harold kicks rocks and pouts for the rest of the night.
Yeah.
Also, we should mention they've been having such awful nightmares that they're all taking sleeping pills.
Which I
Sleeping
believe
pills?
was Harold's
Veronal.
idea.
Yeah,
Yes.
except for Franny. She's palming him because she's pregnant, of course.
Yeah. Which leads to after Mark dies, the very same night, I think, Perry is found OD'd on these sleeping pills.
Yeah.
So much for those two characters. Let's move on.
So of all the horror that's happened so far, this next chapter, chapter 47, was the first chapter in this book to truly horrify me. And it starts with the sentence, when it happened fast. Guys, what happened fast?
My first note was, the book briefly remembers its genre. Up to this point, everyone's just been traveling across the country. Everyone's got guns, but there's been no problems other than the appendicitis and the finding food and stuff. But there's been nothing that you would expect from a post-apocalyptic genre book.
Right. So this threw me because of that shift. I had to go back and read this again to be like, wait, what just happened? With no context, what happened in my brain was they came across a wreck. There's 4 men, 8 women, and the guys are telling them to dismount because they're on their motorcycles or their motor scooters. And Harold reaches for his pistol and Stu says, don't, but then proceeds to slide his rifle down, and then people start shooting each other. And I was like, wait, and I had to go back and start from the beginning and like, wait, what's happening?
Yeah, that's the same confusion that you feel because it's all being told from Fran's perspective. And it unfolds in that dream-like, you kind of know what's going on. You just primally, you're like, oh, this is bad.
Yeah.
And she even says, she's like, there were 4 men with guns and 8 women. And then in parentheses, she's like, oh my God, there's 4 guys and 8 women. Just primally like, that doesn't add up.
It's a rape gang.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
It's bad. But I did laugh once pretty hard because they start firing at each other. And one of these 4 slavers, basically, pulls like a bead on Harold and says, I'm going to kill you. And Harold's response is to drop his gun and yell, don't do that, which is, once again, exactly what I would do in the same situation.
This is also just after Harold fired his first shot, missed, and then is like, whoop.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there is an epic gunfight, and They're all terrible fighters, except Stu, who is the least terrible fighter. Stu, our gunslinger, you guys.
Oh, absolutely.
Arguably, I think the best fighter is the girl who bludgeons the guy to death with a shotgun.
No,
that is pretty badass. Like, she pulls the trigger and finds there's nothing in it, and she just flips it around. Let's do this.
This fight that's why it's so upsetting, is I feel like it's so realistic. Because none of these people, except for arguably the 4 guys with guns who are dressed in army fatigues, some of them, our heroes aren't trained firefighters. Yeah. They are not trained with guns. Of course, they're going to miss most of their shots. And it just makes it more tense.
Yeah.
So Dana and Susan join the party, and this is when we figure out why, when our group met this rape gang, the women just lost their shit. So they had been kidnapped, drugged, raped, just horribly mistreated. And this gang had been following our gang, and they wanted Franny. And so the women saw this confrontation as an opportunity for them to get the upper hand on their kidnappers. They were being, I think I mentioned they were being drugged. So before this happened, they had started palming their drugs so that they could be more clear. And then as soon as they saw that opportunity, they took it. And 2 of the women survive and join our gang.
5, actually. There are 5 survivors.
So 5 of the women survive and join our gang.
Most of them are catatonic, though. Like,
right.
The way they describe some of the things that these women have
That's why I didn't remember the other 3.
Some of it is so awful.
So Dana gives Franny a wake-up call because Franny thinks that she's into Stu, which ultimately causes her to go to Stu.
I would like to take a second to discuss Franny's character for a second.
Go ahead.
I've liked Fran so far, but she's a kid. Like, how old is Franny? Do we know?
19.
19 or 18? Yeah, she shows it in this section. In the previous chapter, as Mark is dying, cradled in the arms of this Parian that's in love with him, there's a moment where she's looking at them and she says, Franny always thought she saw the best in people, but they've just rescued these 5 women from mortal peril and literally the worst thing that has ever happened in their lives. They are all shell-shocked. And as soon as they sit down to talk, Dana says one fucking sentence to Stu, and she's like, hey, it's a Harold move. They are not together.
Yep.
And she's instantly like, that's my guy.
Remember when we first met Franny and I said when I read this book as a teenager, I hated her?
I kind of get that now.
Yeah. Oh, Harold put the moves on Franny officially, finally, I guess.
He went in, he made the smooch, and it was gross.
It went about as well as we expected it to go. Yeah, Franny goes to Stu. They're a thing now. It's very sweet, and they make love in the woods. And instead of like getting that scene so where romantic. The camera pans out and we see the curtain blowing gently in the breeze of the open window, we pan out and we see Harold watching them do it,
standing behind some bushes.
Fuck! And this is just after they like have sex in the woods because they're romantic, and they're like laying there, and Fran says something about being worried about Harold. And Stu sticks up for the guy. He's like, oh, Harold, he's a kid, but he's a good kid. He has goodness in him. And I wrote, God damn, I like Stu. And then immediately, like, Harold is standing in the bushes, and I'm like, fuck, I hate Harold. God damn it. I would like to put it out there. After this section, Harold is not my Annie.
Okay.
Not at all. I have no empathy for this fucking kid. He sucks.
Yeah, this is a major turning point for Harold's character, although he does come upon those crossroads as we continue.
Unfortunate phrasing.
So what happens next is that Harold sneaks into Franny's tent in the dead of the night. He takes her journal. He reads it. Let's talk about that.
He reads through her journal, and Franny, being kind of an asshole, has not been kind. Not the meanest. It's never been malicious.
But it's so almost thoughtless that kind of makes it meaner.
Yes.
Yeah.
Later on, she even says, she goes back through her journal and says, for what purpose? Why did I bother writing so much about what an asshole Harold is? Granted, he is. But like he reads all of this and it breaks him.
I want to know what you guys think about that, because after he reads it and he's putting it back, he thinks to himself, if she wakes up, I'll kill her and I'll run.
That was
And
fucked up.
That's I know that he saw them make love and he's supposed to be in love with her, and that must be terrible and dramatic. And then he finds out what she really thinks of him in a way that she would never tell him. Like, it's a very sort of open and vulnerable moment. But wow, he just goes right for, I will kill her.
The contrast here, like, I don't know if this struck anyone else as very jarring, but directly following, if she'd woken up, I would have killed her. It says he went back to his sleeping bag and masturbates bitterly, is the phrasing. And I'm like, what is happening in your brain that these are the connections you're making now?
Well, it breaks his brain. I do believe this is the point where there's this point where he says, quote, he could have stopped. Oh, wait, no, that's not a real quote. That's my own quote. He has this half a second of sanity. Like, as he's reading this, he's taking it in and feeling this, basically the real center of Harold's character, self-loathing. It's all of this hate and anger. It's all just misdirected self-loathing. But he's feeling this, but he has this half second of sanity where he says, I could put this back and let it all go. I could create a new life. I could move on. I could be this useful member of society. But then that would be throwing away everything he sees as himself. And the quote that is not real, but I wrote down, quote, he could have stopped, but he was too much of a gross pervert.
I feel like we get in later chapters a better sense of why he was unwilling to let this go, because it's sort of these things about him that he needs to change and that are ultimately going to destroy him make up his self-identity. So Harold starts his own journal, the Ledger, which we're going to get more of.
After dreaming of the Dark Man and a red eye in the west as he dies on a steep hill covered in rocks.
Okay, just a note about the chapter we just covered and the one we're about to go into. These two chapters were originally cut from the early editions.
Really?
I knew that about the next chapter. I didn't know that about this one.
Interesting.
And these are like really hard chapters.
They are honestly content warning for the past 10 minutes of
and the next
10 minutes.
You guys, last episode, I didn't like Trash Can Man. I came down on him pretty hard. He has my complete sympathy.
Okay, Harold Lauder is not my Annie Wilkes. Fucking Trash Can Man is. Trash Can Man is the goddamn hero of this book.
Oh my god.
Josh,
all right.
Can you just like flip-flop like that once you have internalized a character that way, the way you and I have done? Can you just go back on it and switch it up?
It's different. I understand Harold. As much as I don't want to, I get his damage. Like, I understand it, but I don't fucking empathize. I empathize. I don't sympathize with him.
You're not rooting for him.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can understand someone's behavior without condoning it.
Exactly.
Yep.
Everything that he does and is not his fault.
Oh, all right.
It is society and fucking God that has failed him.
I'm inclined to agree with everything you just said.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this chapter starts with Trash Can Man coming through the mountains. He has traveled across. We last saw him in Indiana, and he is coming out of the mountains and sees Vegas in the distance. And he has lost his entire goddamn mind.
And he's like burnt up and in pain and
burnt, torn. His body is literally rotting. Like, he says that the smell from his arm isn't as bad as it used to be.
He's a glass half full kind of guy, and that's what I
bad.
appreciate about Trash Can Man.
Yeah, but he sees, I wish I would have looked up how to pronounce
Cibola,
the promised land in the distance. And we jump back and forth between his journey to Vegas and his adventure with the kid.
Yeah, he meets Elvis Presley. I hate this guy.
He looked like baby Elvis.
Oh my God.
Was the description.
Yeah. He is described. Okay, so backtrack. As he was traveling across the country, where we should start with him walking through our hometown.
Yeah.
Yes, that was so cool.
It's literally one line, but every single time I read this book, I take a picture of it and like send it to people. I'm like, they mention the Quad Cities. That's rad. But he travels and he goes through Nebraska. This is the first part I want to talk about.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Because he's been having dreams of the Dark Man. And he's already saying, my life for you. He's pledging himself to the Dark Man. But as soon as he gets to Nebraska, those dreams fade. And he starts having another dream.
He starts having nightmares. This is the first time he's experiencing nightmares. Nightmares of this old woman that he feels is somehow going to stop him if he doesn't make it through before she gets him.
And is it this chapter where she's dreaming of him and he's like hiding in the corn and she feels pity for a moment?
Yes. Except bullshit. Okay, this is what I want to talk about Trash Can Man could have been saved, but God fucking rejects him. He walks through Nebraska, which is hallowed land. When you enter Nebraska, you stop dreaming of the Dark Man. And he dreams of Mother Abigail, this warm, inviting person, the symbol of God on earth. And when Mother Abigail, who is also dreaming of him because it's a two-way connection, she feels him in the corn. And instead of saying, you poor man, you mentally disturbed person who has been tormented and lived such a painful life, please come to me. I will give you rest. I will help you. She goes, weasels in the corn! And flips out.
Question for you, though. I alluded to earlier that Flag can be inside of our heads and he can kind of control us and make us follow him. Does she think there are weasels in the corn because of that touch that he's placed on him?
That's very possible. That because this happens one other time later on with a different character where Mother Abigail sees something in them and doesn't invite them in.
Gets distracted by something, yeah.
Sure, if Flag's like fucking with it, what the hell, God? Like,
this is an Old Testament God, man.
Yeah, it's mad fucked up.
I don't want to like really go into this in detail because it's horrible, but Elvis Presley rapes Trash Can Man.
Yeah.
And I had to stop. I put the book down.
God, it's so dark.
And in our chat, I was like, this chapter is horrible.
Yes.
This is hard.
The kid, he's this tiny little guy with a baby face that looks like a little Elvis and is described like a bad guy in a Coen Brothers movie.
Yep.
And drives a hot rod and gets drunk, and the less we talk about him, the better. And I knew this was a cut from the original book.
It's so interesting because this chapter is what made me feel for him, the Trash Can Man, and made me like realize, man, he's a guy with problems, and if somebody would help him, things would be different.
The important thing that the kid brings to the table in this situation is that him and the Trash Can Man, he's like, oh, I'm going to meet Flag too. I'm going to join the Dark Man's army. But when I get there, I'm going to take it over. I'm going to see what his whole operation is, and then I'm going to be the boss. And that's the first time that the Trash Can Man's faith is essentially tested. And after that terrible night they spend together, he gets a vision of Flag saying that just wait and see.
Wait and see.
It's sad because Flag doesn't do what he does to Elvis because of what he did to Trash Can. He's not
Oh, God,
protecting
no.
his
Oh,
Flag.
sure, no.
He does it because he's being arrogant and thinks that he can take over.
Yeah.
So yeah, he gets eaten by wolves. Not brutal enough.
No, I thought I
We never
vaguely
actually
remember
see
this.
him be eaten by wolves.
Yeah, he gets chased into a car by dozens and dozens of
So he
wolves.
either gets eaten to death by wolves or he starves to
But
death.
that's
in
my
a car.
favorite thing. Like, so they're standing there, and the kid rushes in because all these wolves are coming down, and he locks himself in the car, and they're not harming Trash Can Man. And one of them like bites his hand a little and leads the Trash Can Man away. And he has the thought that he has is, I wonder how long those wolves will stay there. Well, I guess as long as it takes. And that then just leaves him to the night.
Yeah. Before we move on, I do want to say you said the most important thing that the kid brings is this Flag showing his power to the Trash Can Man. I would argue the most important thing he brings is two of the worst catchphrases I have ever heard in my goddamn
so
life. Do you
annoying.
believe that, Happy Crappy? Fuck you.
That was-
Get out of my book.
It took me like a week to get that phrase out of my head, and you just put it back.
So annoying.
I don't even remember what the other one is. I have forcibly removed it from my
It was
mind.
don't tell me, I'll tell you.
Don't tell me, I'll tell you. You
Yeah.
fucking.
You fucking
Josh,
asshole.
you're listening to it, right?
Yes.
Josh and I are both
I'm-
listening to it.
I'm listening
that
and
adds
reading.
a level of
Ugh.
difficulty.
I literally stopped the audiobook and read the rest of this chapter.
I can't hear it. I can't hear it again.
I couldn't do it.
Oh, all right.
We should mention that this chapter ends with Trash Can Man reaching Vegas, meeting Lloyd,
God, yeah.
and being accepted. And this is another thing that the reason Trash Can is so loyal is when he gets there, he's brought in with open
You
arms.
guys,
yeah.
this is so messed up because in this moment, I was so happy for him because
Me
it's the
too.
first time he's been treated well
That's
by
what I was
anyone.
saying.
Happy.
And
Even when he does have to participate in a
which
crucifixion.
he just gets right up there and goes for it, man.
Yeah,
But his-
denying the guy 3 times because Stephen King is
Yeah.
not subtle.
his meeting with Lloyd, though, was weird because Lloyd seems like a completely different person
Yeah.
than who we've met before.
Yes,
For sure.
He's competent and
Yeah, he seems like he has a head on his shoulders.
Kind of, yeah, like kind of cool.
Cool, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
We're messed up.
I knew that I was gonna like the new Lloyd as soon as he referred to himself as the Dark Man's mascot. And I was like, yeah, this is great.
All right, so chapter 49, this is a short one. We just catch back up with Larry and his party. Larry's got a lady, Lucy. She and the judge, another cool dude that we're going to get more of, fortunately.
Yeah, the judge who I at first wrote is indistinguishable from Glenn Bateman.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's just
Yeah.
a cool old
He's
dude.
Larry's Glenn.
Yeah.
So they have a heart-to-heart talk about what kind of man Larry is. A one who is struggling to be good.
It's still a fucking asshole. This whole scene, him and Lucy, who he is with, have a talk about
How he loves Nadine.
He's in
Yeah.
love with Nadine, and he says to her, Lucy, I love you as much as I can.
Oh God, that's brutal.
What a dick.
So brutal.
In
And
her defense, he's sort of the last man on earth.
well, and it's also, I mean, like, yes, Larry is being a taker in this situation, but she acknowledges her part in that she is allowing this, of like, she is still with him
Yeah.
because she needs something from him too.
And we also get some of Nadine's backstory and some understanding of her connection to the Dark Man.
Okay, so the note that I made, that Lucy talks about, Nadine denies having any dreams. She refuses to, she says she's not having any of these. They're all full of shit. In her dreams, she's talking out loud, and she keeps saying "so cold" in her dreams. The note I made is she dreaming of Flag having sex with her?
It's his dick. His dick is cold.
His dick is cold. Because I remember that from the first chapter about him having sex with people and they just felt an unshakable coldness. And almost immediately after, is when she says that she's saving herself for Flag.
She's a virgin. She doesn't know. She just thinks, yeah, give me that cold dick.
Cool.
They're cold, right?
Nadine's story is really fascinating, I think, because in this chapter we get a feeling that it's going to be like this battle within her for her soul. Will she go, because she's attracted to Larry. She almost let Larry, she always was with Larry, and that would have broken whatever hold Flag has or whatever. It's interesting to be like, oh, will she be good? Will she be bad? It sucks that boils down to who will Nadine fuck.
Oh, when you say it like that.
Yeah. It sucks.
Yeah.
Well, she is a woman in the apocalypse, so as Franny
oh
has
Lord,
stated
we skipped over that.
What else is she good for, guys? Women, their only power is to pop out babies now
Oh,
in this
Lord.
new world.
Women are slaves to their bodies, is what she
Franny,
says.
Franny has a bit where she just goes on this tirade saying, "Thank you, men, for taking care of us."
Okay, you know what? I have to go back to
Fucking
my
barf.
original statement. I don't like Franny. Okay, let's talk about what happens with Nadine, her backstory a little bit, and then we'll move on.
The important thing, I think, the coolest thing about Nadine's backstory is that every time she has some sort of sexual urge, she wakes up the next morning with not gray, but more white hair.
Well, sex is evil for her.
I guess,
So
yeah.
there's got to be some sort of punishment. I didn't make the rules. Stephen King made the rules. Don't look at me that way. Okay. We may have failed to mention that Mother Abigail was told by God that they need to go to Boulder, Colorado, even though she doesn't want to leave her sweet home that has the best setup. So they are building a new life in Boulder. And Larry and gang arrive in this chapter, and Joe and Nadine have interesting and completely opposite reactions to Mother Abigail. Let's start with Joe.
All right, so Larry's group is meeting Mother Abigail, and Joe's reaction is amazing. Joe immediately loves Mother Abigail. Like, he jumps into her arms, and they're like worried he's gonna like break her with like as aggressively as he's diving in. And Joe says his name. Joe's name is Leo,
Close enough.
which will proceed to confuse me for the rest of the chapter.
And everyone else, it seems, because everyone else very realistically is like, Joe, it's Leo. Oh yeah, right.
Right. The amazing thing here is, so like now, like, we have Nadine, who is, you know, made for the Dark Man, and we have Mother Abigail. They're so close together, and Joe's in between them, and he is saying his name to Mother Abigail, and Nadine keeps calling him Joe and keeps calling him back, and so like it's like a mini battle for his soul right there in the meet and greet.
I would argue it's a mini battle, not for Leo's soul, but for Nadine's.
Yeah, this is the second instance of God just fucking it up real bad. Because, when Abigail walks up to, or when Nadine walks up to Mother Abigail, Abigail immediately, she sees her face and thinks that it's the Dark Man. She thinks she sees Randall Flagg in her. She knows something. There's something evil about this woman. But then she doesn't trust that feeling. She's like, no, she's surely just a woman, isn't she? Throughout these next two chapters, people keep having
Instincts they ignore.
That they
completely.
completely ignore. They sense something evil in their midst. And they're just like, no.
Stuff like that doesn't happen. I mean, we all follow this lady here because of a dream.
Exactly.
But my instincts can't be right now.
Yeah. So there's this second where instantly they're like opposed. And Nadine, you think that there's going to be this battle for her soul, but she sees Mother Abigail and immediately is like, nah.
Mm-hmm.
And just walks away. But see, and that's the thing, is that it's like, as Nadine gets further away from her, Mother Abigail loses the clarity that she had when she was right in front of her. It's like something was trying to stop her from locking into that thought. And as soon as Nadine is out of eyesight, it's all gone. And she knows something was there, but what was it?
And she feels pressured to stay because she is like the greeter, the welcomer. Everybody's there to see her.
Mm-hmm.
She pays the price for this moment. So later that night, Larry visits Franny and tells her a love story.
Yeah. I wrote down Fran and meets Larry. It's very natural and not stilted at all.
This is so awkward because he's brought this bottle of wine, it's aged, and he has like a million payday candy bars because he's been
I
following
love
Harold's empty wrappers and his signs, and he's telling Franny this epic journey that he had, and Harold was his guide, his light at the end of the tunnel, and he can't wait to meet him. And she's just sitting there like, our Harold?
It weirds her the fuck out.
And she doesn't, I think this is kind of cruel. She does not prepare him for what he's about to get into when he does meet Harold.
Well,
and she should have, though.
But she doesn't. This is another instance of feeling something wrong and ignoring it because she doesn't really know that there's, or won't acknowledge that there's something wrong about Harold. He's completely changed. He smiles all the time and is friendly, and they describe him as like a politician, that he's always very glib, but there's classic King, the smile never reaches his eyes.
Right.
But everyone's just like, no, that's Harold.
They can chalk a lot of stuff up to what they've all been through. They've all been through the end of the world. Some people are just handling it better than others, and maybe they are allowing him that like weirdness.
Yeah.
Because of that.
But we quickly learn that they should not be ignoring Harold.
No, because Harold is at home writing what he professes to be the most eloquent, profound words man has ever written.
Yes, the writing in this, not Harold's writing. Harold's writing is
pretentious and
insane.
immature and crazy.
It's the writings of a madman, because he has this ledger that he says there's no paragraph breaks, there's no sentences. It is margin to margin scrawling, and that's insanity. But
that's how I write my journals.
the writing in this section though is really good. King's writing. That he's on his lawn with his ledger in his lap and looking up at the stars and saying they aren't lovers' stars. They're too harsh and too hard. That he says he's sitting under the haters' stars and he makes a wish on them. And I just, as much as I hate Harold, he's still a really good villain.
He's
a great villain.
He is fun to read.
And his goddamn arrogance in this manifesto full of hate, where he says he's going to, he knows he's going to be in the inner circle of everything that happens inside this place. And after a couple months, he's going to take all this information. He's going to walk to Flag's camp and be welcomed with open arms. He legitimately thinks he is going to be made like prince of the Dark Army because of the value he provides.
Yeah.
And the chapter ends with one of the best visuals in the book so far of him walking into his house and going into his bathroom and practicing smiling in the dark. Good. And I wrote down, that's good villain shit.
Oh, yeah. All right. Chapter 51, July 4th, 2019. All staff of Derry Public Radio were present. C.M. Alexander led the discussion.
Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah, there's these
You get it? You get it, right?
Yeah, I got
these last two chapters, I love this book, but the political bullshit
I want
drives
to leave
me crazy.
These two chapters while they talk about all that crap and go see what Flag's doing, because that has to be more exciting.
Yes, there is so much discussion of politics, and I snore. Okay. I don't care.
We've talked about Stephen King moments, and typically they're these like profoundly terrifying moments over just this tiny little detail that he has a way of describing to you that is terrifying. There are also Stephen King moments where we get like page after page about the most mundane details.
Yeah.
And To be honest, I love them both. They are part of what makes reading a Stephen King book.
Very
Yeah. Yeah. So a lot of these two chapters, there's a lot of discussion on what comes next. How do we become a society again? And some of the ways that they go about it, once again, make me go, we're rooting for these guys? These are the good guys? Really?
They make a point to say just because these are the good guys does not mean they're immune from doing bad things.
True.
They are not pure goodness. They are flawed, but at their core good.
I fucking guess.
Well, and it shows you the difference between how a society forms itself around a radical leader who has given everyone sort of emotional goal, this emotional radical goal, and another leader who is sort of stepped back a little more, and the people themselves have to form a group of people to rally around.
And they go about it the shittiest way possible.
Yeah, they're trying to reform a society.
Maybe it's just my own political leanings that I have a problem with this. In the last chapter, there was this long segment of Stu and Glenn in the mountains drinking wine and bullshitting, basically, and coming up with the plan to go forward. Stu asking Glenn, what do? We need a step-by-step guide to get shit going. And his first two ideas are, one, ratify the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, all that. Essentially be like, no, it's still America.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, reboot the government 2.0.
That is a fine idea in theory, but you can do better, man. You are starting from scratch. How about, okay, we're going to ratify the Bill of Rights, but also let's not do all the corruption and white supremacy bullshit. Let's get that out of there.
Keep in mind, you're talking about a drunk sociologist.
Okay, fine. But literally the second step is we're going to have a perfect democracy that we immediately undermine because we're going to set up our board of directors, 7 people on this committee that we pick and choose and no one gets a say in.
Right.
It's just all such well, you're doing it. You're making America again, better or worse.
Do you guys want to keep talking about politics?
Oh, God, no.
Okay.
Let's
talk about Larry meeting Harold.
Yes.
So I thought his approach up to Harold and what happens was pretty cool and disturbing.
Larry and Leo go to finally track down Harold's house. And as they get there, they catch Harold unaware as he's gardening. And when they call out his name, he turns around and for a second, Larry sees the real menace. He sees the real Harold before he can kind of put that mask back on. And Leo senses that and is saying, I don't want to go anywhere near this guy, so I'm going to be out here. You do your thing. And Larry approaches Harold. They hit it off. And all of Harold's rehearsing and practicing is paying off because Larry buys the smile. He buys the attitude, hook, line, and sinker.
And once again, reading about Harold here is a completely different character than when we first met him. He talks different. When he meets Larry outside, he says, "Oh, come on inside. We ought to have a jaw."
He's trying to be one of the good old boys, like Glenn and Stu.
Not him at all.
No. So my favorite part is after all of this, Larry comes out and he'd wanted Leo to come in with him. And he's like, no, something wrong with that guy. Got to go. Well, he didn't say that at that point, but he refused. And so Larry's like, okay, walk back to our place. You know how to get there, right? Awesome. He comes out a few blocks later. Leo was just waiting for him the whole time. And so they start to have a conversation about Harold, because Larry, he does buy it all, but there's still that instinct in him, and something was off about that meeting. And Leo says, he is spot on with this. He's not like us. He smiles a lot, but I think there might be worms inside him making him smile. Big white worms eating up his brain like maggots.
Leo is, I love Leo.
Mm-hmm.
And his relationship with Larry, that's the biggest redeeming quality for Larry so far, is that he's walking down the street, he's doing stuff, and Leo's copying him behind.
Yeah.
I think Leo has saved Larry. And,
Absolutely.
And Leo has an interesting relationship with Lucy and Nadine, too. So he calls Nadine mom and Lucy mom. So he's sort of living between these two families.
Mm-hmm. I almost called him Joe. Leo is such a great character, and you have the sense that he sees through people. He has this intuition. He even says, Larry asks him, why do you think his blinds were drawn? Everyone else, all the houses they've moved into, all the blinds are open, but not Harold's. And Leo says, maybe he's praying to the dark man.
Because all of the closed blinds houses are houses where there are dead people.
Mm-hmm. And Larry's
and Harold's
like,
dead inside.
yeah. And yeah, he says that, and Larry like kind of jumps, and then he's just like, huh, wonder what that means. And then completely ignores it.
So the next part we get, Franny finally listens to her instincts, and she finds Harold's calling card on her diary that tells her that he has read it. And that's when she is looking through this going, why was I giving him, like, why did I have to write about him that way? That was pretty cruel. And she finds a chocolate thumbprint smudge on her journal. And since she doesn't eat paydays and Harold does, she realizes what happened. And then just completely ignores that for quite a while.
Pretty much, yeah.
So all of this happens, and it brings us as after Franny finds the chocolate thumbprint. It's the night of the first meeting of the Free Zone ad hoc committee, in which they are going to subvert democracy and elect their cabal. And they have this meeting, and they ratify a bunch of unimportant shit, and it is boring as hell until they get to Nick's absolutely insane idea. Spies.
That I immediately wrote that Nick suggests sending infiltrators to gain intel. ... Oh, that's not going to work.
And I remember this. This is one of those things that, like, the back half of this book, for whatever reason, is not nearly as clear in my memory as the rest of it. But I remembered this part, and I remembered who they send. And it still blows my goddamn mind. What did you guys think?
Well, the first two were whatever. They, I believe, Larry suggests the judge.
Mm-hmm.
Sue
because he's old, and if he dies, who cares?
So what?
Because Larry's a real nice guy now.
Sue suggests Dana, and they do that. And then Nick suggests Tom Cullens.
That hurt.
Fuck. This is the point where I wrote, Jesus Christ, this chapter really turned me against the Free Zone. Like,
oh my God.
This is the most fucking cruel thing they could possibly do. Nick's reasoning is, well, Tom Cullen, he's slow, but that'll be a bonus because we can really train him to go do this thing that he doesn't fully understand and can't fully comprehend.
He can be hypnotized.
He can be hypnotized, and if they torture him, he won't give it up. Bad, heartless idea.
Well, and here's what's even worse about it. They do the vote. All of the men vote yes. The women vote no. Once it's official, the women are like,
yeah,
all
might
right,
as
I
well.
guess.
Yeah, it is such...
I don't even know why women are on this committee. Are they having babies?
Yeah, it is. It sucks for just a whole lot of reasons.
First chapter jumping in, I know I'm supposed to be really concerned that Mother Abigail decides to wander off into the wilderness, and I'm supposed to be tense when Franny breaks into Harold's house, but holy crap, you guys, all I can think about is Kojak the dog.
I don't know how I'm not going to spend this entire podcast talking about how great Kojak is. Or should I call him Big Steve?
A lot happens in this chapter. And then right at the end, when I had basically forgotten about Kojak, he shows up and you're like, yeah, this dog rules. I love him. The book's about Kojak now.
If only.
But there's a lot of stuff happens in this chapter
So
that
much stuff
we
happens.
really need to cover. First of all, Mother Abigail, it starts out with her trying to pray, and God has pieced out on her.
Mother Abigail decides to take off and go on her spirit journey. So Nick, Glenn, and Stu figure out that she's gone, and they're talking about what they're going to do. And I thought it was kind of weird. Nick's like, she made her choice, man. Whatever. I mean, it's sad, but
Well,
she's Mother Abigail. She's going to do what she's going to do.
it's weird because up to this point, Nick has been pretty adamantly, at least agnostic. But I guess since coming to the Free Zone, he is kind of taken side with Mother Abigail on the, hey, this is all God's will stuff. Because everyone else is like, she's an old woman. She just wandered into the woods. And he's like, yeah. She'll be taken care of. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, what are we going to do? Drag her back kicking and screaming?
Mm-hmm.
No. Okay, well, let's move on.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Franny is in the library learning about gardening. Smart. A lot of people are in the library learning how to do things that, depending on where they came from, they might have no idea how to do. Like, I know how to garden because I live in the Midwest. You guys have any good skills that would serve you well in post-apocalyptic United States?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
No. I do a podcast. That's
I am actively a burden on society.
Josh, you're useful in some way, right?
I'm great at keeping it light. That's my skill set. Like, if I was in a post-apocalypse, my job would just be cracking wise.
All right. Well, I'm going to do well. You guys can come over to my house.
No,
Yeah.
You're on the committee. Like,
For sure, you are on
Okay.
the committee.
I'm fucking Charlie Impening over here going, can we go somewhere warm?
All right, Franny rushes home to talk to Stu because she hears the news about Mother Abigail. And Stu is gone, but it's cool, guys. He left her a note, and he is out with Ralph and Harold. And this is another opportunity for Franny to have a very strong intuition about something and then completely ignore it.
She doesn't completely ignore it. She goes to Harold's house and breaks in, but she just
I guess
doesn't.
I mean completely ignore it in a way that would cue someone else into what's going on.
Yes.
She keeps it to herself.
She's so nervous that she's overreacting that she dare not tell the big strong men.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah. She does. She takes a little initiative. She goes over to Harold's house. She breaks in through one of the basement windows. Again, huge red flags that he's locked all his doors. It's weird and creepy over
Although
there.
apparently he was right because Franny's just going around breaking into houses.
But she's like, it's really unnerving. Something is wrong. And then a weird thing happens while she's there. Of all people, Nadine Cross shows up.
Stu shows Harold some kindness while they are out on their trip. And Ralph has great timing, so Harold, who had decided, okay, I'm going to kill Stu. And I'm going to shoot him. And then maybe I'm going to kill Fran too. I don't know, but I'm definitely going to kill Stu today. It's going to happen. But his plan is thwarted by kindness and Ralph's timing.
That is an interesting. I was going to ask you guys. So there's this. It cuts to Harold up in the mountains. He had taken Harold himself,
And Stu.
Stu and Ralph out, and they're searching for Mother Abigail. And he has a 38 in his pocket, and he's like, why not? Let's do this. Let's get it over with so I can head west. But he stops at the last minute because as he pulls up to Stu's like, man, you're a great guy, Harold. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I haven't given you as much credit as you deserve. But come on over whenever you want. You should have dinner with me and mine. Like, you're a good guy. And he stops. And I even wrote, Harold is thwarted by basic kindness. Imagine if they had treated him this way from the beginning. And then immediately afterwards, no, fuck that. just because people are dicks to you does not mean you grab a gun and like, yeah, I'll show them.
And they haven't, I don't think they've treated him, except for Franny's journal, I don't think they've treated him unkindly.
No,
they haven't
absolutely
wronged
not.
him. It's
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. He continually is saying, they hate me, they don't want me to be a part of things. Everyone
Causing
else
him to be
picks-
weird and make people go, that guy's weird, let's not hang out with him.
Right.
The search parties are not successful, unfortunately, in finding Mother Abigail. And our group has a conversation about magic and balancing the scales. Did you guys find any part of that kind of interesting?
No.
Interesting. Okay. For risk of talking way too much about the philosophical sides of this book. Yeah, I took so many notes about this because it's an insane argument. I believe Glenn puts out this idea about the age of rationality ending, that all of the science and technology that we have caused all of this, and now they're just a bunch of people that don't know stuff. They don't know how, if they had to, like they're working to bring the lights back on, but if they had to design it from scratch, if those machines hadn't been there, it'd be the Dark Ages. And he's like, well, maybe that's good. Maybe that's what we need right now, because we know that there's this evil force in the West and there's the magical happenings. He says something along the lines of, maybe what we need right now is white magic. That's insane. That is an argument for willful ignorance.
Yeah.
To say, nah, I know that technology bad, Black Mirror. Maybe we should be I'm going to use a word that I am not sure is right, egalitarian society? We're going to be like just dumbass farmers who think that thunder is angels bowling or whatever. And maybe they're, I think that's an actual thing he says in the book.
Yeah.
And he says, maybe people in 50 years will think there are monsters in the trolls in the hills. People are going to be superstitious idiots. Good?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's crazy.
All right. Just saying no wasn't really enough to convey my true emotion. The reason that I did not find this interesting, I'm so fucking tired of Glenn. I wish Glenn would shut the fuck up, because all he does is talk in circles and he doesn't contribute anything anymore. His time of being useful, as far as I am concerned and have seen, is done. Glenn can go away. I'm tired of his bullshit. All Glenn does is show up and argue the other side of an issue that gives us 30 pages of meeting notes, because Glenn's got to bring up this point and then they don't do what Glenn said, so we just talked about it for nothing.
Perfect segue into our next chapter, chapter 53, where they have this huge meeting, and this is a big one. This is where they are putting out this motion, like, are we going to ratify the Constitution?
And everyone gets so hyped about it. When they ratify the Constitution, they sing the Star-Spangled Banner. People are in tears, and people are just like losing their goddamn minds.
Well, they have something to unify them. That was Mother Abigail. She's on a spirit journey, and now they have the flag, another symbol.
Yeah.
Okay, this might just be me then. I felt like singing the national anthem was a manipulation tactic.
I always think singing the national anthem is a manipulation tactic.
Well, because we know going into this, the biggest thing that they want to accomplish in this meeting is they want to get all 7 of them to be the permanent committee. Mm-hmm. The rest of this is great, but this is their goal. Their goal is to take over the government at this point. So the first thing they do is get everyone off kilter, getting them feeling very emotional, patriotic, and wanting safety. And this is how they do it.
Although their plan is kind of thwarted by Harold.
I thought that was amazing.
Thwarted in that it accomplished their goals completely.
It accomplished their goals, but not the way they wanted to. It accomplished it by giving Harold more power.
Yeah.
Presumably, if
Harold will
things
be-
don't go the way they go.
Harold will be remembered as the person who made this decision happen.
So Harold, in this meeting, they had spent all this time worrying about everyone get one person to nominate you. But then Harold comes up and he's just like, hey, all you guys are doing great. I vote that you all are the permanent committee in one fell swoop. And suddenly Harold is getting all the pats on the back. It was a cool moment.
It was a cool moment. And I love that Stu's like, well, where was that fucking idea, Glenn?
Yeah, Harold makes a point later when he's being angsty by himself that he's having all the good ideas for the community. He's kind of not wrong. Oh no, it's not to fucking make so much of the middle of this book revolves around Harold. Weirdly, all of book 2 is just basically, what do we do about Harold?
Yeah.
Oops, we were too late figuring out Harold.
Well, this the thing that I loved about this section of the book is this is Harold's redemption arc chance. There, everything that could have turned him around happens in this section, and things could have gone differently, maybe.
We're going to get a lot of those, I feel like, and it's interesting every time it happens. That sums up the first big community meeting. So Fran and Stu go home, and Stu is... we don't have to talk about this at length. I just wanted to mention it.
Oh, yeah.
Tells Fran the story of meeting evil Jim Morrison.
Yes. I love this part.
I don't like thinking of Jim Morrison as evil, though. I
How
thought
do you
he was
not?
describing the Man in Black at first. Randall Flagg.
Really?
I thought, yeah, the way he sets it up, I thought that it was going to end up that I already met this guy like years ago at the gas station.
I thought he was going to end up, it was Elvis.
No, we already met Elvis. He
Yeah.
raped the trash can man.
God.
Oh,
Bleh.
yep.
No. Yeah, it's just a weird little story that comes out of nowhere that feels like it's just a different book. It feels like a bit from a short story collection. Like,
Stud City.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes.
It feels like he had an idea for a short story, but hadn't yet reached 1,500 pages, so he just shoved it in the stand.
So more importantly, the other thing that happens in this chapter is that Nadine tries to seduce Larry, who... Go ahead, Josh.
Oh, man. I love this moment so much. Nadine shows up at Larry's, and Larry and Lucy come home, and she says, we need to talk right now. It is now or never. And Lucy's very dismissive. She can see, like, she wants you now. You're not coming home to me. Go with her. Do whatever. And Larry's saying, it's fine. I'll be back. We're going to talk. And they take a little walk, and Nadine finally offers herself to him. He can't stop looking at her, and he can tell that she has this dress on, and he can tell she's not wearing anything underneath. And he can't stop thinking about how much he wants to have sex with Nadine. But in this moment where she says, everything will be okay if this happens right now. And this is the time that Larry stands up against being a selfish jerk and dooms us all.
I was going to say, in this moment, Nadine is begging him, and he could go to her. Knowing what we know happens at the end of book 2, did he make the right decision or not?
Oof.
That's a tough one because as we're going through these chapters, we're going to get little bits where both Harold and Nadine hesitate. But something, as we've kind of talked about before, comes over them. And it's Randall Flagg's influence, I believe. And so maybe he made a choice that would have been selfish, but ultimately served a greater purpose because what would have happened might not have happened. But that only removes one person. And I know what she does later kind of brings Harold more fully into it, but he's teetering on the edge so much. I still feel like that influence
Without her
would
influence, could he have turned around too and the ultimate tragedy not have happened? It's a matter of Larry's whole arc, the entire book is him trying not to be selfish. Him trying to make up for him being a dick, specifically to women. And in this moment, he says the right thing for him to do to make up for all those past indiscretions is to say, no, I'm with Lucy. And doing this would be cheating, and that would be my old ways. This is my redemption. But is it? Because this is the moment that him doing what's right for him and Lucy is ultimately what dooms the community.
I would argue that it ultimately might be a selfish act as well, because yes, he's talking about the impact that this is going to have on Lucy, but he also has this thought that, okay, I'm at a crossroads. I'm Larry, this guy I want to be, this nice guy. If I do this with Nadine, I'm going to be not a nice guy, Larry. And I want this for me. So he makes a good choice for himself, but I guess you could argue ultimately selfish too.
And that is also considering the fact that, let's say Larry said, okay, let's do this. We don't know that Flag's influence couldn't have somehow stopped that moment.
Because it has another later. Stopped a moment, I mean. Okay.
What?
We'll get to it, yeah. All right, moving on. Chapter 54. Okay. Excerpts from the minutes of the Derry Public Radio staff meeting on July 14th, 2019. I motion that we create a census committee. I mean, there's only 3 of us now, but that number could explode at any moment. Anyone second that? Anybody?
Seconded.
Thank you, Josh. Motion passed. I think that's what you say. All right. I also motion that if any of us decide to leave DPR, that person be jailed forever.
Seconded.
Can I get a Awesome. Thank you, Josh.
I think we need to review the rules of order.
Okay, we can table that. All right. For my final motion, I have a note here that I'd like one of you to read.
I wrote this about 5 minutes before you guys got here. Holy shit, I really dropped the ball. Anyway, I've tried to think of all the ramifications of this next motion, so keep that in mind when you're hearing what I'm proposing. I'd like us to create a Department of Law and Order in this studio with me at its head. I know it seems extreme right now, but what if one of us is late and didn't read the chapters for the episode? Next thing you know, we've got a murderer on our hands. Anyway, I think it'd be a good fit for sheriff of this podcast. I'm already the editor, so if you disagree, I'll just fix it in post. Seconded.
Thank you. All right, motion passed.
That is exactly as fascist as the Free Zone Committee is, so I appreciate that. There is one thing that I found interesting about this meeting. There's a character I mentioned earlier. He's a bit character, Charlie Impening. He's a character that just is in the background. We didn't talk about him, but he was just a guy going around yelling, hey, why are we here? We should go south. And just undermining everything. And Stu was like, that guy's a dick. And then throughout these couple chapters, his name keeps popping up. And at one point in the last chapter, Stu even says, maybe there's some way we could, quotes, shut him up. And I'm like, uh-oh. And during the minutes of this meeting, we find out that he's gone. I thought Charlie Impening was going to end up being a spy.
Ooh.
I don't remember, honest to God. I just think he's a really interesting character because he's so small and insignificant, but keeps getting brought up. Oh, also during these minutes, they talk about whether they should imprison defectors, which sucks.
Yeah, that was one of my motions.
I just got it.
Let's talk about Harold's other brush with being a good guy. He is on the burial committee, and he's working really hard, and he's earning the respect of the people around him, the people he's working with. He's doing an awesome job. He gets a nickname, you guys.
Hawk.
Jeez.
Hawk.
Yeah. No, you have to say Hawk.
Why do you have to say it like that?
Isn't that how you guys pronounce Hawk?
I like to imagine Stephen King writing this and being like, man, I wish someone called me Hawk. God, I just wish it's such a cool nickname. So, Mr. King, if you are reading this, thanks for the books, Hawk. That's for you.
Good.
Wait, did you say if you're reading this?
Did I?
Maybe.
I don't know.
Fix it in post.
It doesn't matter. Mr. King, if you're getting the transcripts that I'm sending you every week,
No,
please be my dad. That's all I'm saying.
The fact that he experiences this level of camaraderie and he gets this nickname, and at first he thinks it's an insult, and then he's like, "Oh, they actually like me. They are respecting me." And that's the moment it really sinks in that nobody here knows Old Harold. Old Harold doesn't exist in the memories of any of these people except for Fran. And he's been carrying that with him. But he doesn't look the same. He doesn't act the same. And he realizes he really could be a valuable part of this community if he wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's walking the line between good and evil, between love and hate. And just as we think maybe he's going to make the right decision, here comes Flag walking up Harold's sidewalk, dressed in some thin, silky material with no bra.
That's more or less right.
Yeah, it
it's
is.
the third time that in the book that Nadine is seen by someone, and for a split second they think it's Flag
Mm-hmm.
before they're like, "Oh wait, no, that's not right."
So we will be respectful, I think, of this next part because it's icky.
It's gross.
He uses the phrase that he plunders her, and I don't like that at all.
They also talk about, all caps, the ridiculous thing, and we don't need to go into what that's a euphemism for.
No. So
But
basically,
it's bad.
Harold is a 16-year-old boy. Just want to remind everybody of
Right.
that. With a not yet fully developed frontal lobe. This is what makes him still a child, mentally, emotionally. And Nadine is an adult woman and a teacher. And she manipulates, and I'm just going to say it, molests him.
For sure.
It sucks. The whole scene.
I think a lot of rules probably change in the apocalypse, but can we just hold on to the ones that protect children?
Yes.
Seconded.
Motion passed. And the end of this chapter is one of the many notes that I had, okay, this is it. Harold has made that irreparable decision. He's a goner. And then later I'm like, oh man, he's teetering on the edge again. Now he's a goner.
That's, yeah, they do that a bunch of times in this book, and it's frustrating.
It is, but I don't know. Do you think it's earned or cheap?
I think this past the part with the burial committee absolutely earned, because there is that the camaraderie, the community is starting to erode at him, and he almost sees the light. But I think by like the third or fourth time, it's like, let's just get to the
agree.
downfall.
Well,
Come on.
If I remember right, this chapter ends with the sentence, Harold Lauder succumbed to his destiny. And at that point, from this point on, anytime we think he's teetering, that's on us. Because the book flat out told us this is the moment where he crossed the point of no return.
So maybe that just means that we're all optimists and we want him, even though we kind of hate him, we want him to be okay. Because it's not entirely his fault.
If you knew how book 2 ends, yeah, I definitely would have preferred him to back away and not do the big thing.
All right. Well, why don't we head west in this episode towards the end of the book by moving on to chapter 55?
Nailed it. Perfect.
That is a segue
C.M.
if I've
Alexander,
ever heard one.
Queen of segues.
That's why I'm the sheriff of our podcast. Larry and the judge speculate on Mother Abigail's well-being. And the judge accurately guesses why Larry is there to talk to him, and he accepts his mission to go west. He also guesses why he's selected, and given his condition that they're probably going to send backups, I thought his conversation, his heart-to-heart with Larry about Nadine was really cool. Because he sort of tells him off, and I think Larry needs that.
Basically, Larry thinks that Nadine is, he knows she's going through something, and he even says that he's afraid she might kill herself. And the judge is like, that's, I mean, putting a lot on you there, buddy. You're not the end all be all. I think things will be all right. I think you're carrying Nadine's burden.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he basically tells him to grow up. He's made his choice, live with it, and be happy about it. And yes, she might, I always say, become a victim of suicide because I feel, that's more accurate. But he said, yeah, she might do that. And then he says that there are a great many ways to commit suicide. A comment that comes back to haunt Larry. That's how we end that conversation.
Yeah, I wanted, that's the most ominous thing you could ever tell someone. I took it as like he's saying, I'm going west. I'm an old man. I'm too old for adventure, but I'm doing this anyway. And then follows that up with, there are a lot of ways to commit suicide, Larry. And I'm like, uh-oh, Judge, what you doing?
Yeah, so you took that as him commenting on his own journey,
Yes.
not just Nadine's.
I absolutely think that is
Really?
his choice to go west. Is he has no reason to believe he's coming back. But he's going anyway just for the sake of the adventure.
See, I didn't get that sense just because of the things he was talking about before he confronts Larry with why he's there. Because he's just saying, yeah, I just want to garden. I want to live a simple life, a simple, happy life. I don't want to worry about things. And Larry's reaction is, he describes it as comical. His face just falls. He's like, I hope you don't play poker. Because I could tell when I was talking about this that you got really sad and upset. And so I saw that as him having a plan for his life, a desire to live it, but understanding that there's something larger at stake and he was going to have to sacrifice that. More of a sacrifice, less of a suicide.
Well, what's the difference? If you really think about it, if you think your sacrifice is going to lead to your death, there are a lot of ways to commit suicide, Sian.
Yeah, but you're usually not committing suicide for the greater good of everyone around you. It's to their detriment.
I think this
Depends
is
on your
also-
point of view, I suppose.
And I think this is also him not saying, I'm going to go there to die. He's saying he wants to return, like he wants to succeed in the mission, but he is aware that the odds are heavily in the other
He's
way.
being
and he's
realistic.
still,
Especially, maybe I read too much into this, his plan for going west, to me, once again, maybe I'm thinking way too much about it, but his plan is he's going to basically circumnavigate Vegas. He's going up north and then like looping around it to the south until he gets picked up by Flag's men, basically. Where to me, that seems like anyone genuinely going to Vegas would be beelining there because they feel the draw. And I think it made me think his plan seems kind of doomed to fail. Like they're going to pick him up and be like, hey, what the hell are you doing?
I don't know. I saw it as more of like a cover, something to sort of shield him from, obviously you came from that other community, more of a, like when you see a pretty girl in the supermarket and you accidentally crash your shopping cart into hers.
Oh, yes. That thing that I do every time I go shopping.
Wait.
He's setting
the
up a
judge is
meet
trying
cute.
to set up a meet cute?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right. The next morning, Judge leaves Boulder. And that afternoon, Nick, Ralph, and Stu pay Tom Cullen a visit.
Fucking hate this. So the group goes over to Tom's house, and Tom is so excited to have visitors. And he gives them a tour of his house, and the house is this hodgepodge of just things Tom likes.
It's like a fun house.
Yeah.
It's so great. Literally, my notes are, the group goes to Tom's house. Fuck these people for even considering sending Tom west.
That's what this
How
is so heartbreaking.
dare they? One other thing, when they go over, it's Nick, Ralph, and Stu, and Tom at first he's like points to Stu and he's like, I know you. Your name is, and Nick stops him from Stu from telling him, and he kind of like mimes out something or gives a note. It's like, what's something hot and hearty eat? And it's like, Stu, your name's Stu. And so whenever he says Stu's name, it's spelled S-T-E-W. That's adorable.
It's a beautiful moment.
It's really good.
It really is.
But it stops being beautiful very quickly because they ask Tom if they can put him under again, and he says, "I'm not sleepy." And then they ask him if Tom wants to see an elephant, and he goes to sleep instantly. The first thing to point out is that Tom's voice is a different voice when he's under hypnosis.
Because he isn't Tom Cullen. He's God's Tom. Goosebumps.
Oh, man.
Fucking goosebumps.
That was so cool.
The next crazy thing is that he is the only one to have seen Flag's face in his dreams.
And I wrote down, they ask him to describe Flag. And I really want to just read this paragraph.
Awesome.
Tom didn't speak for a long time. Stu had decided he wasn't going to answer, and he was prepared to go back to the script when Tom said, "He looks like anybody you see on the street. But when he grins, birds fall dead off telephone lines. When he looks at you a certain way, your prostate goes bad and your urine burns. The grass yellows up and dies where he spits. He's always outside. He came out of time. He doesn't know himself. He was the name of 1,000 demons. Jesus knocked him into a herd of pigs once. His name is Legion. He's afraid of us. We're inside. He knows magic. He can call the wolves and live in the crows. He's king of nowhere, but he's afraid of us. He's afraid of inside." Fuck. I have goosebumps just reading that. It's so good. I want the last several chapters, so much for the middle of book 2 is political bullshit. And this chapter gets back to this is what I want.
Mm-hmm.
Love
The
it.
King of Nowhere is such a badass title.
Such a badass.
There's something else, and Josh, this is going to be a question directed towards you. So Tom knows what they want him to do. He's going to do it. He also knows that Mother Abigail is still alive. And he says something vital here. He says, Mother Abigail will see, but it'll be too late. There will be death. His death, and his is emphasized. Did that line stick out to you then or later?
Later. I knew it was obviously ominous, but I had no idea what it would be. And now it's painfully obvious.
Yeah. So they give Tom a script, basically. They tell him, you're going to say that we kicked you out because you are feeble-minded. We didn't want you impregnating a woman and passing on your genes. And this part was heartbreaking because Tom acts out that script and his voice gets sad and he seems so sad that he's being driven out of his home that he loves.
And even worse, that after all of this, and he understands what all of this means, it's so heart-wrenching that Stu falters and is almost unable to finish. And when there's a lull, Tom, in this clear voice that he doesn't have in his real life, just says simply, "Finish. Don't leave me out here in the dark." I teared up.
Yeah. It's brutal.
So Stu gives him some instructions. When the moon is full, come back. He also tells him to travel at night, and if he sees a group of people, run, but if anybody sees him, like if one person sees him, kill that person. And Tom is like, okay, sure, yeah, I'll kill him. Yeah. Which I loved, because even Stu is like, yeah, I saw the shadow pass his face. I don't think I can make Tom do something that is not in his character.
Yeah, when he's telling Franny later, she's like, you can't hypnotize someone to not do something that they wouldn't do when they're awake.
Yeah. And you can feel in this chapter, the way King wrote it, the agony that these men feel for Tom as they're asking him to do this thing. Like, I got sweaty reading about it.
Yeah, and these are the fucking good guys.
Yeah.
When you go back to the meeting where they picked these spies, it is 10 sentences. It is the most brief and succinct committee notes because they were like, oh, these people, done, cool, moving on.
Oh, they argue about
And
Tom.
They do, but now that we are at this time where you have to ask, when it was academic, it was one thing. When it's reality, it's all settling in for them.
Yeah. Stu goes home and agonizes with Franny over what they've done. She tells him Harold has a woman, and neither of them are concerned about the age difference, which, if you're both adults, is totally fine. Franny comments that Harold was really into her sneakers when he was over earlier to visit, and we didn't mention when he comes home, he can tell. Like, he has this intuition that someone has been in his house, and he's investigating. He searches for his ledger. Nobody touched that, but he finds a shoe print, the very distinct sole, in the dirt outside of his basement window. And he believes that Franny figured out that he read his diary. Wait, that he read her diary.
Yeah.
And now, she went to his house to get some sense about how he felt about it. And so he's really into her shoes, and that's all we need to say about that.
Yeah. The point is, now he knows it was Fran, and he knows that Fran knows nothing. Because if she'd found the ledger, that news would have come out by now.
And the weirdest part of all of it is that Fran notices that he keeps looking at her feet and isn't weirded out by it.
Maybe she's just relieved he's not looking at her chest for once.
I guess. I mean, I'd be just as creeped out if someone was staring at my feet and I knew they were a weird pervert.
And this is where I have that other note, which is Harold considers for the last time, his two paths, and he allows himself to hold on to his resentment. Chapter 56. Boulder gets some more survivors. One of them is a doctor, and on the way to this town, he delivered 2 babies. And everything was fine.
For a few hours.
And then they died.
Yeah. One of them passed away in 12 hours. The other one passed 2 days later.
Somebody has the good sense to warn Stu that this information is going to be passing through the town like wildfire, and maybe he should talk to Franny about it before someone else tells her. And of course, he's too late, because these two don't actually talk to each other about anything important in a timely fashion. She's understandably freaked out. The next cool thing that happens, Nadine returns home to pack up her life as Nadine Mom. She runs into Joe, not Leo, but Joe. Nadine thought that Larry was her last hope. I think that her last hope is actually here with Joe, because she could make a choice here because he has reverted back to Joe, and I think he's doing it intentionally, maybe not on a conscious level, but hey, look, someone still needs you. I still need you. I am this feral little boy again. I'm in my underwear. I'm sucking my thumb. I'm not responding to you like normal. You're needed. And she has a choice there. What do you guys think about that?
I don't really think that she cares that much anymore. She's made her decision to move on, because I did not feel her battling herself about whether to leave Joe, really.
Oh, she doesn't, but I do agree that this was a chance. This was Joe's way of reaching out. This was Joe trying to say, because, I mean, he has The Shining. He can read people's minds, quite literally, as we find out in a little bit. He knows that one of the things she said to Larry was, I need to be needed. And this was him saying, here I am, take care of me. And she fucks right off. Yeah, it's a bummer, because it's another case of this whole book. Nadine has basically no agency of her own. Everything she does is just whatever whim of the Dark Man. Yeah.
Which is why I described her seducing Harold as Flag approaching him, because I wanted to be fair to the character. I don't know that that was really her. I don't know. Maybe part of it was. It's hard to tell
how much control she has over herself.
A few other things that I just want to make note of in this chapter, because I think we have some cooler stuff to get to.
Yeah.
Because there's another meeting, of course, and people notice that the judge is gone because they try to nominate him to be on the law committee, and our gang is not prepared for that, and they're not prepared for someone to nominate someone who's not in their close-knit circle of friends either, and that also happens. The next morning, Stu runs into Susan and Dana, and he just can't figure out lesbians.
Yeah, he's weirdly weirded out by. No,
Yeah.
Sue and Dana were two of the women that were rescued from that militaristic gang that Stu and Harold and Fran ran across. But we haven't really gotten much of them. And this chapter made me go, why not? These two fucking kick ass. Because we learned that Dana, before the plague, was this feminist, like...
An activist.
And that she had this abusive boyfriend that he tried to hit her, and she beat the shit out of him. That's rad.
Yeah.
And I instantly, I was like, just in a few sentences, like, I love Dana. Why haven't we been reading about Dana this whole time? I've talked so much about Harold. Who the fuck cares?
And Franny, who just irritates the piss out of me.
Yeah.
I like Dana's character. It's like Franny is the opposite side of the coin from her.
Yes. She's
Franny would never attach an Assassin's Creed style wrist blade to her arm. That's so fucking cool.
Yes, because Dana is going to also go west, and she has her own plan, though.
She has a spring-loaded, double-sided bladed knife strapped to her wrist, and she is going to do her damnedest to kill Flag herself.
You know what is shit, though? What is absolute shit?
That Stu kisses her for some reason?
Twice?
You know what else is shit? We're basically told a few paragraphs later that her plan fails because it says no one ever sees her again.
This is the second time in this section that we need a name for this because King loves this. That minute where it's just the middle of a regular paragraph and he just drops at the very end and they would be dead in a few months.
We have a name for that. Stu, Ralph, and Nick say goodbye to Tom as he makes his way west. Franny visits Dr. George. He reassures her that, I got you, I'm a doctor. Yeah, those twins died, but there are a lot of other factors. We're just going to take this day by day, and I'm going to do my best to be a good doctor. And Harold builds a bomb for the committee.
Yeah, there's just that moment of Harold in his basement with Nadine just staring at him while he is wiring up dynamite. This will mean nothing to you guys, but everyone go and listen to the song Cry for Judas by the Mountain Goats, because it is basically Harold and Nadine's theme song.
Ooh.
The first line of the song is some things you do just to see how bad they make you feel. And that sums up their entire arc in one line.
You guys.
And it's a great fucking song. So
Harold and Nadine just became a music video inside my head.
Oh no. I'm sorry about your head.
they're the alpha couple. They really are. Don't worry about it. There's one person listening that might have gotten that. So.
Chapter 57, Larry and Leo are having a chat, and Leo hypnotizes himself with a ping pong ball?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Because it's described as similar to the trance that Tom goes into.
Yeah, where he knows things.
Yeah.
And Leo knows things. So he says some cool stuff here. Let's talk about it.
Well, the first thing is he says that Nadine Mom is dead, which I thought was a very accurate way to describe how she's changed. Like that, he's saying that part of her is completely closed off and there's no coming back for her, even though he can't articulate that thought any other way. And he also shares that it's the bad man's influence that's doing it. That Flag has a hold of her.
Is it here that he says, or it might have been during Tom's hypnosis, where he says basically Larry mentions the committee and basically says, no, the committee's his ways. The committee is the old ways. That's Flag's ways. It's not going to do anything.
I think that's here.
Is it here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just like, oh, Flag laughs at your dumb fucking committee. It's a waste of time. Yours and ours for reading about it. So.
And then he yells at Larry to finally talk to Franny because together they can figure it out. He doesn't spell out what it is, but he says together you both have the pieces of this puzzle. Mm-hmm. You know the answer.
Larry and Franny do some detective work, and while they do find Harold's ledger, they do not find anything about the bomb.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, anything that they recognize.
Yeah, they find the ledger, they read the first line, which is, I'm gonna fucking kill Stu. And they're like, we have to do something about this.
Slowly.
Tomorrow. And whatever we do, we can't tell Stu about it.
Until we know more.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's September 1st. And we ended last chapter with the bomb, knowing that the meeting of the committee is slated for September 2nd.
Yes,
so we're like,
it's-
why are you doing this?
While they're kind of figuring things out, Nadine is breaking in. Well, I guess she doesn't have to break in because they don't keep their doors locked, but she's planting the bomb in Ralph and Nick's house in preparation for that meeting on the 2nd when all of them are going to be there. But again, this is interesting. She has a moment of doubt, of hesitation, and this blackness comes over her vision, and she feels Flag entering her, and the way that she describes it is like a rape. And let's talk about what happens when she wakes up and opens her eyes.
That's very interesting that you use that term of phrase, that she feels. The way it came out to me, it reminded me of the Dark Tower, of the drawing of the three, where it's as though something had been sitting in the backseat of her brain and then stepped forward to pilot her body to take her away.
Yeah. God, I need to reread Drawing of the Three. It's been a while.
When she comes to, she's at this drive-in and has no recollection of how she got there. And the speakers all fall to the ground at the same time, and Flag's voice calls to her through those speakers.
Okay, this scene, just sorry to interrupt. This scene is super cool.
It's so cool.
But this is another, have you guys caught that there are several moments in this book where all of a sudden you remember that it was written in the 70s? And then the version we're reading was just updated to be re-released in the 90s. Like, all of the musical references are all from the 50s.
Yeah.
And the drive-in, every once in a while someone will say something's groovy or something. It's like, come on.
Yeah, there's some things that don't age well.
Yeah.
But my favorite thing that Flag says to her is, God may love stupidity, but I do not. He says that you will not go back to town. He orders her to go to the amphitheater, and that's where she's going to meet Harold. And after they meet and do what they need to do, they'll head west to be with him.
And her hair turns completely white.
That
Which
was
is cool.
so awesome. When she comes to Harold and is like, we've got to go. And he's like, what the fuck happened to you? And yeah, stark white hair now.
Chapter 58, Fran and Larry finally decide to tell someone else what's up. Stu reads the ledger, and they talk about what Harold might be plotting and what they should do about it. And I think the decision they ultimately come on is exile, which,
Yeah,
okay, I'm sure he'll care.
Yeah. Well, and not just we'll exile them tomorrow after the meeting.
Yeah. Why rush, you guys? Harold and Nadine are already exiling themselves. They're a safe distance away, waiting for their moment. And Harold wonders once more if they've both become completely insane. And he hopes that he can make it west with his sanity intact, if nothing else. The Free Zone committee gathers in Ralph and Nick's house. Let's do this.
Boring meeting that bounces back and forth between Harold waiting to press the button.
That is interesting because under any other circumstances, it would be like, oh yeah, more fucking meeting. But most of my notes are just like, I didn't know how to spell like, but that was just that feeling.
Yeah, it's very tense because
Yeah.
Franny's sitting on the floor with her back up against the closet where Nadine planted the shoebox with the bomb in it. And she's having intuitions here that she's ignoring until the last possible moment.
And the only thing that really gets it trips that trigger in her mind to finally be like, okay, we got to get out of here, is the sound of motorcycles coming. And for a split second, they all think, oh God, what if this is the start? What if that's Flag's troops? And so they start booking it out of the house.
But it's not Flag's troops.
No, it's Dick. He has returned because they have found Mother Abigail, and they need the doctor to come with them immediately because she looks terrible. And that is when Nick suddenly gets this intuition. He knows there's something in the closet. He pushes Fran out of the house as everybody's outside. And as Nick grabs the box, the walkie-talkie clicks on, and Harold's voice comes through, and the bomb explodes.
Why did he have to find it? Why didn't he just leave the house?
See, okay, this also bothered me. Because Nick, this is an act of God that Nick, the deaf mute, is the one that gets this feeling, I know where the bomb is. That has to be an act of God saying, go to the bomb. But it's too late. Since he arrived, Mother Abigail is Nick's the chosen one. Nick is the one to lead us. Why? Unless it wasn't an act of God and it was Flag being like, hey, over there in the closet. Like, why was this the moment that he says, I gotta run towards the bomb?
Well, or maybe the act of God was, hey, there's a bomb here, get out. Why are you going towards it?
I guess, yeah.
I mean, what's he gonna, like, disarm it? Would you guys be like, oh shit, there's a bomb, I'm pretty sure I can probably disarm it, or would you leave quickly?
No, fucking run.
I'll leave immediately.
Yeah. The house explodes, and the only reason that they don't all die is because most of them have rushed out of the house to see Mother Abigail. Not to say they don't all get injured. Franny is thrown across the street into a pond. A couch lands on top of her. I think she gets, like, pelted in the face with somebody's arm, somebody's severed arm.
A severed arm lands in front of her, dripping, and it's very gruesome and upsetting.
Overall, 7 people died. 20 people were injured. Ralph lost his third and fourth finger on his left hand. Fran got her injuries, but
Glenn had a chunk of his leg taken off.
Yeah, a chunk of his calf.
But Mother Abigail is somehow still alive.
Yeah, chapter 59, we wake up with Franny. She's in the hospital. She's okay. She's injured and sore. The baby's okay. Nick obviously is dead, unfortunately. Going back to Tom, his prophecy that Mother Abigail would be too late. And Mother Abigail is dying. And she has a message for our group, which Franny reacts to swimmingly.
Yeah.
First, we've talked about them enough, and I'm going to keep this brief. There's one more fucking meeting, but it's the last. You definitely get the feeling that it's the last meeting, because it's Stu basically going up and trying to calm everyone, because everyone is beside themselves with fear and anger. I thought this was the most interesting meeting of them all, because Stu finally acknowledges something that I have written in my notes no less than 6 times. These are the good guys?
Yeah.
What did you guys think about that?
I thought that meeting was another example of fuck Glenn. I'm tired of Glenn's bullshit, but it's the first meeting they've had that they didn't have the control over that they'd always had, and you can feel it falling apart.
Yeah, it made me think, like, if these are the good guys that are trying to restart civilization, is it worth saving?
That's also a difference that I feel with, we keep referring to this group as the good guys. What they are is not the villains. Just because you're not the villains does not make you all the good guys.
They're the status quo guys.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. So this is a story of neutral versus evil rather than good versus evil.
It's evil versus everyone else.
Mother Abigail tells Stu, Larry, and Ralph and Glenn that it is now their mission to head west and take out Flag.
We find out that Nick was supposed to be that leader, and she even goes down the chain of command. If it's not Nick, then it falls to Stu. If Stu can't do it, Larry will. If Larry can't, Ralph will. And if Ralph, oh, fuck, I guess Glenn can do it.
Okay, this is a matter of step out of the story of what is happening, and let's think about King's thoughts as he's writing this. I think this book, it's so fucking long. It is a perfect example of King's style of writing in that he never has a plan. I do not believe King ever thinks ahead in his stories. I think he just writes the story as it presents itself. And at a certain point, sometimes he writes himself into a corner. Because at this point, he's like, she wakes up and she's like, oh, I was supposed to be Nick. When was the last chapter we had that Nick was the focus? It has been
Back in Hanningford Home?
Exactly. It has been so much more about Stu that when she's like, oh, Stu, you're going to have to lead now. Stu's been leading for quite a while, since the committee was formed.
It would have been interesting if we had either had that relationship with Nick that we do with Stu, or if Stu, and then Nick had died, or if Stu had been the one this whole time and then he had died. Because that, as much as
Honestly,
I like
think
Nick,
that would have been way more
that
interesting.
would have cost us, the readers, far more than losing Nick did.
That would have been really fascinating if Nick had been kind of this background. We knew, oh, he's the chosen one. He's kind of been on God's side this whole time. Holy shit, Stu died? What? And now suddenly Nick steps forward into his spot that he should have been in the whole time.
Okay, here's where I disagree with this. Nick should have been the leader. Stu has been leading.
Yes.
But Stu's been leading because the real villain of this story, Glenn, has orchestrated, like Nick was supposed to, we were supposed to gather and he was going to lead the forces against Flag. What he did is he led to the point, and then Glenn and Stu kept getting drunk talking about, let's fucking bring back the Constitution and let's form a government. Let's brainwash and control all these people. Let's waste all of our fucking time building government instead of doing anything important. And Stu had to be the mouthpiece for that because Nick can't. Nick should have been leading. They took that away from Nick, and that is why everything is fucked.
I second it.
I 100% agree with you. Damn.
Yeah. Well,
Sorry.
I
I got really passionate about that.
No,
got a little carried away.
Stu, Larry, Ralph, and Glenn start walking west, only a few weeks behind the spies they sent, the judge, Dana, and Tom. The man in black has guard posts along Oregon's eastern border because somehow he knows not only that the judge is coming, but that he's not coming straight east through Utah. The guards have strict orders to bring him in because Flag has special plans for him, mostly his head. And we open with two characters, Bobby Terry and Dave Roberts.
Right off the bat for part 3, the most exciting thing about the final leg of the stand is it all takes place in the West. We have spent so long worried about the West, all the bad things happening in the West, but we never fucking see any of it. And I was immediately like, okay, this is where the action happens. The action doesn't start off good for our heroes.
No, not super good. Well, and it's exactly the same thing. It's what I said when they had the idea for spies, which was, well, that's not going to work. And you know why we know that isn't going to work is because in this bit, we find out that Flag has commanded all of these outposts because they know that Flag said there's spies coming and that they need to capture both of them. Very specifically.
Not all 3.
Both
not
of them.
all of them.
Yes.
Both of them.
And why are they so loyal to him? Why are they so afraid? I feel like we get a sense of that in this chapter.
Oh, because he's fucking terrifying. Like, what else do you need?
They have this cool conversation, though, because one of them wants to go check out the dam or something. And the other one's like, go for it. And he's like,
yeah,
I don't
fuck
think
that.
so.
Because he can just show up. We learned that the West, it's not all in Vegas. The Free Zone, it is all centralized in one city. But the West, they say that they have outposts in Portland, in LA, in all of these Western cities where they're working to get multiple sites up. And Flag will just show up walking.
Yeah, and
Which
it's like,
is
how did he get here? He was
so
just
fucking
over
cool.
here hours ago. Then we cut to the judge, and he is having a very rough trip. He's tired, he's old, he has arthritis, it's raining. I thought we were going to get more of him, and I'm so disappointed that we didn't, because the scene in the hotel was really cool, and I was like, okay, what's going to happen? There's going to be some like mini showdown between him and Flag.
Well,
There
there
kind of was.
But beyond that, I was expecting him to make it into Vegas.
Oh,
Not
no,
unassisted,
never in a million
but
years.
alive.
No.
I assumed this scene of the judge was all we were ever going to get of the judge. The judge breaks into a motel room, camping out for the night, and he wakes up to a crow peering into his window, just
Tapping on
Yeah.
his chamber door.
Quoth the crow, please don't shoot me with that fucking rifle.
Yeah, the judge, it like sees it and it slowly comes into his head like, this is the Dark Man. He's watching me through this crow. And so he just slowly reaches down and he's like, if I could peg this thing.
Yeah, he thinks
It could
he
just
might
be over.
trap
That would be
his
fucking amazing.
spirit in the bird.
Anticlimactic, but
Very
amazing.
But
anticlimactic.
he did something that made me realize I'm probably the judge in this story.
How so?
So go on.
He forgot to turn off the safety.
Yeah, such a bummer. But did he? Did he forget to? Because throughout this third part, Flag has little ways of influencing things.
Or was it our Old Testament God?
Yeah, he's a dick too. So.
I think it was definitely the judge's fault because of the way that the crow freaked the fuck out when it saw the rifle. It was like, I didn't see that coming. And he
True.
like scatters away.
Flag has put out orders for the spies' heads to be brought back to them intact. And so when the judge gets caught,
The most amazing thing happens. There's this showdown and the judge fires on them once he realizes too late that it's a trap. He gets out of his car and that's the moment he's realized, oh, these are Flag's men's. And then the firefight starts. And the judge fires a shot and it hits the windshield glass and the glass fires all into this guy's face. And Bobby fires just a wild shot and it just tears the judge's skull apart. And he is so proud of himself until he remembers the specific order, don't damage their head.
That
Yeah.
was really good because my note was he gets shot super hard and Flag eats Bobby Terry.
Yes, he eats him, right?
yes,
Yeah, oh,
He
yeah.
definitely
absolutely.
eats him.
Flag just he's like staring at the corpse and like thinking, oh, now I have to run. And before he can even finish the thought, he hears boot heels clicking behind him, and it's so fucked up and really rad. But with one spy down, the next chapter we immediately go to the most badass of our spies.
Hell
Our
yeah.
true female lead.
Oh hell yeah,
Not Franny. Dana. Yeah, she's been accepted into the community. She's working a crew and
She
She's-
likes them.
pumping Larry for information.
That's
That's gross.
One way to say it. Larry's pumping her.
I think that she's probably never faked an orgasm quicker in her life.
Yeah, it was shocking to me because it starts up with she's laying in bed and there's a guy showering and she's like thinking about Vegas and all the stuff she's learned about Indian Springs, a Air Force base where they are training pilots, which is, I wrote down,
Yeah.
and you don't know. And then this guy comes out of the shower and it's Lloyd. And you're like, oh, fuck. I mean, good idea.
Yeah.
That's some good spy work.
I can't help but draw parallels between our new version of Lloyd and Larry. I don't know why. To me, in my head now, they are.
I get that.
Yeah.
They're
They're
both
twinners.
Yes, they really are, because they both have the biggest quote unquote redemption arc. I mean, obviously Lloyd is not redeemed in any way, but
Yeah.
he's a different person.
Well, later he even says, I don't know what the Dark Man did to me, but he made me better. He made me smarter.
And I'm so glad. I was so happy to read that line because that kept sticking out to me. And it was like, did Stephen King forget about how he initially wrote him? And of course he didn't. He's Stephen King. He's amazing and beautiful. And when I read that, I was like, yeah, okay. So even he can like sense that and feel that. It's pretty neat.
Yeah.
Dana's spying really well, but it doesn't last very long.
No, because Flag already knew that she was coming. She wakes up, is it the next morning?
It's
Or in the
really
afternoon.
soon.
Yeah.
And she wakes up to being kicked.
By Lloyd and a man named Whitney.
Whitney Horgan
And then Jenny.
her friend Jen, who
Yeah.
she works with.
This was very humanizing for Vegas, even though it's so weird. They're doing this terrible thing. They're kicking her literally out of bed. They're really upset with her because she's a spy. So they're not being kind, especially not Lloyd. But Whitney, she can sense and hear the regret and the sorrow in his voice for what's going on.
When she's been exposed and Lloyd's kicking her, she screams to Lloyd, I gave you VD. Where did she get VD?
I don't think that's real. I think it's just her fucking with him.
Okay, that was really good.
That's like saying, Lloyd, your penis is ugly.
That's, I think, harsher.
Right,
Personally.
yeah. That's like the worst thing you can
I
say.
gave you VD that made your penis ugly.
No!
And we find out that she's also been, she has had this, we talked about last time, her knife
Her
sheath.
assassin blade?
Yeah. And she has never gotten dressed in front of anybody. And so now she's supposed to get dressed because they're going to take her down to see Flag and she needs her weapon. So she fakes a stomach ache. So would not work.
I'm
but I love
gonna
it.
throw up.
And she locks herself in the bathroom and gets dressed in just enough time that by the time they're breaking it in, she is clothed and has her knife. And they make their way downstairs.
The confrontation between her and Flag is one of my favorite moments in this entire section because Flag approaches her in such a reasonable way. He invites her to sit on the floor with him.
They sit cross-legged across from each other and have a talk. It reminded me of a little palaver that a gunslinger once had with a man in black
shit!
in the Golgotha.
Yes!
Yeah,
oh, that's amazing.
It gave me such flashbacks to that because Dana is 1,000 fucking percent a gunslinger.
And that conversation is so meticulous. Flag is saying, look, I don't know what they said to you. we're doing fine out here. We're doing our thing. You guys are sending spies. You guys are the weird ones. Hands her a map with all of the areas highlighted where his people are and says, hey, you know what? I'm not going to do anything to you. Gets on the intercom. Lloyd, go gas up Dana's motorcycle. She's going to be gone in a minute. Comes back. Here's your map. Here's all our people. Look, if you want to send people, send them. Don't send them as spies. Let's be friends. We don't want to mess with you. You don't mess with us. It's fine. But just one thing before you go. I know there's another spy, and I know you know. So who is it? And she says she won't tell. So he gets back on the intercom and says, Lloyd, don't put gas in that tank, which was his fatal mistake.
And she attacks him with a banana.
That was such
It's good.
such a weird detail. It is something that I have it's such a memorable thing. Like I will always remember.
I pray it's in the TV show. I don't remember if
Oh
it
my
is.
God.
I hope it is.
It's such a distinct, like iconic moment that I always remember it, but rereading it, it's so ridiculous.
It is. That's why I love it, though. It's like that. What would you do in that moment?
Throw yourself through a window, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's talk about what she does, because I think this is the most epic battle in the whole book.
It's definitely Yeah, I think it might be because I wouldn't call it a battle, really, because
Well, it is though. He was trying to charm her, and she was battling for her self-control. He was trying to invade her mind, like he
That's
has done
true.
all the people in Vegas, which we get a little more insight into when we're back with Tom.
I guess I was just thinking because like she doesn't really throw any blows except to her own face. She does punch herself in the face to regain control a little bit.
Which is a move Flag is not expecting.
And neither is he expecting her to throw herself head first into a plate glass window.
She gets her head all the way through the glass, but she doesn't break the glass. And she knows if they get me back out, they're going to torture me until I tell them. So she just rams her neck against one of these shards of glass sticking out. And it's fucking badass.
And Flag thinks to himself about it later, and he says she didn't even hesitate a second.
Because if she had, he would have had time. He would have turned that window into a banana.
Also, interesting that by doing this way of, like, not only did she self-sacrifice saving Tom, but she did it in such a way to destroy her own head.
Yeah.
The only thing that Flag wanted out of her.
Oh, fuck, I didn't even think about that.
Denying
nothing.
him of this need he had, and beginning Flag's downfall.
And we should also mention she only knows that it's Tom because she saw him coming in when she was up in the crane changing the lights.
That's
So,
right.
Chapter 63, it's really short. It's just a little boy. He's playing with Tom and another woman, and they're sitting on a park bench, and up comes walking Julie Laurie.
Julie fucking Laurie. I forgot this character existed.
Yup.
My note just has her name in all caps because I freaked out.
Yeah, it's been, 900 pages since we've seen this
But
character?
she is such a Stephen King character.
Yeah.
You hate to read about her.
Yeah, she sees Tom and recognizes him from running into Nick and Tom in wherever it was, Nebraska or whatever.
But more importantly, the next chapter, chapter 64, here we are, you guys. Harold dreamt his death, and he is now living it.
Okay. People who listen to our show know, who've followed us as we talk about the process of this show on social media, that CM edits our podcasts, and I listen back to them and write all of our episode descriptions and episode titles. I was listening to the episode where that scene takes place, where he dreams of himself dying on a hillside. I listened to it yesterday.
Is that when you got it?
And I was like, motherfucker, I just missed it entirely the first time.
Dying on a rocky hillside.
God.
Because as he fled with Nadine, well, the chapter starts with him dying.
Yes.
His leg is shattered, and he's just lying on this desolate mountain.
He and Nadine were on their bikes, and they're coming around a bend, and there's an oil slick, sort of conveniently placed, and he hits it, and he just goes tumbling over the edge, lands bad on his leg, breaks it, but the momentum that he has, he flies up in the air again, and he comes down on it again, and it's a brutal wreck.
Yeah, I cringed reading it. I hate Harold, but still, anytime I read, I felt it snap again. It's like, oh, Jesus.
What did you think of the reveal when he kind of comes to and he looks up and he sees Nadine and he's like, throw me the rope, and she's shaking her head?
Yeah, it was Flag that it wasn't a random accident. It was Flag saying, this guy has served his purpose. Fuck him.
But he gave her a choice.
That's what she says to him, that he gave me the choice, and trust me, this is better than what he would have done
That's
to you.
right.
Yeah,
But
because he doesn't like Harold either, which kind of made me feel like, damn, Harold.
But I think later, it's either here or later, that she's under the understanding that this was supposed to be the quick and painless death. And it certainly was not.
This is where things start to go wrong, when he's denied his prize of the heads of these two spies. And this is another thing. It was supposed to be quick and painless.
It was. I believe, I agree, because if he had been quick and painless, Harold wouldn't have had the chance to steady himself down in this ravine and take a shot at Nadine.
And almost kill her.
Very nearly kills Nadine.
So Flag had to kind of like fight him from a distance to keep Nadine safe.
This
So it was
is one
more
of
work
those-
for him.
Yeah, this is one of those like slight influences that Flag has, because as Harold is drawing a bead on Nadine, he says, this second shot, I will hit her. Just then he feels a push and he tumbles back down the hill.
And it goes wild. What did you guys make of Harold's apology?
Oh, fuck that. he writes in his diary, he crawls all the way back up to the road and gets his fucking diary and is basically like, Dear diary, sorry. The devil done did me a trick. Oh, I can't believe it. I know it was bad, but sorry.
Did Harold just become a doggo meme?
Yeah, whatever. Fuck him.
I got a bamboozle.
Yeah.
And then he eats a bullet.
Yeah.
But he signs it Hawk.
Signs at the name they gave him in Boulder. Yeah.
It's still the same Harold where he's trying to make him fucking self look good. Fuck that.
Yeah, which, we'll get to later, but the other survivors, when they find him, they look at it like, yep, and then just toss it. They don't even bury him. They're just like, and they just move on.
But not entirely. Stu feels bad for him, and he wants revenge on Flag, not just for Nick, not just for Sue, but he says now also for Harold. So he does feel something. I mean, they read it. I think it's a shitty apology, but I couldn't help but feel something for it, especially when he signed his name Hawk. Just, as we talked last episode, that was like his moment. That was when he could have turned it all around and been okay.
Yeah.
Stu
And
also
he's
does
still
him
a
the
kid.
kindness of taking the gun out of his mouth and
Yeah.
just setting it down.
Chapter 65 is awesome.
Is it?
Yes, it's awesome because we are reading a horror book and this is horrible.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
that
fuck
is a
it.
good point.
This
Yeah.
chapter is dark.
Flag is in the desert and he's trying to see. He sends out his eye and he's getting worried. Things are just not going right, and he can kind of tell people are looking at him differently. They're starting to lose faith in him. Mother Abigail died. He thought that was a good thing, but now he's reflecting on it and he's not so sure. He couldn't see her final moment, so he doesn't know what, if anything, she said to the group. The judge has been blown away. He didn't see Dana taking her own life coming at all.
He can't see Trash Can Man.
He cannot.
No.
And Harold's bomb only got 2 of them. Harold tried to kill Nadine and almost succeeded, and he's forgetting his past. He can't remember things clearly anymore, things that he should be able to remember. Nadine's bike, meanwhile, has finally died, and she's walking through the desert by herself, and there's a little voice in her head that's telling her that Flag's not all he's cracked up to be. And she wonders why that voice came too late. And this made me wonder if she can finally hear that voice in her head because his power is fading.
That's very possible.
I hadn't thought of that, yeah.
Yeah, it's so frustrating because she even thinks, she's like, all bets are off. When Harold fired at me, it showed that Flag is not all powerful. And now that I know that he's not all powerful, he can't make me do anything. All bets are off. And she thinks I could go back. But then she's like, where? Boulder. You'd be in jail forever, but you could go back. It's better than what happens.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Anything is, because finally Flag and Nadine meet.
Yeah, night comes and she's walking and all of a sudden she just knows that he's there. She turns around and he's sitting on the hood of a car.
He tells her to call, she asks him, what's your real name? And he says, Richard. It is such a pointless lie. It's such a small detail. I love it because it's such a small, I can just see the smirk on his face of like, I don't have to tell you shit. It's so evil. It's great.
I wrote that down too. I love that.
He takes her and she tries to resist. She can't resist. He's too powerful still. And this, I don't know how detailed we want to get.
My
But-
only note is this part is bad.
That's
it.
Yeah, for example, when he whips it out and she sees what he has for her, she
It's got a
starts
little face on it.
screaming. It doesn't say that.
Yeah, it's got a little
Why do you
face.
think that?
No, she's
Down
describing his face. That his face that's on his face
that's
looks
on his
different.
dick.
No,
And it's like
his penis does not have a face.
and it's glaring at her, and it sounds like Beetlejuice. It's like, hey, baby.
My note was was that he looks like the Wendigo. Because she describes his yellow glowing yellow lamps for eyes, which is how they describe the Wendigo.
And if you listen to our episodes on Pet Cemetery, we described the Wendigo in a lot of detail. You can imagine what his dick does look like.
Yeah, it's terrifying.
So he rapes her and impregnates her, and it is
Never a great detail.
It is so terrible that she loses her mind.
She becomes
withdraws,
catatonic and insane.
And he later can't remember what he did to her.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, that part is like just that final gruesome detail that ties it all up and makes it all even worse.
Later in that night, they're sleeping in the desert, and Flag wakes up afraid because he feels that something just passed him by in the night, which is so cool.
Yeah.
Especially when we find out what it was that passed by under the full moon. Love that.
MOON, that spells we're going to hear in a couple minutes. I still can't do segues.
Nailed it.
While this is going on, things are not going well in Vegas. A misunderstanding on the level of Harold Lauder causes Trash Can Man to go rogue.
I love this.
That's awesome.
I love that this happens because it's the previous day while Flag is out in the desert. Lloyd hears that Indian Springs, the staging site of their Air Force, has been set on fire. There was a huge fire that killed people and injured others. And who set that fire? The hero of the entire book, the Trash Can Man.
I'm with you. Trash Can Man's the best.
I told you. He's been bringing back toys, quote unquote.
And I don't think we really touched on this, and maybe it wasn't in the previous, maybe it was more clear in this section. He has this knack for just finding things, useful things in the desert.
They say he's like a heat-seeking missile that he'll just wanders.
He's like truffle sniffing.
Yeah, truffle sniffing pig, where he goes out into the desert. He isn't given orders. They keep saying that Trash Can Man is almost as strange as Flag himself.
Even Flag has
Even
that thought.
Flag is like, that dude's weird. Which is why I brought up that Flag can't follow Trash Can Man. What else can't Flag see? Anything holy.
Ooh.
Yeah, Tom.
Tom, he cannot see Tom because Tom is pure and of God. He can't see, he didn't see Abigail's final words because they were coming directly from God. He can't see Trash Can Man.
Because Trash Can Man is a servant of God.
As we find out in the
Some might
final
say
chapters.
he's the hand of God.
Oh.
No, absolutely. I would 100% argue that is correct.
Yeah.
But he had brought back a bunch of incendiary fuses. These like timed, they're like thermite fuses.
Yeah.
And one of the other Vegas people who he has become friends with, who have come to accept him, makes a simple joke of, hey, everybody hide your matches. Trash Can Man's back. And immediately all of that work is undone.
God, yeah. In a big way.
He is on the outside again.
He has like PTSD when that happens, and he starts talking about the old lady's pension check, and everyone's like, what's going on? And they didn't mean to hurt his feelings. They were just giving him a good-natured hard time, but they don't know what's going on in his head.
Razz.
And
But from his perspective, he sees the faces of all those people that used to speak to him in his head. And so he's like, you know what? I'm putting incendiary devices in fucking everything. Let's do it.
Yep, and just blows everything to shit. Killing one of their pilots.
Killing both of their pilots.
Oh, no, not yet.
Oh, not yet.
Not yet.
Sorry. Spoiler.
And just doing all of this, and Lloyd is freaking out because this is bad news.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the time that Julie Laurie decides to show up.
Julie Laurie. So great. The note I have is Julie Laurie, all sexed up, goes to see Lloyd and wants to use Lloyd to get the credit for saying, hey, I know who your spy is. Your spy is this deaf mute, Nick. He's got to be here because he travels with this guy, Tom Cullen, and she tells him all this information. He's like, yeah, you know what? I'll look into it. If it's true, I'll make sure you get the credit. Put your boobs away and leave. So we know, all right, the bad guys have a bead. They have got their first line on Tom. Then we cut over to Tom, and Tom sees the full moon. He knows it's his time to go back.
He's booking it.
Okay, the most important part that I want to talk about, the beginning of Tom's journey, is his impression of Vegas, because he says, kind of like Dana, they're just people.
Mm-hmm.
And for the most part, they're just as nice as the people in Boulder. But he said they have a weird smell, and the way he sort of describes that smell is that there's something off about them. And every once in a while, they all go silent and their eyes glaze over and they do things without being given instruction. It's like Flag is controlling. I mean, not only has he manipulated these people because he's lied to them, he's scared them, you know, in reference to Boulder, like they're coming to get us. We need to protect ourselves. That's the pitch he's given. But he's controlling them.
You're never given a full idea of just how far Flag's power spreads.
Yeah.
Because they even say that at this point, it's impossible to differentiate the truth about Flag from the myth that has sprung up around him.
And it makes you question the villains that we think we know. Are they villains? I mean, how complicit are they in what they've done?
The human bad
Right.
guys. How bad, how much of it was Flag's power asserting itself.
Chapter 67, Flag is back, and he and Lloyd have a tense conversation, which leaves Lloyd feeling even more doubt.
Flag comes back, and Lloyd is terrified. Lloyd is so scared to tell him about what happened in Indian Springs and about Tom, because he checked on Tom, like he had heard from Julie, but he didn't check on it right away. He waited until the next day, and Tom is already gone.
But he also didn't have all of the information he needed, because we find out that Flag has not trusted him with everything.
Yeah, there was the list of the committee members.
Yeah. So she said Nick's name, and if he had had that list, he would have made that connection, and they would have caught Tom.
And that was Flag's bad. So Lloyd's terrified of Flag, but also his faith is starting to be shaken. And they have this meeting where Flag is
hold on. First,
the border of
Flag
madness.
comes back with his bride.
Yes. Which is creepy as all hell because she's just a mannequin, basically.
And he's happy.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm going to be a daddy. This is my life.
So gross. But they have this really intense where Flag is like, I want bombers in 2 weeks. I want all this. And he goes off and he makes Lloyd give him this rundown. And then at the end, Lloyd finally tells him, oh yeah, by the way.
Promise you won't be mad. But I know who the spy might be.
And he's mad.
Yeah, he's super mad.
He's real mad. He says, okay, we have to catch this spy. And Flag doesn't even know why. He's just like, the third spy cannot go back to Boulder. But he sends out the helicopters.
It's so good.
Big mistake.
The helicopters, which fly up and immediately explode thanks to Trash Can Man, the hero of this book.
And Flag has given the order to kill Trash Can, quick and painless. He doesn't want him to suffer, but he's like, yep, I thought he'd last longer. Just do it. This is sad. I know, Nadine, is responsible for a lot of heartache, and that's why Nick is gone, and he should have also been one of our main characters. But she has just enough left in her. She gets flagged to release her.
Yes, this is another amazing scene because it's that night. Flag is on the balcony of the MGM Grand and floating because that always helps him calm down when he hears behind him a voice saying, "It's all falling apart, man." And he turns around and it's Nadine talking to him calmly and serenely and saying, "They're leaving. People are leaving Vegas by night because they don't believe in you anymore." And what is it that she says that finally drives him over the edge?
She says, "They're leaving their posts in the dead of the night and your eye doesn't see them. They're leaving their posts and sneaking away. They're leaving you. The ones that are left won't lift a finger when the men from the east come to finish you once and for all." And then it says it snapped.
Flag flips out. And we've seen him go into these temper tantrums every time that something goes wrong. When Dana killed herself, he picks her body up and kicks her around the room. When Lloyd delivered this news, he started throwing stuff.
Including Lloyd.
Including Lloyd. And so he gets so angry, he picks Nadine up over his head and whips her off the top story balcony of the MGM Grand.
Awesome.
And she does not make a sound.
The image of Nadine falling with a smile on her face is so powerful. And I could just feel the relief in her that she won't have to birth the Antichrist, basically.
Yeah.
Stephen King did a really good job writing these characters who, on the surface, seems pretty clear, like, oh, they're evil, they're bad, but making you sympathize with them, even after the terrible things that they've done. And I sympathized with her. She had a bad ending.
I was happy for her escape.
Yeah.
We do get in this, I just want to bring it up for this one line. We get throughout this chapter Tom's journey east, which I wanted to bring up for two reasons. First of all, as he's traveling by night, when he sleeps in the day, he has a dream of Nick, which is so sweet. Nick can talk in his dreams, and it's so bittersweet because Tom's so happy to see him, but he won't tell him that he's passed.
Yeah, when Tom's talking about being excited to get home and see Nick, and Nick just turns away from him.
Yeah. And two, because at the end of the chapter, Tom gets up and he packs up his stuff and he starts heading east and he prays to love, his friends, and Kung Fu. And I love it so much. He says the Lord's Prayer, but he doesn't know it. So he prays to the Lord who gives him Kung Fu in times of need. And it's beautiful.
I'd like to combine chapters 68 and 70.
I agree.
Trash Can Man, we join him as he is burnt all to hell. He says that his skin is blackened with sunburn, and he has thrown away the amulet that Flag gave him, and he is blacking out. He's having these moments of blackout because he's so dehydrated, and he was stung by a scorpion, I guess.
Yeah.
And that's when we find out that he saw his old ghosts haunting him, and that's what drove him to this point. And he knows what he's done is the wrong thing. So the only way he can make it up to Flag is he needs to find Flag something that will grant him redemption.
Like a nice knick-knack.
Yeah, like a I Heart Flag mug.
Yeah.
Giant megaton atomic bomb.
Or that.
That's love.
Love is an atomic warhead.
Get me that on a shirt. Yeah, he's not looking for forgiveness per se. He's looking to atone.
Yes.
Because he still has this very weird sense of
relationships,
Yeah.
social norms.
Yeah, well, he still has this idea of my life for you. He still says my life for you, but you get the feeling he's not saying it to flag so much anymore. Because the next time he says it, it's after he finds this
I totally agree with you, because there's a moment, and I think it might be in this chapter, where it was when he was setting up all the bombs and he thought, I could undo this. I could just stop and everything would be fine. But then he thinks about the fire and how beautiful it's going to be. My life for you, his God is fire.
Fire, 100%. So he finds this bunker that has radiation signs everywhere. He heads down and finds this warhead, and it's so heavy and it's deep underground in this bunker, and he's like, how the hell? I'm incapacitated, basically. I'm weak. I'm horribly burned, and it's up. I have to carry it up like 5 flights of stairs. How am I going to do this? And he thinks, love will find a way. Love that.
And it does.
God.
Oh, it does.
Trash Can Man's the best.
Finally, after all of this action and all of the goings on in Vegas is so fascinating to me that when we finally get back to Glenn, Ralph, Stu, and Larry
And Kojak.
of course, I had almost forgot about them, honestly.
Me too.
They've been walking.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We already talked about how
For 11 days.
They came across Harold.
Yeah.
They've walked, I think, 300 some miles. So kind of backtracking a little bit, Flag, while Trash is doing all this stuff, Flag goes into the desert and he's meditating and he sends out his eye and he finds our group. And Kojak wakes up and kind of raises the alarm and scares him off. The most important thing that happens in this chapter is they
found the kid.
The Wolfman.
Okay. All right.
We don't have to spend a lot of time on this.
real quick.
Only interesting because, like, later, Larry is haunted by the Wolfman and Stu is haunted by Harold. Mm-hmm. So that was just sort of, and they're both horrible. I mean, I hated Baby Elvis more, but
it's nice that we know that the wolves did wait until the kid came out.
I just thought it was interesting because it was just like Julie Laurie, where they show up again and you're like, oh yeah, that guy. Good. I'm glad he's dead.
So they come to a washout and we get some fake outs here.
They have to climb down this very steep embankment and climb up the other side to get across this pass. And it's very treacherous. They're all very careful. And everybody makes their way up except for Stu. Stu's the last one, and he is a few handholds away from getting up the other side. And he falls. He bashes his knee on a boulder. He snaps his leg in at least 2 places and rolls his way to the bottom of this pit.
They leave Stu and Kojak. Well, Kojak stays behind with Stu, so they leave Stu behind. And this
not
chapter,
after a long argument.
Yeah, and Larry is not happy about it. But this chapter ends in a very familiar way. And they never saw Stu Redman again.
Fuck.
Yeah, this whole, really from here until the end of the book is where I begin to have my problems. I've definitely mentioned in this, throughout the run of this podcast, I have definitely made numerous references to the ending of The Stand and my feelings about it. And I tried really hard to clarify, to work out exactly what my problem with it is. And it's that from here to the end, and arguably before this, I don't know, there's no agency. It is not our characters acting because that's the way our characters would act. It is all our characters doing stuff because it's the will of God.
Except for Glenn. I think he had his agency at the end.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
No one else did, but...
Well, only because it didn't really affect anything.
It's almost like Glenn doesn't matter.
Well, it's Stu falling.
Why did Nick die?
Exactly. It's all... I don't know.
Let's talk about what happens, and then I do want to have a discussion about the end. I want to make sure we have time for that because it
Yes.
is very interesting. Even though I've read it before, I got to the end and then I was like, oh no, this isn't the end. There's like 5 more chapters.
Yeah.
So as we join our remaining heroes, Glenn keeps having this feeling that they're going to be picked up by Flag's men any day now. And a couple days later, they crest a hill and there are 2 trucks with Flag's men. And they approach them just so cool, calm, and collected. Like, hey guys, we knew you'd be here waiting for us. You ready to arrest us? Ready to take us in? And they're like, you're under arrest. Like, yeah, we know.
I
we
love
walked
that.
here.
Yeah, they try to like strong arm them, and we're like, we want to be taken in, you fucking idiots. Like, let's go.
Yeah, they won't say Flag's name because Flag is Voldemort to them, I guess. And they get in the police car. They're taken into the station, and they're like giving the cops shit for being on Flag's side. And my favorite thing is they get to the police station and they handcuff them and bring them to separate wings. And Dorgan, the police officer, Glenn says, "You're gonna regret being on Flag's side. There's just not enough Nazi in you." And then he just leaves him. I had a lot to say about Glenn before, but Glenn in the end here taking his shots and each
Yeah.
one of them lands, and I love it. So they have separated them in different wings. Flag and Lloyd come in to interrogate Glenn. Flag says, "I'll let you go, but you've got to get on your knees and beg for it." And Glenn's like,
laughs in his fucking face.
yeah. He actually, I had to go back and write this. Glenn laughs and tells him, "Find a big pile of sand, a hammer, and pound that sand up your ass." And it's amazing. Flag tears open the door, tells Lloyd to shoot him. Lloyd doesn't really want to, and Glenn's like, "Ha, kill me yourself, asshole. And as a matter of fact, Lloyd, if you gotta shoot somebody, shoot that guy." And then Lloyd shoots the hell out of Glenn forever and cries.
It's another awesome blow to Lloyd's faith.
Yeah.
At this point, Lloyd is with Flag, not because he is faithful to him, but because without him, he is nothing. If he went to
100%.
Canada or California or Boulder, he would be the old Lloyd. And he realizes quality over quantity, I guess. It's better to die being this fuller person.
Flag has made sure to build a spectacle for their execution because he wants the people to regain faith in him. So the next day, they grab Larry and Ralph, and Larry has come to terms finally with who he is, what's happening, and he just wants to hope that the people who knew him back then would be proud of who he is now, which I thought was a great way to resolve his feelings towards everything. They've come to bring them to their execution, and Larry has just this knowledge. He knows Glenn is dead, and that somehow him and Ralph dying is going to resolve all of this because he finally believes in God's plan. He's ready to sacrifice himself. Larry and Ralph are hilarious on the trip. Their guards are taking them down like, "Guys, don't you realize this is all over? What you're doing doesn't mean anything, but go ahead and take us if you feel like that's what you have to do." They're taken to these metal cages with chains in the openings, and they are going to be drawn and quartered by cars, is what is going to happen to them
Fucking
for their execution.
Brutal.
Yeah. They are led into the cages, shirts removed, and handcuffed. And Larry uses the gift that he has, his projection, his voice as a performer, and he broadcasts out to all the citizens of Vegas that this is bullshit and Flag sucks. I'm paraphrasing, of course. I'm pretty sure his speech was a little more elegant. Flag himself steps forward to read their decree and sentence them. He blames everything that has happened on them. He blames the Indian Springs bombing on these guys. Then Whitney, who I thought he was gonna have left by now. He didn't. He bursts through the crowd and says, "Stop this. It's not right. We are not monsters."
He is the one person to denounce Flag, which is pretty fucking rad.
Yeah. And what does Flag do? He creates a small ball of fire and draws it across his mouth and eyes, melting his skin shut. It's so cool. So as this is happening, Larry and Ralph start chanting, "I will fear no evil." They are taking that power. Whitney dies. Flag then holds this fireball at the crowd, asking if anybody else has anything to say, when all of a sudden we get the return of the Trash Can Man. The crowd breaks and scatters because he is driving an electric cart in the last stages of radiation sickness, so his body is legit falling apart.
There is an illustration.
It's so cool.
In my copy of the book, at least. Disgusting.
Yeah.
It's bad. They say it's like his eyelids have fallen off.
Yeah.
His lips have rotted away.
Eyelids falling off isn't a phrase I want
it's
to
bad.
hear.
If you haven't seen it, you need to see it because it's amazing.
Okay.
And he sees it coming. The crowd's running away, and Flag begs Lloyd to make him stop and take it away. And Trash Can tell when he sees Flag, he can tell that is not the same man I left, which I thought was so awesome. Flag. Now here's I had to go back on this.
Me too.
Yep, this is the part.
This ball of energy that is out there, Flag has been so distracted by the dispersal of the crowd, he's forgotten, oh, I have a giant fireball hanging in the sky, and loses control of it, and it goes towards Trash Can Man. And just before it hits, I believe it's Larry, sees that this ghostly figure appears directly in the space in front of Flag, this shapeless demon kind of thing, and Flag essentially disappears before the ball of energy ignites the warhead, nuking Las Vegas.
Okay, hold on. At this point, it is not a ball of energy, because Ralph looks up into the sky and he's the first to see it, and he says, "Larry, oh my God, it's the hand of God."
Yeah.
And Larry notes, it's shaped like a hand.
Yeah.
The end of this book is the most literal Deus Ex Machina that I have ever read. I wrote down Deus touches the Machina because that's how the big final showdown is literally God going, "Hey, beep, you're all dead." It is the lamest. I mean, okay, it's cool. Okay, sure, you got me. It's pretty
awesome.
cool. But my problem with the whole ending is that there's no heroic action. There's no agency. It is our heroes are locked in a cage. They do nothing to cause this to happen. Them being there served no purpose.
It does. Their sacrifice, because of Flag's hubris and his desire to exploit their deaths to bring himself back into control, led to everything being destroyed because everyone was there. Let's say, for instance, there was not a demonstration. There was no crowd. Somebody could have noticed Trash Can miles away bringing this cart, and there could have been more time to stop this. There could have been more focus.
Except no, I disagree.
Okay.
Because this is all God's plan. This happened because God said it. And if God is infallible, then this was going to happen anyway. He moved all the pieces into place. Why?
They needed the sacrifice. Like, they sacrificed themselves to be the spectacle.
If God wanted to kill Flag, he could have just, boop, you're dead.
Yeah, that could have happened in chapter 9.
Exactly. It's this ending just brings into focus, by having it this ultimate battle between good and evil, powers that are more powerful and beyond our comprehension, and bringing in a human element just makes me go, what was the point here?
But them following this faith-based plan with no ability, like,
I did write that there's a complete lack of action in this chapter because the act of walking there was the heroic action.
Right.
I don't know.
I wanted a big fight, guys. That's what I'm saying.
It's not, but it's the reward. It's the reward for following this faith-based plan that they had no reason to believe would succeed, except for believing in the power of good, believing in the white, as it were, and following through with that. And that's the reward, is that small act was able to demolish evil.
I guess this is just a case of my own personal issues getting in the way of the same feeling I would get if I was reading like Left Behind.
Yeah.
Except this book is way fucking more badass.
Yeah,
so that's an unfair comparison.
This book ends and then it goes on. Which
Yeah.
I think it's fitting because I feel like our episode just ended, but I am going to go on.
Yep, there we go.
I'm going to briefly summarize chapters 74 through 78 for all of you. And if there's a point that you want to touch on when I'm done, we can talk about that. But then I want to finish with the epilogue and any final thoughts we have about the overall ending of the book. Kojak has been keeping Stu alive. He's been bringing him wood for fire and just keeping him going. Stu is getting very sick because he's out in the elements. He wakes up and he feels an earthquake and he sees the mushroom cloud from this bomb. He figures probably that everybody's gone, like Larry, Glenn, Ralph. It's just him. And a few days later, he decides he's going to try to make his way home, and Tom finds him. They manage to get a car and get it going, rolling it downhill, but it's quite some time before they actually make it back to Boulder. Stu is dying at this point, and Tom is having dreams about Nick again, and Nick is guiding him. He's, they're stopped in this town, they're in a hotel, and he's like, you have to go to the pharmacy, here's what you need. And Tom sees all of these medicine bottles laid out for him, and Nick explains what each one does, and if this one doesn't work, try this one, and make sure he drinks a lot of juice, plenty of fluids. So he's guiding Tom in how to nurse Stu back to health. Tom does. Stu recovers, and they get holed up in a Holiday Inn for about a month because of the snow. They spend Christmas together. There's this very cool scene, which we can talk about more, where Stu gives Tom a Christmas.
All I have to say is that this whole part, I was like, okay, this could have been shorter. And then Christmas came and made me cry a lot. It made this whole chapter worthwhile.
And this whole time, Stu is having dreams about Franny, and he has this feeling, this intuition that if he doesn't get home, something bad is going to happen. So they decide that they're going to go for it. They find a snowmobile and they make their way to Boulder. They get caught in an avalanche. Things get kind of hairy, but they finally make it back. So Stu and Franny are reunited. She has already given birth, I think about 7 days before they get back. And the doctor thinks that the baby is going to be okay.
Well, there was a scare.
There were some caveats to that.
When he first comes, they say that the baby has Captain Trips.
The babies that are going to be born now to parents who maybe weren't both immune, they are going to have it and they're going to have to survive it, basically.
Yes.
But it's not fatal for them. So they just, being a newborn and having this flu is going to be dangerous. Also, Lucy is pregnant, and that made me real freaking sad.
Oh, God, I was so sad. Larry would have been so excited.
So winter ends, it's spring, and Franny's starting to get homesick. She tells Stu, we don't have to do it right now, but I want to go home. I want to go back to Maine. Boulder, at this point, is getting too big. Stu is not on the committee anymore. He's not sheriff. It's just a different community. Not bad, not good, just different. It's
really? Because I wrote down the zone sucks now.
It's not their community anymore. And so they decide to make their way east. A few months later, we see them at Mother Abigail's home with their son, Peter.
This is the dumbest idea ever, right?
100%.
She's like, hey, I want to move 1,000 miles away from the only civilization that there is. And when he's like, what if you get pregnant? She's like, we can make medicine. What? I don't think Fran and Stu are gonna be able to make
Yeah.
their own epidural.
Why don't they should move a couple miles outside of
Sure.
Boulder.
Yeah, that makes way more
Or
sense.
get a group of people to go with them.
That's the point. By this point, there are more than 18,000 people in the community, which is massive.
There were 11,000 people in the zone in April and 8,000 more by May. That makes 19,000.
Jesus. 19,000. So there are 19,000 people, and they even say, we gathered here for a reason. That reason's over. We should start spreading out again. But maybe not all the way across the country at first.
Yeah.
Maybe spread a little closer.
Sure.
Not so thin.
I, honest to God, thought they might just settle in Nebraska. When that moment happened, I thought maybe like they decided that would be the place. But no.
They have a sweet setup there.
Yeah. Bitch and tire swing.
Anyway, epilogue time.
This was cut. This was not in the original. This is added.
It?
Yes. This was.
Oh, really?
This epilogue is added for the uncut edition.
I like it.
Holy
What did you
shit.
think of the book ending, and then the book ending, and then the epilogue?
The book's
Yeah.
ending. A short and sweet version. Flags back is the epilogue of it. He comes to, just opens his eyes. He just exists again. He's fully dressed, and his memory just like starts coming back. He like sees the water, and he's like, "Oh, there's a boat. How do I know that's a boat?" I'm sure I know it's a boat. It's fine. And like existence just starts coming back to him, and then there are these people come through the brush, and they don't speak the language he speaks. He rattles through like 4 different languages. They don't speak any of them, and in the end, he's just like, "Huh, yeah, I can take these guys over."
Here's my question. Is he in the same world?
I was going to ask
Yes!
that. Yeah. I'm going to say no.
No,
I don't think so
He's
either.
not in
No.
the Stand
Mm-mm.
universe.
Nope.
Yeah, I completely agree. This is just a new iteration of Walter O'Dim.
Yeah. We could get a new book, just continuing where this epilogue
That-
left
I
off.
would love that.
Time to rate this bad
Let's
boy.
do it. Guys, first time reader, 1,500 pages. This is the biggest book I've ever read, and for all of the slow parts, for all the committee meetings, for all of the things that I didn't like, there are 1,000 more things I liked, and they all just built this world that now that we're done, I'm legitimately sad to leave this book behind, because I feel like I know these characters and I know this world so well. I will miss this book so much. So 5 out of 5 blue chambray shirts.
I'm going to try very hard not to commit any blasphemies. Here.
Good lead.
The Stand, as I've said before, this was my first King book. It will always hold a very special place in my heart. For as much shit as I gave it throughout these episodes, because that's my job on this podcast, I love this book. However, I don't know if it is due to the nature of reading it for the podcast and being under a time constraint, and also all the other shit I have going on in my life in general, that reading this book stressed me the fuck out. And I wish it was fucking shorter.
I think it's all the stuff.
It has to have been, because I've always defended people being like, it needs to be edited down. I've always been like, no, that's half the fun. It could use an editor's touch. This is hard for me, guys. I don't know what to say. I don't want to... Listeners, please be nice to me. In my heart, I want to say 3 stars, but I'm giving it 4, just because it's the fucking Stand.
For what?
Blue chambray shirts, of course. It's the Stand, guys. Come on. You gotta love it. You just have to.
I see both of your points there. So on the one hand, you have these longer pieces that kind of drag, which I feel are just part of being a Stephen King book. So I still love it. And it has given us just these iconic pieces that add to the King universe that I love so much, that I think it's an important book. It's a keystone book.
Oh, absolutely.
It was a lot of fun. I'm excited to watch the miniseries, which I have weird memories of. So we'll see how that goes. I'm going to give it 5 out of 5 blue chambray shirts.
That's it for this episode of Derry Public Radio. As always, thank you for listening. Join us for our next episode, where I am about to say something you've all been waiting for. We are back with our Patreon selection series covering Finders Keepers Part 1 Buried Treasure. That's right, paternity leave is officially coming to an end, and it is time to get back to that book club love that we all miss, me included, frankly. It's been so great to get back in the studio, but I want to thank you one last time for all the love and support you have shown me and my family over my paternity leave, all the love you've shown these book club editions of our shows. It's great to have these for in the future when we need to take some breaks here and there, because life happens, and you all have proven that you are here to be with us through the way our life happens to us, and you just can't buy that. I appreciate you all so much. Thank you. And good night.